I've been all right, man. Working right now. I just wanted to ask, what do they consider? What do you say? What was that word? Disgruntled parent?
Yeah, disgruntled parent, like say, if you have a child and your child is going to school and then you don't agree with the curriculum the school is trying to teach them, and you go to like a parent teachers meeting or a student board meeting, and you express yourself in a passionate way, like saying, "Listen, I don't want my child learning this. This is out of order. You don't have my consent. This curriculum needs to be changed." And you and this brings me to another subject that I want to talk about masculinity not being toxic. That should have probably been the room today, but I felt like this subject was important when I seen it. That when parents express themselves in a passionate way, they get labeled as domestic terrorism, all because they don't agree with the curriculum the school wants to teach their children.
Wow, I don't know why they labeled that. I don't think they being passive. We should all be ripping their heads off. But that when you call somebody a parent, somebody is how to rate that is raising their shower up terrorists because they're playing with words. Honestly, that's what I feel like. But that's just crazy. I just wanted to ask that. Anyway.
It shows you how petty these people are, man. These people are so petty now. Like, really, a parent disagree with you, and now they're domestic terrorists. It was beyond petty when they called us domestic terrorists, right? But now a concerned parent is a domestic terrorist, and a lot of people don't see it, man. A lot of people don't see just how satanic and demonic this place is, But hey, maybe when everybody that's quote unquote on the side of righteousness is labeled a domestic terrorist, maybe that's when they'll figure out that the Israelites was telling the truth.
It's a lucky, but what really drills my head is of all the words they could have used, they used terrorist. What harm are they doing to society?
They're not conforming to the ways of the status quo. They're not conforming to the ways of the government, and the people in the higher ups that want to push the agenda. A lot of parents, right? A lot of heterosexual parents do not want their children to learn about LGBT, XYZ, HIV. They do not want their children to learn about that, right? Even a lot of Edomite parents don't want their children to learn about critical race theory. You know what I'm saying? Uh, 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 um, Certain parents don't want their children to, how can I say, participate in certain activities like drag queen story time. Certain parents are upset that you got a female a female basketball team, and then you got damn young LeBron dunking on them.
But yeah, that's all I wanted to say. I was just that was one question because it's just thrilling over my head. I'm just, but I say shalom, brothers. I'm really working right now,
Shalom.
but I'll move back to the audience. Jabba Shimmy Al Shabrak.
Yeah,
Yahweh
but
Shem Yahweh
Yeah, Bashim Yashabarakat. Shalom.
could y'all imagine though, right? And I'm not sure if Ariala is at slavery yet. But could y'all imagine, right? You
Yeah,
want to
I'm still driving.
God.
Shalom, King.
So
I want you to imagine, right? You got two beautiful daughters who you raised up well in the spirit, right?
hmm
And one of them happened to you know uh uh have a develop a love for tennis like Serena and Venus, right?
Mm-hmm.
and that's what she does in her part time. She's athletic. She's competitive with it. And another one of your daughters, let's say, she not really into the physical activities, but she likes to go see her sister play. So you got one daughter
Mm-hmm.
that plays the sport and another daughter that roots for her with all her heart, right?
Con.
And then your daughter wins some matches and she gets a chance to win the championship, and then they put her against a man.
Con,
Yeah, nah, that's madness.
That's complete madness. You know what I'm saying? That is complete madness.
Con. Yeah, nah. Yeah, man, I hate this place. Like,
con.
the each and every day, I hate this place more and more
Me
and more.
too.
Like, and that's spiritual because the scriptures say to be not friends of the world, right? We can't be loving this world, friends of this world. You know what I mean? We can't be like Lot's wife. You know what I mean? She gets taken out of Sodom and Gomorrah and this whole looking back and shit. Like, you looking back on America, you looking back on Sodom, you looking back at all this faggotry, all this madness, all this transgenderism that
Pedophilia,
yeah, you looking back at all this stuff like, oh yeah,
zoophilia.
yeah, I like that stuff. Like, you gotta have for you to look back at this place or look back into the world, you gotta like it. You know what I mean? But you're supposed to hate these things. You're supposed to hate the things that you used to do. You know what I mean? And being in this captivity, like each and every day, is like, Lord, please give me strength. Cause this shit, I'm over it, bro. I am over it.
Con, hey yo, that's spiritual, what you just brought out, man. I mean, for you to hate this world, that means you're closer and your love for the Most High is a lot deeper. I'm gonna bring out a scripture real quick just to let you back what you're bringing out. This is Proverbs 8:13. The fear of the Lord is to hate evil, right? So when you fear the Most High, you completely hate evil. It says pride and arrogancy and evil way, and the forward mouth do I hate. So the fact that we hate this nation and this kingdom is because the fear of the Lord is within us, right? When we keep these law, statutes, and commandments, we constantly deal with the Most High, right? You tend to hate what's going on around you a lot more, right? When you see certain things happen, certain laws being passed, see certain things in the news, all that stuff really vex your spirit, and you just wish for the day that this will all end. So yeah, that's pretty deep, man. That's all spiritual, man.
Con, that was a beautiful precept.
Con. Yeah, man. Shoot, man. They even have them in the MMA. You know what I'm saying? These so-called women, get up in there and beat the hell out of women, cracked one white girl's skull and all of that, man. It's her eye socket and all of that, and they condone this. And the crazy thing is they're protected. You understand? You can't really go ahead and deal with them without it being a hate crime and doing like 10 years or better.
It's just another way to protect white men. Like, when you look at this country, like, look at the genesis of America. All of the laws, all of that, all men are created equal. That's all. It says all men. It said nothing about women. I mean, it said nothing about black men. It was all about white men. It was white men, then it was white women, then it was everybody else. And you had to be at least 30 or 35 years old and a landowner to be able to even vote, things of that nature. So everything in America is designed to protect white men. Even looking at this whole transgender movement, it's to protect white men. That's what it is. Because a so-called, if you were born a man and you want to transform into being a woman, now you're protected. It's a hate crime if I speak out against you, or if I don't want you competing against my daughter or my wife or one of my female loved ones. You know what I mean, in competition, somehow I'm committing a hate crime. But it's all to protect white male fragility. That's all it is, man.
Con, that's exactly what Chappelle was bringing out. I had never even looked at it in that angle, or from that angle until I saw the Chappelle stand up, man. But he was like, "Yo, they keep changing, you know, the move. Now his beef is with white men. You know what I'm saying?"
They move the goalposts, man. They always gotta move the goalposts.
Con. And then they tell you, "Oh, you're a crybaby. Oh, pull up your bootstraps and everything." When everything in this world is given to them, in this nation, is given to them with an advantage against us. And notice again how they're promoting toxic masculinity. You know what I mean? This white man's the devil.
Salakia, y'all, if y'all hit refresh, if y'all pull to refresh, I put up another article. I told you I got the articles today. You know what I'm saying? We got time, we're gonna read through them, but look at this one. This one, the politician tried to apologize for
Shalom, shalom.
hey, Shalom.
Shalom, King. Yabashim Yashabakatam.
Shalom. Yabashim Shabakatam.
Y'all be saying Shabbat. Let's go. Okay.
Top of the morning.
Top of the
Top of the
morning.
morning. Kosher breakfast, come and get it.
Good.
God. Hot off the skillet.
Good. So Yeshaya, right? Now they starting to label concerned parents domestic terrorists.
See. I'm looking at the article. Hold on, Slocky. I'm looking at the article, and it was in reference to people who don't want their children to learn about critical race theory and about COVID. Now, I halfway agree with that. Right? You are a domestic terrorist if you're a white parent and you don't want your child to learn about critical race theory. Why? Because now you're creating and breeding future school shooters. You're breeding future, you know what I mean, Klansmen. This is what you're doing. But when it comes to the COVID thing, nah, that's just like, no, I'm not gonna put some random shit in my child that I don't know what the hell is really in it. You know what I mean? So I halfway agree, halfway don't agree with what's going on with this guy, with what this guy said.
Yeah, critical race theory though, it starts off with, Esau, but then like you said, it's the white men, right? Esau, the white man, being wicked to God, being wicked to us, and then it ends though with quote unquote the oppression of homosexuals. So no, it's like every other thing Esau does. They use the atrocities that happen to us, and then somehow link it to the quote unquote oppression that homosexuals have, and now everybody's sympathetic for them, and they just now know exactly what happened to us. You feel me?
God.
Yeah, this place is finished, man.
God.
Hey, let's get another scripture.
Come
Let's get Proverbs 22 and 6. Y'all know what I want.
This is the book of Proverbs, chapter 22 and verse 6. Train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. The rich ruleth over the poor, and the borrower is servant to the lender. He that soweth iniquity shall reap vanity, and the rod of his anger shall fail. He that hath bountiful eye shall be blessed, for he giveth of his bread to the poor.
So these
Cast
are the so these are
Salaki.
the things we're supposed to be teaching our children, right? Train up a child in the way they should go, right? Teach the children the law, statutes, and commandments. Teach them how to give bread to the poor. Teach them how to love one another. Teach them how to be heterosexuals. Teach them how to be heterosexuals so the generations can continue, man. Now let me get numbers 15 and uh, 37 and 38.
Con.
Hey, Salakia, just to add on real quick, Shawapar. You know what's crazy? In today, right, you will think that you shouldn't have to teach your children to be heterosexual, right? That's something that will come natural to them because, I mean, a boy knows he's a boy, a girl knows he's a girl. But it's just crazy that you literally have to go out of your way and keep mentioning that to them every single day, man.
Con.
Go ahead, Ak, with the scripture, Salakia.
Con. This is the book of Numbers, chapter 15, starting at verse 37. And the Lord spake unto Moshe, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and bid them that they make them fringes in the borders of their garments throughout their generations, and that they put upon the fringe of the borders a ribband of blue. And
Yeah.
they shall, oh, Salakia, I don't know if you want me to keep.
No, that's good enough. Appreciate you, Kenny. So you see right there, they want us to have what the fringes and the border of blue throughout our generation. It's an order called from the Most High God, and it was supplied to the nation of Israel through what? Aaron and Moses. So these are the things we're supposed to be passing down, you know? All through the scriptures, you'll see that the Most High God wants you passing things down to your children. And Navaj, is that your name, Pumpkinhead? Navaj?
Yeah, it's Navraj. Yeah.
So Navraj, so what's going on, man? How you feel about the title of the room?
I was to understand what more details about what was about.
Yeah, literally, the feds are looking into certain parents that disagree with you know subject matter they try to implement in schools, like the whole gender uh, um, remodifications. They're disagreeing with the critical race theory, disagreeing with other activities and other subject matters and curriculum that the children are doing in school. So they're starting to bump heads with the board of education and the faculties, and now these parents who are mostly just concerned what their children are learning are being labeled as domestic terrorists.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That I think that I when it comes to critical race theory, um, so it sounds like a lot of people who also believe that like critical race theory, it's just teaching people the reality of the history of the United States. It's not a like it's not. Some people say that critical race or you're changing history or erasing history, but actually the history that we learn in our schools in North America. I'm from Canada, but the same thing here. The history we learn from our schools is not a true history. It's like whitewashed. They took out all the things that happened to Aboriginal people, and they softened everything. So that's not the reality. The reality is critical race theory, where you actually acknowledge the reality of how race affected the development of the current situation in the United States. So that's what I mean. That's what I feel. I don't think that it's that teaching about. I question people who question critical race theory. Maybe not the details. Maybe they disagree with certain details of it, but in general, I feel like it's just teaching the bitter reality of our history.
Okay, we say our history. What's your nationality?
My parents are from India, but I was born and raised in Canada.
Okay, Elon. Yeah, you know the critical race theory does expose a lot of lies and deception. You know, but for white supremacists to disagree with that being taught to their children, it doesn't make them, necessarily domestic terrorists. I feel like when they act on it, that's when they become domestic terrorists. You know, but what do you feel about the other things they're protesting, like drag queen story time?
So when it comes to that whole thing, I think drag queen story time seems weird to me because the drag queens are not really a good representation of transgendered women, and just a regular transgender woman is a better representation of a transgender woman, not one who's made up in like crazy makeup and wigs. So so in that sense, drag queen story time is weird to me.
I mean, drag queen story time is pretty weird to me too. But now, if you would have a child that attended a school that had drag queen story time, and you would go to like a teacher's open school or staff and faculty meeting and express that you didn't like that curriculum, and you was passionate about it, they would label you a domestic terrorist.
Yeah, that's weird. I think that what we agree with is it depends on what our own views are. So if we're teaching something to our kids that we agree with, then we're going to say that that's okay. But if they teach something we disagree with, then we disagree. Then we disagree with teaching it. So yeah, I think that's the whole domestic terrorist. That's a weird word, even for people who oppose teaching of critical race theory. Would I use that term, domestic terrorist, or would I say I disagree with them? I think that they're delusional, or they don't want to face reality, something like that.
Okay,
Maybe I
Con.
don't. Maybe that word is right. If you're, it's just the word terrorist is such. Maybe maybe that word terrorist is kind of, we use that word, but I don't know if I would. Yeah. Oh, it's the COVID thing is interesting because I think that there's a lot of people are divided. Some people would feel like the yeah, I do don't yeah, that just depends on your feeling about COVID. If you agree with it, then you'll agree with it being pushed on people. But if you disagree with it and question it, then you'll question it.
Well, do you feel like a COVID shot be pushed upon 5-year-olds?
My I don't. I'm not sure about the kids. I have to look into the details of it. I just don't know enough about risks for children, like the risk of the vaccine for children versus the risk of COVID for children. So for adults, I my based on my knowledge of vaccines and the biology of vaccines and our history of using vaccines since for like hundreds of years. For adults, I don't feel. I'm not scared of the vaccine. I don't nervous about it. I don't think you need very much time to study vaccines. Of all the medicines, quote unquote medicine, because it's not even a medicine. Vaccines are the most suited to be quickly pumped out, like quickly brought to
Hold
the
on,
public.
Navraj is your name. How do you pronounce your name?
It's Navraj. Yes, you said it right.
Navraj. How long does it take to study and develop a vaccine typically on average?
I'm not sure. I don't actually know the number. What they probably use. Typically, they
Seven,
probably
7 to
study
10 years.
several years, like 7 years or 10 years, something like that. I'm guessing.
7 years, right? So
I'm
you're
guessing.
actually short. It's actually
I'm not
hold on,
sure.
hold on. It's yeah, you're short. You said 7 years, right? But even if we use that, right? The answer is 15 to 20 years, right? Now you have that 7 years, right? Well, this virus came out when in 2019, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and they got us a vaccine within 6 months. That doesn't raise an eyebrow for you?
It raises an okay, so they study under ideal circumstances. They study vaccines for many years, just to get more data on it. But in a situation that's urgent, of all the medications that you can deliver quickly, study quickly, vaccines are the ones because there's no such thing as long term side effects for vaccines. It's actually impossible the way that the vaccines work.
That's
The,
not true. That first. Whoa. I can't even say brother. Niraj, you sound like you're a relatively educated individual, right? But you don't sound quite smart, right? Educated doesn't necessarily mean smart because that's the most ridiculous. There's no long term effects of vaccines.
what would be a like when you say long term effect of a vaccine? What do you mean? Oh, by
So
the way,
you have
wait. Can I clarify something? When I say long term effect, I mean effects. Sorry, it's not long term. It's effects that occur um, late. Like let's say you get the vaccine today. I don't think we've ever seen with any vaccine an effect that shows up 5 months later. It can be long term in that you could get something like Guillain-Barré syndrome, like within a few weeks of getting the vaccine, and that has long term effects. It has long term weakness and things like that. So that's a long term effect. But that will show up
Navraj,
in a few weeks.
Navraj, Navraj. You are aware that there's a link to various vaccines to autism, right?
Yeah. So that autism, I haven't looked at it in detail, but my understanding is that actually there isn't a link. Like it's
So
not
so
higher.
Holly, so
No.
how can you say that? How can you say that there's no link if you haven't looked into it in detail?
No, it's true. I have to look into detail more too.
Then you cannot say that
Oh
there's
well,
no
I have,
link.
but I have looked. Several years ago. I looked into it, and now I've forgotten some of the details. But my understanding is when they pool all the data together, it actually wasn't high. The autism wasn't higher in people who were vaccinated.
Raj, that's not how you seem like someone who's interested in science, right? That's not how science works, right? The scientific method works nothing like what you're spewing. Oh, I didn't look into it. You didn't even investigate. You didn't do any experimentation. You didn't even look at the experimentation and the testing and the observations that have been
That's
made.
true.
So that's
No, that's
problematic.
true. But that's not.
That's problematic. So
That's true. I think you're not talking about the scientific method here. You're just talking about me and my knowledge. Like me,
no, 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 no. This ties into the scientific method. By you saying that, oh no, it's just not, and you haven't even looked into it, that goes against the very principles of the scientific method. You do realize that, right?
yeah, I guess yeah. In a theoretical level, it does go against yeah. So to
It's not
clarify,
a theoretical. It's not a
clarify.
theoretical level. It's just a fact. It's like
No, that
how is any hypothesis proven to be true?
it's on the basis of experimentation. The only thing is that what we're talking about,
Experimentation,
but
right?
I know, but I'm not talking about me as an individual. If somebody hasn't looked enough into them themselves, I wouldn't say that your scientific method it's feel like you need to learn more.
Have
Anyways,
you ever
Navaj,
heard of the
Navaj, that's
Tuskegee
why you shouldn't
experiment?
speak on it. You
Have you
shouldn't
ever
No,
speak
heard of the
on it.
here's the
Tuskegee
problem.
experiment?
But hold on. Let's not even get there, right?
Well,
Here's
one at
the
a time,
issue.
brothers.
You haven't even looked into it, but yet you have the nerve, the gall, the intrepid boldness to say that emphatically there is not. That's not scientific.
can I
Right.
clarify? Can I clarify? If
Go ahead.
I said emphatically that there is not, that's not what I meant. I said that I think there isn't, based on my understanding of science.
No, you did not say that. You said
But
there
I'll
isn't.
clarify now. Then I'll clarify now that that's what I mean. I don't think there is a science, but I'm not. No, I don't know for sure because I haven't looked into.
Okay, okay, cool. But again, you said it takes 7 years to develop a vaccine, even though it's 15 to 20 years, right? But yet they gave us a vaccine within 6 months, and this is a virus that's supposedly mutating every goddamn day, damn near, right?
Right.
Where we at? Like the Delta variant now? Damn, we're gonna be at the what? The damn Zeta variant soon. It keeps mutating. So what's the point of me getting a vaccine for something that's going to keep mutating? What's the point of that?
The point of getting it's you're right in that this is not this vaccine is not something like a polio vaccine or a smallpox or one of the other ones where it gives 100% protection. Like if you with the polio vaccine, once you get the vaccine, you really can't. It's like 100% or close to 100%. You will not get polio. That's how they eradicated it. With this vaccine, it's similar to something like the flu vaccine in that it just reduces your risk of getting it and it reduces the severity of the illness because your immune system has already been primed to attack that type of virus. So it's true that once the virus mutates, you're not as protected as to the new variants. But I do believe that you're still, even if the virus mutates, the fact that you've been exposed to a similar virus will make it so that it's less likely that you'll have a severe illness. You're more likely that you'll have a less severe illness. And so, like for example, you won't. There's less of a risk that you'll have to go on a ventilator or go into a what do you call it, ICU. And that's what doctors when they were treating people after the vaccine, they noticed that people with the vaccines, yes, they did still get sick, but they were often not that sick. They didn't need ventilators or anything like that. So even
Okay,
if
so now let me ask you this question, right? Why is there a push to make me have to get the vaccine when you're vaccinated, right? Is it not going to affect me more than it affects you if you have the vaccine?
it certainly does affect you. You're going to be at more risk. It also, the more people that are unvaccinated, because the vaccine actually does still reduce the risk of getting the virus. That it's still, if more people are vaccinated, like let's say almost everyone's vaccinated, then it's less likely for it to spread in the population too.
See, that sounds like BS because again, we look at California where they're pushing heavy mandates and they're the most vaccinated state, but yet they have the most cases. Why is that? And then
Yeah,
you compare that to a place like Florida where they have the least, Florida, Texas, Georgia, where they have the least mandates and the least vaccinated, yet they have the least amount of cases. Why
yeah.
is that?
And we noticed that I think in Canada as well. So studying cause and effect with these things is very complicated. When you try to study
How's
like,
it complicated?
I'll try to explain. So when you give a population a vaccine, like let's say you vaccinate all of British Columbia, that's a province in Canada, and you look at it a year later, there's a lot of things, and these are huge factors that affect rates of transmission, or not even rates of transmission, rates of prevalence rates, recorded prevalence rates. One is that and I noticed this among my people here, like among my everybody in Canada. Once you start getting vaccinated, everybody was more lax about things. Like we didn't wear masks with our close relatives anymore. They started opening things up. I'm visiting like gatherings with 30 people. We had festivals here there was a recent Hindu and Sikh festivals, and at the temples where they were full. That didn't exist when before the vaccines. So that's one thing that could affect prevalence rates, and the other one is how many people actually get tested. So there's some countries where the rates are probably really high, but they just don't test very many people, so they have really low rates. So those are just two of the important, and these are very significant factors. They're not like insignificant. So I think that those are important factors as well.
Lavraj, let me ask you a question. How small is a virus?
Sorry.
How small is a virus?
I don't know the actual nanometers or whatever. I don't know.
It's
Tiny.
quite small, right? It's microscopic, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if it's microscopic, right? It's microscopic, and we are being mandated to wear masks that have holes that are porous enough for air to pass through them, right?
The air passes through them. Yes. Yeah.
So the virus can't pass through the masks.
The virus passes on droplets of like what do you call it? Vaporized droplets, and those don't get passed through the mask. And if they do, they're
That's not true. That Raj. For someone who touts all this scientific talk, you're not speaking very scientifically. You're not speaking in fact. It's a fact that a mask, the regular cotton mask, the regular satin mask, the regular medical blue mask. That's first and foremost destroying the environment. Number one, the these water droplets, these vaporized water droplets, can still pass through them. Why is it that if I needed to, let's say, I don't know, let's say I'm renovating a building, right? And there's a possibility that there's asbestos. I have to wear a specialized ventilated mask. If I'm handling mold, I have to use a specialized ventilated mask. Why? Mold is bigger than a virus, right? But yet, I have to have a special mask that will drastically reduce the amount of that mold that's going to get into my lungs. Why? Because there's filtration in it, right? We have to wear blue masks or cotton masks for the world's deadliest virus, but yet and still we have as people who are working with asbestos, people working with mold, and they have to wear the most intricate mask ever. Why is that? What sense does that make?
So I think I think that I'd have to look at the details of this. I have to look at it, but at the beginning of the pandemic, when I looked at the details, I thought that it actually does significantly reduce the passing of virus through that cotton, even if it's not as good as a special N95 mask. The best would be the N95 mask. And once when I was on a flight, I had a friend who had one, so he gave me one. But that doesn't mean that the regular mask doesn't reduce the transmission as well. That if you're getting on a bus or going past a lot of people and somebody happens to have COVID, if you have a mask covering your face, it's less likely that you'll get as many virus particles going into your mouth. Even if it's not as it won't be you won't be as protected as if you wore an N95 mask.
Okay, another question. If COVID is so running so rampantly, why are there no increased cases of COVID down at the detention centers in the border where kids are literally locked in cages in close quarters? Why is that?
I don't know. Do they have
You don't know.
no? Do they is
They're not,
kids tend not to kids. I'm not sure if about getting infected, but in terms of clinically, they tend not to show symptoms. So kids
Navraj,
tend to get sick.
Navraj, cut it out. Cut it out. Kids are fucking petri dishes. Kids are always being snot nosed and they're always wiping their boogers on their hands and touching stuff. These kids aren't even being allowed to shower regularly. But yet there's no increased cases of COVID for kids that are being held in cages.
You just described right here. What you just said right now is you're saying kids tend to spread illnesses really fast because they don't take care. They like wipe their noses. They don't cover their mouth when they sneeze. All that stuff. I agree with that. What I'm saying is something different. I'm saying that this disease, COVID, doesn't tend to make kids sick.
How do you know if you haven't studied it and if it hasn't been studied for more than a year and a half?
Based on the data that we have so far, that it shows that kids are not showing up with the illness.
Based on the
Family,
data that we
like my
have so far.
which is still nothing. We've done a lot of studies on this. We're still not nothing. I have a friend who both of the parents got COVID. They were both really sick. The kid was totally fine, had no symptoms. The kid is a girl. She must have got COVID. Just she was like breastfeeding with her mom. They didn't even. So, and that's just only one example. So yes, it's been a year and a half, but in that year and a half, they've done lots of they've had a lot of people coming through that have been sick, and it's really rare that they have to treat kids. Like kids come to the hospital with COVID symptoms.
No, Raj, you seem to have all the answers. All
No, I
the
don't have
answers.
the answer. I don't say I'm not. I think I have all the answers.
Relax. Hold on, relax. You seem to have all the answers. All the answers that by the government. That's
You can
what it
say that
seems
about
like.
anybody who you can say that about
Because you,
anybody
no, no,
who has the
Raj,
views that differ
stop
from your own.
interrupting me while I speak. Thank you. Shut up. All right. You have all the answers that your government has fed to you. The same government that is responsible for all of the things, such as the atrocities that they're trying to hide through the blocking of critical race theory. The same government that literally has slaughtered the Native Americans, right? Because you live in Canada. They're finding mass graves of Native American graves in Canada each and every day, right? The same governments that literally infected black men with syphilis here in America, the same people. This is the same government. You have all the answers from these people. The same government that does not give funding towards cancer research, right? The same government that does not give research to so-called HIV and AIDS research. AIDS has been around for 20, 30 years, 30 plus years, and yet there's no vaccine for it. There's no cure for it. Cancer's been around for God knows how long. There's no cure for it. All these diseases, there's no cure for it. But magically, there's a vaccine, there's a cure that's gonna prevent me from getting it or drastically reduce my chances of getting it. You are out of your goddamn mind. You, my friend, my Elamite friend, you are drunk off the wine of Babylon. All right, you have drunken from her wine, and you believe everything that she tells you. That's your problem. All right. So I'm not sure. You said you were born in Canada, Navraj. I would encourage you to leave Canada. All right, to go back to India, because America and Canada are going to be blown off the goddamn map via thermonuclear fire. With that, I
If I could, real quick. Good morning to everybody. One second now, Rush. Good morning to everybody. It's Tuaba Carter, everybody. Real quick, I just came in on the conversation with Ariella talking about the mask, and I don't understand now, Raj. You sound like a really intelligent person. Aren't you aware that Newsweek magazine? I'm not sure if they have Newsweek up in Canada, but it's one of the major publications here in America. Newsweek magazine applied through the Freedom of Information Act, right? That's a law here in America where you can apply for certain things that are otherwise classified to be declassified. So Newsweek, through the Freedom of Information Act, applied to have access to Dr. Fauci's emails. And Dr. Fauci was sending emails back and forth between people in the administration saying the masks are not effective. Were you aware of that, Navraj?
I remember hearing something about that.
I see. So pretty much then, so we understand that that's the top guy, the National Institute of Infectious Diseases. He's like the top guy with COVID, and he said the masks don't work. So Ariella was correct.
So I'm wondering, what is he basing that on? That the masks are not effective.
Well, isn't he the top guy? Wouldn't he be basing it on scientific studies and everything that Ariella said? Pretty much. Everything that Ariella said pretty much is already settled science. Like the disease is microscopic. Of course, he can go through the mass, and that's why he said what he said. He understands that. You don't have to even have a degree in science to understand those basic principles. So that's what Ariella was saying. So I just wanted to know if you were aware of that, but you are aware of that. So what he said to you was actually correct.
Okay, Mitch. If I'd have to look into what Fauci meant by that. They're not effective, because even if something is able to go through something, let's say there's a wall that has holes in it that are bigger than a ping pong, and you throw a bunch of ping pongs at it, it still reduces it than if there's no wall there. Some of the balls are going to go through those holes because it's smaller than the holes, but overall the fact that barrier is there does reduce the number of particles that get through.
But we're not talking about ping pongs. We're talking about things that could kill you. Like, say, if I have a bulletproof vest but it has holes in it, I'm throwing that shit away.
And when I'm not, I'll let you go right now, Ariella. And when I'm not wearing a mask and I'm able to walk around in the atmosphere, I'm going to build a natural immunity to things that are in the air anyway. By me putting that mask on, my immunity actually is becoming lower. It's becoming lower. And there are many studies that have shown these things, man. There are many studies that have shown these things. So it's not, nothing that Ariella said to you is really new. You should definitely look into the reasons why. Those articles are available online. It just takes a simple Google search to look up Dr. Fauci, Freedom of Information Act, his emails, and you can read those articles and see what was his point, why he was saying what he was saying. But I'm relatively certain it's for the same reasons that Ariella elucidated to you. So, that's pretty much it, Ariella. You can take it back. I just wanted to say that because that was kind of weird to me.
I'm done talking to him because he's not that smart.
Real quick. What got me, honestly, is the fact that he said that there's no long-term side effects on the vaccines when I don't have to do any major research and I can see it. Like Ariella brought it up earlier with autism and all the issues that kids have after they take these shots, man. So, you're really off when you say that. That's kind of what threw me off, but I yield.
Wait, Ari, wait. He said it about every vaccine or this vaccine?
No, he said it about vaccines in general. Yeah.
Okay, no, this guy's okay. Navraj, I gotta come back. You're crazy. No disrespect, and I mean that with no real disrespect, but that's the craziest thing I've ever heard. So, Pfizer Pharmaceuticals, right? Again, this takes a little bit of research. So I'm wondering, for someone so intelligent, how is it that me, who has no degrees in nothing, how come I'm aware of all this stuff and you're not? So, do you know what company paid the largest fine in American history for malpractice because of vaccines? Do you know what company it is? I'll tell you, it's Pfizer. Did you know that, Navraj?
No, I didn't.
You know that Pfizer Pharmaceutical also has lawsuits in India and other places all over the world. Did you know that?
No. Oh no, I didn't know that, but I would have assumed.
And that was, yes, they paid out $100 $800 million for one. That's for one lawsuit. That's the largest in history in the United States of America. They were paying doctors off to lie. And so they had to pay 100. That's one lawsuit. They have many lawsuits, but that's one lawsuit. They have all types of lawsuits in India and other so-called third world countries where your people are for the same thing with these vaccines. How are you not aware of these things? Wouldn't you want to research why, of all the companies that produced vaccines, why would the United States, no, you're not a United States citizen, but just think about this. Why would the United States of America give the okay to the company that paid the largest fine in U.S. history to make the vaccine? Does that make sense? Because to me, that makes no sense. I would give it to a company that did not pay $100 million fine. Wouldn't you?
The fact that pharmaceutical companies have paid fines, have been caught cheating and trying to influence doctors. That's like I know I've read Bad Science, I've read Bad Pharma, the book by Ben Goldacre. So all of that stuff, that doesn't surprise me. Every company tries to cheat things and hide side effects. So I agree with that, but that still doesn't mean that in looking at a medication, I don't believe that the risk of the disease is real and that medication is effective.
So what about all the people that are dying of blood clots?
What was the lawsuit? Do you know what the lawsuit was for this?
If you inbox me, I'm not home. If you inbox me, because I keep these things on file, because I have these arguments all the time. So if you follow me and inbox me and ask me that question again, I will send you the link where you can go and look this up for yourself. It'll give you a list of all, because that $100 million fine was only one that Pfizer paid. They pay out quite a few hefty fines. And so I just find, this is me, with my critical thinking mind, I find it extremely odd that a company that has been fined so much, so many times, would be the first company to get the vaccine. Something doesn't sit right with me with that. That's just me using common sense and logic. And also, let's talk about all these people that are coming down with blood clots from these vaccines. Have you heard about that?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so wait a minute. I'm about to go now because now I'm getting slightly irritated. So you are aware of everything I'm saying, but still trying to say that everything is okay. That's slightly irritating now, Roger. I need you to know that.
You're irritated because I believe
because you're not being real with me. I'm being real with you. I want you to be real with me.
Wait,
you understand what I'm saying?
So yes, I know that there's been blood clots and those other things, and I still believe that overall the rates of those side effects are low enough compared to people who don't get the vaccine that it's better to have the vaccine than to not have it compared to the risk of COVID.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and let Ariana already deal with you. I've had enough in a very short time. Thank you so much, now.
Oh no, I had enough. I've been had enough. I'm done talking to this guy because clearly, listen, people. Educated does not mean smart.
Of course, I agree with you.
You're educated. You're not smart. Just for the record.
So can I respond? Sorry, when you
go ahead.
You talked about all the examples of our governments, North American governments, screwing people of color, marginalized people over, and I completely agree with you. Especially like black and brown people in not just in North America, in Africa and other parts of the world have been screwed over by the American governments historically. So just like you, I and lots of people who I know are very skeptical about our governments here. We think they're always trying to screw marginalized people over. It's still happening here in Canada, especially with Aboriginal people. And so it's not that I'm not aware of those. It's just at this end, and when the government gives us
ignore them.
No, we don't. It's not ignoring. If I actually believe that this illness is real and it's dangerous, and I actually believe that the vaccine does reduce the risk, and it's the risk of the vaccine is less than the risk of the illness, then I will take that recommendation, which doesn't just come from the government; it comes from also the authorities, which I know that they're also part of the government and also influence. Racism shows up everywhere. Racism, in all movements, even in anti-racist movements, there's racism shows up. So I'm aware of this.
Now, I got one more question for you, buddy. I know I said that enough. I got one more. Because I know we're black, so you probably think we're stupid. But can I ask you a question on...
True, I don't think you're stupid.
No, okay, maybe you don't. But most people come in here, they see us, we read Bibles and everything, so we're not that smart. But you'd be surprised what we know. Question for you. You familiar with herd immunity? You familiar with that?
Yeah, that's another thing I was going to
say. Let's talk about that real quick. So for the audience, because the audience may not know everybody what herd immunity is, so why don't you explain to the audience what herd immunity is? And then I have a question for you about that.
So herd immunity is when a virus or any of the infectious disease goes through a population. As it passes through the population, people who have it and have got over it, they develop immunity to that thing. It may not be complete; might still get it, but the percentage is not as severe. And then,
what percentage of? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say that over time, that as the virus spreads through that population, if you give it several years, the overall that illness, that virus or whatever, becomes less virulent. I mean that it's disease. It becomes something like our cold. Like a lot of people get it, but it's not really a severe illness.
Got you.
That's the gist.
What is the percentage that needs to be reached to reach herd immunity? What's the percentage, Navraj?
I don't know the percentage.
Okay, 70%. So when it comes to vaccinations, 70% of the population only needs to be vaccinated to achieve herd immunity. So explain to me why that all of a sudden that COVID is here. Now they're saying that there's no such thing as herd immunity. So they're coming up with all types of new scientific theories now that there's no herd immunity. There are no studies that show that you cannot receive herd immunity with COVID. Translation, there's no reason for mandatory vaccination. As long as 70% of the population voluntarily takes the vaccine, that is enough to reach herd immunity, so there's no need for vaccine mandates. That is settled science. So explain to me why we're being mandated to take this vaccine if there's such a thing as herd immunity. Everybody should not have to take the vaccine. Now, do you not agree?
So the measure that you talked about, the 70% for herd immunity. First, I would know what you mean by that. What they define as herd immunity, because a lot of
why don't you just look it up?
Yeah, I can. But just why I need to look it up is that sometimes in science and medicine they define something like this is herd immunity, and then somebody arbitrarily says that this is considered herd immunity 70% because the rates of this, but this actually is. If you have more people vaccinated, then you have more herd immunity. If you have less people, you have less herd immunity. So herd immunity could be a measure that's on a scale, and choosing 70% could be somewhat arbitrary. So that's one question.
So what I'm saying to you, and I'm gonna end it here. What I'm saying to you is the scientific consensus is 70%. Of course, we can haggle back and forth, but the consensus is 70%. There's never, for any illness prior to COVID, been necessary for an entire population to be vaccinated. That never happened. And as Ariala so eloquently explained to you, COVID is too new for you to say that herd immunity doesn't apply. It's too new. You've only had it at this rate for like about 2 years. So this is just some BS that they're just making up to try to force people to be vaccinated. And we understand that in this room. I'm just saying. That's all. I want you to know that we understand what's happening. That's all. That's all. I'm finished. Somebody else can
go. The herd immunity. I think that I don't understand what they mean by there is no herd immunity, but from COVID that makes no sense to me.
I'm explaining it to you now, Raj. I'll say it one more time. The fact that we are being mandated to be vaccinated is showing you that they're saying that there's no herd immunity, because otherwise, 70% of the people, if they're vaccinated, should achieve herd immunity, and the people that don't want to do it shouldn't have to do it. That's been the case in every other case except this. Now they're mandating that 100% of the population be vaccinated. That is new science. That's new science. With no actual studies to back it up. That's what I'm telling you.
For me, the idea of herd immunity, my understanding was that it is that there is herd immunity for COVID. It's just that it would take years and years for the population to develop it, and that.
So what you're saying to me then, Navraj, what you're saying to me then is because it'll take years, they're not going to wait the years it'll take. They're just going to force everybody to do
it. Yeah. Because
no. I'm all set. I am all set. Salaki Ariel, it is all yours. Salaki.
No, I'm curious to know why you don't. I would want to know why you find that wrong. That it take years.
If I have to explain to you why in a country that you say is free, that I find it wrong that we're being forced to be vaccinated, then if you say you live in Canada, isn't that a democracy? What kind of question is that, Navaraj? Like, come on.
Can I just up until now? We haven't been addressing the question of whether you should be forced or not. That's another question. We've been addressing whether a vaccine is effective and whether it's better.
Navraj,
that's a different question. I didn't. So far, I didn't.
Navraj, it's not though. I took my time and I actually looked it up, and the top 5 countries when it comes to vaccinations are also part of the top 10 COVID plague countries, like Israel, India, America. These are top countries when it comes to vaccinations, and they're still part of the top 5 when it comes to the COVID cases. So the vaccine doesn't work just by simple statistics
So
and
I got
results.
I
So,
got a
Salakia,
question.
can I ask him a question from a scientific
One second,
perspective?
Drew. Real quick,
Salakia.
Drew. Let me ask him this question. I don't know if you notice or not, but we do a lot of street teaching and everything. And one thing I need to ask is why is the homeless population not being affected like they are, and the drug addicts and everything? Because I still see the same people that we've been preaching to through the whole COVID, and they're not wearing masks, they're not clean, they're not nothing, but yet they're surviving. So is their immune system building up something? Must we go out there in order for our immune system to build up something? I'm just not seeing what they're saying.
so
So, like, one second. To add to Macabre's position, also in that same, or with this same example, we should see those homeless bodies on the ground,
Con,
dead right there. They should just be dead right there. Because they're not gonna say, "Oh, I have COVID. Let me go to the nearest hospital 3.8 miles away." They're not gonna say that. So it should just be dead bodies around. Why aren't there just dead bodies around in the major?
Hey, shalom to all of the Akim. Yabba Shema Shabbat. But
Shalom,
Navraj,
shalom. Shabbat shalom, shalom.
Navraj, are you in the medical industry or in the pharmaceutical industry?
I'm in the healthcare. I work in healthcare.
Okay, no problem, no problem. So my background, I work in the investment industry, but I used to work for GSK. You're familiar with GSK?
Is that Glaxo something?
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct. That's correct. So I used to work with them, and we have like contracts with other pharmaceutical companies. Well, I'm saying we like as if I'm still there, and they have contracts with Pfizer, AstraZeneca, and well, we didn't do Moderna because actually Moderna never even produced anything in terms of pharmaceutical stuff until COVID. But that's another story. Essentially, these vaccines were actually created from when I first started GSK in 2015. Some of the properties to help with the stabilizing is phenoxyethanol, formaldehyde, monosodium glutamate, phosphorus. It can vary from white phosphorus or just standardized phosphorus. And also, did I say cyanide? And there's also, well, they don't do mercury anymore, but can you explain to me what use has formaldehyde, monosodium glutamate, phenoxyethanol, cyanide, and phosphorus got to do anywhere near the human body, let alone inside the human body? If you can break that down for me, I will take the vaccine tomorrow.
You're asking me these chemicals. What use would they have naturally in the body?
Yeah, so how can they be used for the betterment of our body? They go inside our bodies because there's other aspects to the vaccine, but those are the stabilizing agents, right? I'm sure that in vaccines they need agents to stabilize the whole vaccine, even the very syringe, let alone the properties together, right?
Yes.
So can you please explain to me, I can say it again if you want, why do those particular properties, how can they in any way provide any form of health benefits? Any, I don't mind any, please, any, to the human body.
So you're asking these compounds, cyanides and formaldehyde, whatever, all of these things, why you're asking me if they have alone, if you just gave this to somebody, cyanide and formaldehyde, what if they would have any health benefits?
Okay, let me help you then.
Of course,
Not alone, but okay, let's not say alone. Let's not say alone. Let's help you then. All of them put together as part of the stabilizing, because it's not just one of them stabilize one syringe and one the other. They're all in the concoction of as the stabilizing agents of the vaccines. So please, can you tell me what good use have they got?
Are you saying that? So what the use that they have for I don't think there's any use for the body. They probably have use in terms of making the actual vaccine. Vaccine can be delivered to your body. That's the only use. There's no point of putting your body.
Okay, no problem. So you're basically saying that there's no use of them to our body, but for the sake of stabilizing the vaccine. But the
That,
problem
that,
is that
but I
everyone
don't
in
think.
this room, everyone in this room, let's say, or based on your logic, everyone should go and get the vaccine, which has all these things that are going into our bodies. That's what this big argument is about. So that's why I would like for you to give a sign. If you don't know, well, like, it's not a problem. Like, I'm just saying, I would like to get your understanding on that.
So my understanding of those compounds is that those compounds probably have no use for the body and probably harm the hot body. If you take them in high enough concentrations over time, the only purpose they have is to deliver that vaccine. So
Probably,
are you saying that those are dangerous? Those in the
Mirage,
vaccine, the amounts that are
Mirage,
in the
they'll
vaccine.
probably harm the body. Cyanide.
Sorry.
You said that those compounds will probably hurt the body.
If you give somebody, it depends with all of these compounds. It depends on how much you give.
No
Like,
problem. So let's say it was a little bit of monosodium glutamate,
yeah,
or let's say a gram of cyanide. Let's just say a gram, or half a gram. Half a gram of cyanide, half a gram of formaldehyde, half a gram of monosodium glutamate, half a gram of white phosphorus. Can that gram? What use has that gram got to do with the body in any way, shape, or form?
it 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 doesn't. So if you're asking that, does that gram of cyanide help the body? Like goes into the
The
body?
reason why I'm asking that is
No.
because there's more of those properties than the very virus that they're trying to vaccinate you from. So it
What do you
outweighs that.
what do you mean that that by weight it's higher than the actual vaccine particles in it?
That's correct.
So is there something weird about that? I don't know.
Uh,
Is it strange that is that strange? I don't know. I'm not a
okay.
vaccine chemist.
Let's put it like this: the COVID vaccine, the virus is what is part of the vaccines. They either use a
Yeah,
dead version or a weak version, right? Let's go in numbers. Let's say 100, right? Out of the vaccine that needs 100,
yeah.
20 is the actual coronavirus, the actual virus, right? Whether it be dead or weak. Now I have
Like
to
by
give
weight,
that claimer,
by
right?
weight,
So let's say
by
it's
weight is
20.
20%.
Sorry, there's a bit of a lag, but let me land and then I'll give it to you and I'll yield my mic to the rest of the Akim. Let's say, for example, there is 30 points of the coronavirus that is literally in the syringe. And then let's say there's 15 of monosodium glutamate. Let's say there's 30 of phenoxyethanol. Let's say there's 20. All of those things, all the harmful things actually outweigh the amount of what's the actual vaccine, the actual virus we're dealing with. So please, can you explain to me why should I now take that? So there's more harm than good.
So just to paraphrase what you're saying that if in an actual vaccine by weight the other stabilizer molecules outweigh the actual vaccine particles
That's
significantly.
correct. That's
That
correct.
that means what? That the overall it's harmful for you. It has to be harmful for
Wow.
you.
You don't think that's harmful?
No,
You
no, no,
don't?
no, no. Is it harmful putting those things? Because I know that when we eat food and there's pesticide residues in it. I I
Right.
I I wonder if those pests are that the amount of these chemicals that are in one vaccine dose could be insignificant relative to things you breathe in the air.
Is there any food or any good properties in the vaccine? Please help me with that. Though I've given you all the compounds to what's in a vaccine,
I
is there
know,
anything good?
but your question is like, is there anything good about those things? Those things are there to stabilize the vaccine.
But
So
it
that's the
destroys the
good.
body though.
Yes, but does it hurt the body? That's the question. I don't.
Oh no, it doesn't hurt it. It destroys it. That's what I said. It doesn't hurt it. It
Yeah, so that's
destroys it.
where so that you and I would have to go and look at the research to see does that much. It doesn't matter about how much weight it is relative to the vaccine particle. Even if the vaccine is only 1% and the rest is 99%, the question is, does those many grams of cyanide for whatever blah blah actually harm the body in the long run? And that's the question that I just based on my intuitive knowledge of biology, probably not. People put way more other things in their body over the years in the form of pesticide residues, and so that's
I use
against.
But
my
I don't think that's
I
the
use my
case
mic.
though. Yeah,
I use my mic.
I don't think that's, and I was listening. That's not the point, because we understand that this whole world causes different sicknesses and diseases with the air and the water being polluted, right? Which we're against those things too. But the point is, we're talking about this vaccine that is supposed to be helpful for us, but yet we see more hazardous properties in this poison than we do to actually affect the virus. And if you're talking about boosters, you're talking about getting extra doses over time, you're talking about them making it a requirement each year to shoot yourself up. On top of that, all of the other vaccines, flu shot, all of these other things are going to continue to put into our bodies, which have been linked to causing certain brain deficiencies in kids, right? So you mix all that on top of the air being poisoned, on top. No wonder why the population is being killed off rapidly like it is. It sounds like to me just another additive to population control. So I don't. The point is, if this vaccine is supposed to be medicine, we know the toxins in the air is not medicine. We know the pesticides on food is not medicine, but this is supposed to be medicine for health. But we see less health properties in the vaccine itself. Why is that?
You'd have to go into the specifics of that. You saying you're talking about these furosemide and cyanide and all these things, and because these are things that you don't normally wouldn't take in your body, you're saying that, well, then even taking a small amount in a vaccine once, not like food where you eat it every day, that has to be harmful, and that's what I'm questioning.
No, that's not what we're saying. No.
A sprinkle of poison. Then is that all right? Then is that what we're saying? Because they're not advocating
if you want to call it a sprinkled
veg.
poison, yeah, call it a sprinkled poison that does nothing to your body if you do it once.
That's not what we're saying, though. It does. But what we're saying is, but you're missing the point. Right. And you're also missing the point. The point is, why is a poison in a medicine?
Oh my God.
Hold on. Time out. This is the point that you're missing. It's like you're trying to dodge the point. The point is, if this is a medicine, why is more poison in this medicine than actual medical?
To make a vaccine without using any of those things.
I don't think you need a vaccine at all.
No, that's not true, sir.
That's your opinion on the vaccine then. But what I'm asking you, if you do believe in vaccines, is it possible to make a vaccine without using furosemide, cyanide, and those things? If it was, maybe we would.
So I don't believe we should make any vaccines, right? Because I don't even see them pushing for fruit and veg in the same way that they do for these vaccines. You've never seen them push for health in terms of have vegetables, have fruit in the way that they listen, I would love to say I can't travel to this country if I don't have a big box of fruit. That would be amazing. Can you? Oh man, I can't get into that country unless I get my boosters of fruit. That is beautiful because we know there's more healing properties in natural non-GMO fruit than there is in any syringe which is genetically modified.
Andrew, can I add to your point? This is a true story. They said I had the COVID. They said I had COVID. They said I had to go home and I had to quarantine. So I went home and immediately, I always give my kids small doses of it. But I gave my kids black seed oil, right? So every morning I would give them a dose of black seed oil and I would give them a dose of honey. So I would give them black seed oil and then I would give them honey. I did that the whole time they said that I had the COVID, and I did that with my wife. And I didn't even quarantine myself. I just stayed in my home. My kids never got sick. They never got sick. My wife never got sick. And I continue to give. If you look up the properties in black seed oil, you'll know the health benefits with black seed oil. That's just one herb that my kids and my family take. And even when I supposedly got the COVID, it really didn't even do anything to me. I didn't even feel like I had COVID in the first place. But the point I'm trying to make is there's so many other herbs that you can take versus bypassing the natural defenses of your immune system, which is found in your nasal cavity and in your mouth area, bypassing your natural defenses and injecting a sickness and poison directly into your body. I don't understand that.
So just to go back to the thing about the poison, I don't share your perspective on this. The vaccine that has formaldehyde and cyanide or whatever is necessarily a harmful poison. If they need it to make the vaccine, and then that's fine. I just don't think. To me, I don't think I believe that those chemicals in that syringe. That doesn't mean that all those other things. I think that is what I'm more worried about is pesticides in foods and in your shampoo, like chemicals in shampoos and soaps and toothpaste and stuff like that.
I agree with you. So let's add to the bad stuff then. Let's add to it because we're already dealing with it in the air and the food anyway. So what we should do is add to more of the unhealthy poisonous stuff,
No,
and then hope for the best because
you
the
think
government
no, wait a
who has
minute.
hid
If you just
who's
for
hid paper.
first you shouldn't just inject cyanide and those other chemicals for no reason. If there's
Oh,
it's
do it in
because it's
moderation.
you do it because the vaccine because you want because I understand you don't believe in vaccines, so on that's a point on which we differ. We can't get past that. But
No
if you
problem.
do believe in vaccines, then I believe that those things are insignificant. They're not everything you put into your body has a significant effect, especially when you do it just once, a tiny bit once. It's over repeated exposures. Same with people who smoke. Smoking, I bet you smoking one cigarette exposes you to way more toxins than the vaccine. Just one
True,
cigarette.
I agree with you. So do you know what we should do then? If we brothers, sisters, let's get the vaccine, but do not get three or two, because if we get two or three, we've overexposed and we've overdone it. We didn't do it in moderation, so we should get one. Is that what you're saying?
No. Why would
Navraj?
you? Why would you think that that's from what I just said? Why would you think that's what I'm saying?
No, because you're talking about there's a small amount and that shouldn't actually have a harm to the body. I'm saying to you, what use are those things in your body for good or bad? Like
The
what possible good reasons could they have in your body? And that you're
Are
in the
you
healthcare
again
system.
asking me? Are you again asking the question of whether cyanide and formaldehyde are by themselves good for your body? I already said no, they're not. They probably harm your
Okay,
body. But in the context of
okay.
one vaccine, even if you get another booster in 6 months, that's like smoking another probably less than smoking another cigarette in 6 months.
It's a tiny
Body,
bit more. It's a tiny bit
what
more than a
what
cigarette on the basis that there's a direct correlation. Even with the CDC and old old archives in the medical and pharmaceutical industry, that vaccines have a direct correlation with neurological disorders and damages. And funnily enough,
Facts.
I'm so passionate because my son was one of them, and then I found that his name was in a research system that we actually weren't part of. So he's actually got development issues. So I'm not talking from someone who doesn't know or not actually dealing with family firsthand. I've got cousins who's lost children the moment they had vaccinations. So that's what I'm saying. It's not just us lot just talking about it, going on about it from what we think, conspiracy theories. I came from that industry. I've dealt with it firsthand with my son. All praise to the Most High, he's still alive. What should I now do now? What do I do now?
what's the neurological disorder you're talking about? You're talking about
Autism,
autism.
autism. Yes.
So that this the we talked about this earlier. I think before you were here is that I don't before I remember studying this stuff about autism. This was maybe 8 years ago, and based on what I read, I came to the personal belief that it doesn't that it isn't rates of autism aren't higher in people vaccinated. But I don't
No
remember
problem.
the
I'll back channel it to you, and I'll yield my mic. I'll send you literally, and if you can somehow discredit this source that I'll send to you, then bro, I'll take the vaccine tomorrow. But with that being said, I'll yield my mic and I'll send it to you, Navraj. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Also, look up Dr. Rebecca Carley. She's a Edomite doctor. She also does extensive research. All you got to do is you can look her up on YouTube or look her up online. Her name is Dr. Rebecca Carley, and she actually talks against vaccines. She's a doctor, but she goes against vaccines, and she has a lot of information you guys should check out too.
okay, thanks.
Hey, you're being a coon right now, though. Now, Raj, you're being a coon for whatever you learned in Canada when it comes to the medical field, whatever oath you took, the Hippocratic oath, or whatever whatever doctrines you learn from your enemies. Because right, I'm about to put up this article right now, right? And then I'm gonna get back. I'm gonna give it back to the brothers. I'm gonna put up this article right now where India, the place where you're originally from, India has an art with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation because of their vaccines. Like, it's crazy that you are a Elamite from India and you're speaking highly about vaccinations, but your home country is in an uproar about them. This is fucking ridiculous, and you are a coon.
What's a coon?
A traitor of their nation, culture, and heritage.
Well, you might disagree with me, but I believe these things based on my impression of things I've learned. If it turns out that I'm wrong, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this intentionally.
Why
I would,
didn't you learn? Why didn't you learn something from your home country, India?
what's happening in India with this thing? And that's not.
I
It's not.
just PTR pull to refresh, and check out the source, and check out. Just look it up, man. Look it up. How India is angry with the vaccination companies, especially the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation.
Okay, I can look that up. I can go and see what it is. I wouldn't be. I'd have to look into the details of that with them.
Yeah, man, but you
I
don't
do
have
know that. I do know that pharmaceutical companies, even if they,
you don't have family. You don't have family in India
I
that put you on to what's going on out there.
no, not actually. All my family's moved out to other countries now, to England, Australia, and the United States and Canada.
Damn, India, Australia, United States, Canada, white man, white man, white man, white
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
Damn.
Just because of of course, we moved to richer countries because of colonialism. India was left poor by the British, so
Yeah.
become
So you
our
migrate.
parents came here for better opportunities.
And you have assimilated. You have assimilated, and now you're no longer an Indian man. You are a British man.
In many ways, yes, I'm Canadian. I have a Canadian passport, so in many ways, I embody that privilege of being Canadian, and I grew up learning Canadian history the way that I was taught in schools. But I'm also trying to correct that by learning about the real history of things. So,
You sure about that, Navraj? It seems like you've been drunken by their wine, man.
in having this discussion, it's not like I've been describing the reasons for why I believe all these things. It's not like it was just believe things for no reason. I mean, you might disagree with me on some of these things. Like, for example, this whole discussion we just had about the cyanide and stuff like that. I'm not sure what your impression is. I still think that what I said makes sense about that. Doesn't it make sense? Just because something is cyanide or furosemide or whatever, then putting into your body is more harmful than beneficial. To me, that argument didn't make sense. And I don't think it's because I just drunk the Kool-Aid or whatever, drunk the wine. It's because that's what I believe, and I give you reasons for it.
But you haven't answered the question that I put on the table about why the homeless aren't being affected with COVID like every other demographic is, and they are the most exposed.
So I'd have to look into the details of to what degree they're actually affected, and so yeah, I'm not sure what you mean with they're not dying
Well,
of COVID.
well,
You
well,
said
if
lots of people dying, homeless people dying of COVID.
here's the thing. There's a heavy. I don't know about Canada, but there's a heavy homeless population. The opioid situation. I mean, there's a lot of people on the streets, and we're just not stepping over the bodies like they're saying because
Well,
homeless people are
I'd be
going to the
surprised if lots of homeless in here where I live. There are a lot of homeless people in Vancouver. It's a bit more rare to see homeless people who are elderly and who have significant like medical conditions. It's more the people in nursing care homes that are dying. The vast majority of people who get COVID don't get that sick. They recover from it,
So that would, if that's the case, if there's from what I understand, there's a 98 point whatever chance of recovery, and we know that from last year because if you went to the doctor and had the flu, they gave you more medication than they did giving you this deadly disease that has crippled the world. And they quarantined you 14 days. And guess what you did? You went home and you treated it like a flu and you survived. So why do we need this? And you know that your body automatically, once you get something, has natural antibodies that can fight off the disease. And there are actually studies out there saying that your natural antibodies are more sufficient than the vaccine. What say you?
So it's true that the vast majority of people who get this don't get that sick. I know lots of people who've gotten COVID and it was variable. Some of them were sick for like a week, some were just a couple of days, some just had a cold. So it's true. When it comes to the flu, I think the flu is just like COVID in terms of how many people it kills and all that. It's just that our system is already equipped to deal with numbers of we weren't equipped for COVID. So even though it's generally most people recover from it, the survival rate is really high. If you look at what happened in actual countries like in Italy and France and at the beginning of the pandemic, it the systems were overwhelmed with the number of people dying. If you called an ambulance, there's no ambulances available. They didn't have enough people like at rooms at the hospital for the people in the ICU. So our system is not equipped for this huge surge that came because of COVID. So that's why
But yet there's a 98 point whatever chance that you survive. Like,
what
where is the emergency? And I want to know what
no, no, no.
happens to. Hold on. I want to know because statistically, they're saying that the flu kind of had a weak year last year. I want to know where'd it go. It's been since I've been a kid, average every year. But now all of a sudden, its numbers have gone down. Now I ask you, is it on vacation? Is it
You
collecting Social Security? Where's the flu?
I'm not sure if anybody else can answer this. To me, this was a very obvious answer to this question. Like since the pandemic began, I'm a person who I always get sick at least twice a year. Since the pandemic began, I didn't get sick at cold or flu for a year and a half. After a year and a half, I got a cold for the first time, which never happens to me. And there's a reason for that. Is because since the pandemic, we've been having so much social distancing and wearing masks that the flu was almost non-existent this year in the last year, which makes sense. If you have this much measures taken to think restaurants are shut down, people are wearing masks, then the other respiratory illnesses are also going to be drastically reduced.
It
So
actually doesn't
shouldn't
make
that,
sense because
like,
what it points to is that instead of people having the flu, they're just saying they got COVID. The flu didn't go anywhere, and that's what's obvious here in what Macabre is saying. But go ahead, Macabre.
yeah, no.
But
So I'm saying with his logic, what he's saying then, if that has cut down on the flu with all the social distancing and the mask and everything, shouldn't that have cut down on the COVID? Seeing that it's a very similar thing, but no, it has advanced. I mean, it's just not weighing to me. You know what I'm saying? The flu went down, COVID went up. You know what I'm saying? I don't
no,
understand.
the COVID went up, but the COVID numbers did keep increasing, which we expected. But it's
Oh,
just
there's a spike all the time,
there's a
but
yeah there,
but
but
I'm not seeing the bodies to prove it.
did you in Italy and in France and in
I
a lot
can
of the
only
major
attest to what I see over here in America, and you still
well you're
can't
that
prove to me. You can't prove to me. I don't know what the data is over there, but I can tell you what I see in my neighborhood. I can tell you I came through the AIDS epidemic, and I know more people who died of AIDS by this time than I do of COVID.
so that you have to look at the data for the whole world, not just in your neighborhood. You
Well,
have to look at hospitals because
if it's a
especially what's happening
vaccine,
in nursing homes.
I'm trying to tell you that if I don't see it here, why and I don't believe it here, why the hell would I believe it over there?
Okay, maybe that's your perspective, but for me, when
It
in
should be
determining
your perspective.
no determining the how does that have to look at the whole world. And in my city, like I live in Montreal, there was a lot of people dying in nursing homes. Lots of people died, like to the point where the workers would refuse to go to work because they didn't have equipment. They didn't want to die. They didn't want to get COVID. Like this, and that was reproduced in other major cities, like in Toronto, and I know that in European cities, that a lot of people dying.
So that's one demographic. Then you're saying,
I
what
know
about
some
the
people.
vast majority of people? Because the elderly, that's just one demographic, and a lot of them were already sick and dying off.
Yeah, that's the demographic that was most affected in terms of fatality was elderly people and people with pre-existing conditions. So the rest of the
So,
people, the majority of
so
them
what
weren't.
does that have to do with my 5-year-old grandchild?
So that the reason that the rest of us get vaccinated and undertake these measures is to protect those people, the vulnerable people. If I got COVID, I don't think I would be that worried. I think
98 protect them for something that has a 98% survival rate.
yes, but if you look at actual real world experiences of places that were hit early and didn't have these things in place, it was chaos. Lots of people died. you can call ambulances, and they didn't have enough people, places in ICUs and hospitals. They had to pick between people. They would give one person a ventilator and then let another person die, and that happened a lot in these places. So that's the reason why we took these measures.
But I think what the elder is saying is that we need, respectfully, I'm only dealing with what I see in front of me, because news and media can manipulate anything. I want to see what's in front of me. I haven't seen thousands and thousands of people die, and I'm in Los Angeles. This is where supposedly the highest numbers of COVID is at right now. Supposedly, I'm in LA. I don't see this mass dead, everybody everywhere sick. Well, I don't see it. I really don't see it. And also too, even in the hospitals, like I don't see it. I mean, yes, people get sick. People get sick every day. But this mass destruction, and this is why I think the elder is asking about, if it is this bad, we should see dead bodies on the street.
No, I don't. I disagree with you. I disagree.
Wait, hold on. Let me say this. If it is this bad, then I should be able to walk outside, and I should be able to see tons of dead bodies on the street, because the homeless population is not going to the doctor. They're not getting shots. They're only worried about getting their next drug or their next fix. And we should see them be the first ones to go, because they're not clean. They're not sanitized. So the virus should just be wiping them out.
No, I wouldn't expect that. I wouldn't expect the homeless people that I've seen in our cities.
I'm talking about what I've seen, not you. So what I'm saying, hold on, Navaj, hold on. Listen, let me say this. We're not talking about what you see, because what you see could be make believe. I don't know, but I'm talking about what I see in my city. I'm not talking about around the world, going to China, I'm not talking about that. When I walk outside in Los Angeles, California, I see the sun shining, I see the birds chirping. I don't see a whole bunch of dead bodies from a deadly disease on the ground. I don't see it. Now, you can't tell me what I see or what I don't see in my own home country. I don't know what you see. But we don't see it. That's the point. And since we don't see it, it raises the questions in our minds.
So for homeless people, I wouldn't expect homeless people to be affected that much, because they're not elderly and pre-existing condition. They're not nursing home patients.
That's not true. Hold on. I don't think you ever been to LA. And if you have, you probably only stayed in the white parts. There are a whole bunch of elderly that are homeless in LA. Even people with missing people with missing legs.
Okay, that's fine.
Hold on, Navaj. No. Navaj, listen. Well, then that defeats the purpose. Okay, hold on. So they're outside. So why the hell did the government have us inside?
Yeah,
if outside is going to help us, if outside is going to help us, why the hell are we inside? And let me correct you. Let me correct you. There's a bunch of elderly people out here. People with missing arms, people with missing hands, people that are out of their minds, people that are 60, 70. It's a lot of elders. Matter of fact, majority of the homeless population are older, above 50 and up, because they come from the drug era, which happened in the 80s in LA. So you're wrong with that. And I see them doing the same thing every single day. And I don't see this mass destruction. I don't. Mind you, Navaj, I'm going to tell you this. Excuse me if my background is loud. I'm about to yield my mic. I believe in natural medicines, Navaj. Okay? I know people, and I'm not going to say no names, but just know this is a fact from who I know. Their kids have never taken a flu shot, taking a corona, taking a no shot. And these kids are not sick. And they haven't. The only thing that I've seen these kids get is when they were teething, when they were little, they got a little fever. Other than that, and they might occasionally get a runny nose. But other than that, these kids are not sick. And I'm speaking from my own personal experience. I gave you one herb that you could take, black seed oil. Black seed oil. When I got COVID, I did not quarantine myself inside of my house. I just stayed in my house, but I still was walking around. I still was hugging my baby. I still was sitting by my wife, the whole nine. I gave my kids black seed oil and honey, and not one of them got sick. Not one of my kids got sick. My kids go to daycare. Not one of them got sick or get sick. What I'm saying to you is, if you believe in a vaccine, that's fine. That's your prerogative. I believe in natural medicine. And I think the government understands that natural medicine works. But why are we not pushing natural medicine? Why are we not pushing herbs, but we're pushing chemicals? That is my problem. We're pushing chemicals, but we're not pushing natural herbs that are helpful to the body. And the statistics show that herbal medicine works far more better. And this from my experience, Navaj, far more better, because I'm gonna tell you this, Navaj, and I'm gonna yield. I haven't taken the vaccine since I was 13. I haven't got shot with a needle since I was 13. And like I told you, I haven't had the flu in I don't know how long. Maybe a runny nose, but I barely even get that. And even when they said I had COVID, I don't even believe I had that, because with all the false readings and false tests going on, it's hard to believe what's really true or not. They told me I had COVID. I took a 30-minute test. They told me I had COVID. But then I took a 24-hour test, and it came back and said I didn't have COVID. So I'm thinking to myself, well, damn, do I have COVID or not? These are the things that are making us skeptical. Well, we're already skeptical with the government, but it's not making it no better that all of these different discrepancies with this particular virus are coming in, Navaj. That's all we're saying from what we see, brother. Now, I don't know what you see in Canada, but I don't see I don't see like the Black Plague, the bubonic plague, when the bubonic plague wiped out populations. I don't see that with the COVID. I don't see that. And even when they defeated the bubonic plague, they didn't have vaccines. So the bubonic plague, y'all, and it's the Black Plague or the plague of death, y'all can look it up. Way worse than the COVID. I don't see what happened then happening with us. I don't see that. I don't feel it. And they got over that without a vaccine. So I'm just trying to figure out, why are they pushing this vaccine so hard on us, and specifically the black and Latino community, because they say that we die from it more. I just don't get it, Navaj. Respect.
So the first part about homeless people dying in the streets, I think that when it comes to homeless people, you have to look at the whole picture, not just like what you think should show up. Even if homeless people are dying, you're not going to see them dying on the streets. They're going to be taken to hospitals and put into ventilators, and they're going to die there. So you're not going to be seeing people dying in the streets.
Totally
That's
not
one thing.
true.
And then people being outside.
That's not true in the hood, Navaj. Just letting you know, that's not true in the hood, Navaj.
I don't know where he
Maybe
lives, man.
that's true for where.
I see dead, but look, Navaj, I didn't see homeless people passed out, lifeless on the street, and then paramedics came and picked them up, Navaj.
Because that's not how COVID works.
When you go to look, listen. When you go to downtown, look, Navaj. When you go to downtown, Navaj, listen. That's not the point. The point is we don't see these things, and I'm gonna tell you, in the hood, the paramedics and the cops, they don't give a damn about the hood, Navaj. They don't come trying to check and see, let me roll through and see who has COVID progressively. They don't care about us in the hood, Navaj.
I'm just saying that maybe that's your. I'm not going to talk about your reality, but still, the idea that homeless people are not dying in the streets, to me, that doesn't. You still have to measure that against all the places that we see people actually did die in nursing homes.
No, I don't
homeless
have to,
people are
because
outside. They're outside. Being outside
Yeah.
makes a huge difference.
home.
And you're right. I
No,
agree
no,
with you.
wait,
It doesn't make
wait,
sense
wait.
for the
Hold
government to tell us to go inside. At that part, I agree with you. We should be told to go outside.
Navraj, hold on, one second.
But he spoke so long. He made 5 points. I'm trying to respond to one.
Navraj, what I'm saying is, before you just loosely respond to one or respond to two, don't frame your responses. It's a little disingenuous, right? Like, he's actually having a real conversation with you. What you just did was framed it and said, hey, this is not going to happen. People who can't go inside anywhere, which is why they called homeless, who live on the streets, for an example, most people would die inside of their homes or die inside of the hospitals. They would die inside of some form of shelter, but they're called homeless for a reason, because they don't have a home. So they would die where they exist at. So you to say, hey, no, they're not going to die on the street. They're going to be taken to a hospital before they die. That's a little disingenuous. I'm
Why is
saying,
that genius? That doesn't make sense. I'm not talking about your reality, but here, when people have can't breathe anymore and they're on the streets, then somebody around them would call an ambulance, and the ambulance would come pick them up.
Okay, let me ask you a question. So, in every COVID-19 situation, is it about breathing? Can you have COVID and not have the symptoms?
If you have COVID and not have symptoms, yeah, that happens too, or you have really
Can
mild.
you die having COVID and not having the symptoms, Navraj?
No, you
You
can't. You
can't
can't
die,
die from COVID if you don't have any symptoms from it.
Navraj. All right. Okay. All right. Let's start over, Navraj. All right. We're talking about homeless people. Can you hear me, Navraj?
Yes,
Okay. So most homeless people, you took a shot at the fact of their age and their ability to be able to move around. So most homeless people. I'm from the city of Atlanta. I'm not sure where you're from. But I'm from the city of Atlanta. Most homeless people are of the elderly community and are in some way, form, and fashion handicapped to where they can't necessarily work. How is it where you are?
here it's similar, but it's not the same as a nursing home. Like people with nursing homes who need help,
Uh
like
huh.
who getting out of bed and things like that. It's not that demographic. A lot of them are older, but
Got got you. Well, you can die in your 30s and your 40s from COVID, right?
you can. It's just really rare, very rare.
I got you. No problem. So when you got those group of homeless people, are you saying that those group of homeless people can't die on the street?
They can die on the street. You can, but I don't expect to see dead bodies in the street. Somebody might die in the
What?
street. There might be a significant portion that actually do get transported to hospital because here,
Uh-huh.
again, I can't speak from there, but here, homeless people, they do. If someone is sick, then other people will call an ambulance for them.
Got you. So we should be able to see some form of percentage that does die on the street, though, because that's not going to be every case. Every case, there's not going to be somebody that's nearby with a cell phone on a charger that's going to call the ambulance, right? Because if homeless people are on the street, maybe they catch the flu, maybe they catch the common cold, maybe they just coughing. So they think it's more so based on that and not based on the fact that they have an hour or two to live in terms of they continue coughing or they can't breathe. Maybe they'll die in that way. So we should see a percentage. Like even if there's four people in the homeless community that dies a day, we should still should see a percentage, maybe one at least, that does die on the street, right?
Would you expect there to come and walk by and you see their dead bodies lying on the street for like a long
No,
time?
no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying there should be a percentage of dead bodies within the homeless community. If there's 10 people that's
Deaths.
homeless, because we're talking about thousands of COVID deaths, right? So we're talking about, let's just say out of the thousands of deaths that they marking these numbers up, let's just say that 10 to 15 are homeless. At least one or two out of the 15 should die on the street. Like should die in their homes, which is the street.
It
Just one or two.
it could, but these numbers are speculative. I
What
don't know
I'm
if that's true. I guess,
Right. So what I'm
and if they
saying,
do,
it
what could you actually
could.
see? What do you actually see
That's
on the street?
Navraj. That's why I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. I'm not saying 14 out of 15. I'm saying one or two because it could. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So it could be a dead body on the street. So what I'm saying is, when you're generally living in an apartment complex, or you're generally living in like houses, or going to the malls, or going to all of these popular places, you're not just seeing females dancing. That's not the common thing. But when you do glance on social media, you see that because it's being recorded, whether they're inside or out. So, what I'm saying is, if there is a dead body that you come across, one in Canada today, tomorrow, one in Seattle, there should be some form of pattern or something being recorded to where we can actually see it. That's what I'm saying. If there's a dead body on the street, someone will record it. We record fights, two people jumping out of a taxi fighting, a female twerking on 14th Street on top of a car. If there was a dead body on the street, it should be recorded and documented and talked about. For an example, we there's a lot of police deaths, police killing the black community. It is not, thousands aren't recorded a day, but one may be recorded and talked about for 2 to 3 months. So what I'm saying is one body would be recorded. One. So by you saying it's speculative, by you saying it could, the one out of the 15 can be recorded. Everything else, we're in a day and age we're in the information age. Everything else is recorded. So we should see at least one body a week recorded, dead on the street. Out of the 320 homeless people that died from COVID in a week, we should see one body recorded consistently. Shouldn't we? Shouldn't that be a normal percentage? The fact that we're in the information age.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, it could be true, but I'm not sure. I don't know. Would that actually translate to?
Right. So things are taking place and it's being
Because
recorded.
people
Wait,
do people record dead bodies? That's a like that's an
yes,
and
yes,
put them on the internet. Like
yes,
Absolutely, Navaj.
yes.
it could be. I'm just saying
People
that I'm questioning this. That what does
have
this actually happen as common that people?
Have you been in the internet before, Navaj? You
yeah,
ever
yeah,
seen?
yeah. I don't. Have you? Do you
I've
know
never
what the
seen, in
internet
my
is?
opinion, I've never seen people put up pictures or videos of dead bodies.
Scott,
They was
have
just at
you
the
seen?
concert with what's the name, and they had people dead bodies on the
Right.
internet.
Did
That
you
was
see
not
the
a one.
Travis Scott?
That was like a big event that happened.
But it doesn't matter. There still was dead bodies on the camera.
Okay, I'm just
Right.
telling you, I've never seen that. I've never seen people putting one
Okay.
person dies in the street and someone records that and puts their dead body on the. It's almost like I feel like people would be like find that disrespectful
No,
if it's a single person.
No.
what they're saying is, if there was so many bodies dropping like they're saying, then
There,
it
but that's
would
not,
be recorded because people would
and
be
that's not
like,
what they're saying. But then,
"Who's
can we
here to help?"
clarify?
Well, when it
You
first started, you yourself said
you have to
that you
clarify
seen
the
all of these
beginning of what you
dead
said. The
bodies.
rest,
Hold on, man. You yourself said you saw all of these dead bodies in Italy and this and that and da da da. But now all of a sudden it has stopped. Now that we bring it out, saying that why is the homeless not dying? Now that can't be a thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and what I'm saying is, Macabre. I don't know if I can be heard right now because I got poor connection. Can I be heard? Can I be
Come,
heard?
Con.
come, we hear you.
All
We
right,
hear you.
come. Yeah. What I was saying, Raj, is that there should be some percentage of these things. Give us one every 3 months. Make us believe it. Like for you to say people record dead bodies. Yeah, people record dead bodies. I mean, when the police kill a black man, we watch his soul die, and then he's dead. Like there's a footage of dead bodies when COVID jumped off a year ago. Footage of dead bodies in little bags and stuff like that. People record everything. If
yeah.
anything that has something to do that's outside of the norm is being recorded. That even in the norm is being recorded. Everything now is being recorded. So there's no footage of that happening. And just like Macabre and the elder Macabre and Ratazan made some beautiful points. They was talking about this one community that has their back to the wall with every single situation. They're not clean. They're not sanitized. They're not inside. They don't have masks. They don't have a readily transportation to get to a primary doctor. They don't have all of these things. Yet and still, we don't see them dropping. They still exist. They don't have black seed oil. They still exist. So what do you have to say to that community? And like with the honest response to say, hey, that's a good point. But it seems like you're framing your responses to get away from the responsibility of actually answering this question with integrity.
So can I try to answer the question? So the each point you make, I question. I'm not sure. I feel like every point is speculative. The first thing is that people who are homeless are at higher risk of dying from COVID, a disease that if you're outside, you're actually less risk of transmitting it. It's almost it significantly if you're outside in the wind and each breath you're taking it dissipates into the air, you're much less likely to have.
Are you
That's
kidding
one
me?
point, but that's true, isn't it? Does somebody question that right now?
Are you kidding me? Are you just like just going with
Can
the wind
can you
right
tell
now?
me why wrong?
Well,
Wait,
why quarantine
Navraj.
us?
Okay, so
It,
New York City had how many things locked down
to the point that
No,
everybody was just simply outside and they were just breathing air and it was just disappearing in the. But New York City had the highest numbers of this so-called COVID. So what in the world are you talking about?
I don't understand what you're saying. In New York City,
I'm going
there
on
were
mute.
sorry. In New York City, there was a lot high rates of COVID, but they shouldn't have been because everybody was outside. I'm not sure what
No, we're not sure what you said.
I'm
You
saying. That
said it's wait. You said it's safer for everyone to go outside, right?
being outside reduces in the open air and not sharing in when you're inside a building, you're sharing circulated air, you're sharing air, you're breathing out, someone else is breathing in. When you're outside, the amount of air that you share with other people is significantly reduced because the air is always moving and circulating generally.
So you said it's safer for everyone to go outside,
it's
right?
it's I don't that sentence, the way you say it,
Right. I
but what I'm
want you to
saying is that
answer it.
being outside, being in the open air reduces risk of transmission.
So, okay. So being outside reduces the risk of transmission. So when I go inside of my house, I have a better opportunity of catching COVID inside of my house.
If there's another person who has COVID in your house, if there's nobody who has COVID, then no, your risk is like zero inside. If you're living alone, you're living with somebody else who doesn't have COVID, then it's zero. But if you're going
Well,
inside,
yeah,
like in a workplace, in a school or in a bus where there's other
got
people,
you,
yeah.
got you. So you hear, so you, but in the reality, you do hear yourself though, right?
Con.
Can you elaborate?
No, I was saying, do you hear yourself? I just wanted to make sure you heard yourself before I continue.
Yes, you mean I can hear my own voice speaking?
You said, so is it safer for me to be inside or is it safer for me to be outside?
It's safer to generally. This is it. It's you're less likely to transmit the virus when you're in open air. So it's safer to be outside.
So is it safer for me to be inside or is it safer for me to be outside?
If so, I'm telling you a fact. Like being outside in the open air reduces risk of transmission. When you ask,
Mm-hmm.
is it safer to me to be inside or outside? That depends on factors. If you're inside your house and there's nobody else in your house, then it's the same.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's probably less than if you're walking on a sidewalk, because then if you're on a sidewalk with strangers, then you do have some risk of getting it from people, even if you're outside. So it depends. If you look at the more specific situation,
Got you. So when I'm catching COVID and everybody is catching COVID, it's because we're inside, not outside.
it's if when people are getting COVID, a lot of times it's because it's inside. Yeah. But that's not everybody. If you're on a crowded street,
Come on,
then
bro.
So when we catch COVID, they should tell us to go outside for those 14 days, not go inside.
actually that I actually think that's true. I think that the best way to tell, no, unless you're alone. If you're alone in your house, then it doesn't matter. You can be inside your house or you can be outside. But if you're going to be outside, you should be away from
Hold
other
on. So
people.
I'm gonna
Got
quarantine
you. Hold
outside.
on. No,
Yeah,
no, I
you could.
got you. I got you.
You could. I think you
Oh,
could. You should be able to quarantine outside as long as you can
got you. No
demonstrate
problem.
not like walking down the street with like in
Got you.
standing in
Right,
line
and
at a
this
thing.
this this starting to make sense. So I should quarantine outside where everybody is versus quarantine inside.
Like I just specified, it depends where you are. If you're outside where everybody is, as in your close proximity to other people, like at a bus stop, then you
Well,
shouldn't
I
be.
have COVID. I have the COVID. I'm the walking virus.
Yeah,
So the walking virus should quarantine outside and not inside.
outside in a park, away from everybody. Like you take a
The
walk away
vi-
from
so
everybody.
got you,
Go
got you.
camping.
So the
Camping.
virus should go outside in a public park versus going inside away from public.
But what are you trying to? I'm not saying what you're saying. Can you paraphrase what I'm saying instead of asking like what do you think I'm saying right now?
No, I want you to hear yourself in my question. So the walking virus should go outside in a
No, but
public park
that
for
doesn't
the
make sense. The way you're asking
14
questions, the way people
days.
do in courts when they try to get somebody to make an answer,
I
give
want
a
you
wrong
to hear
answer.
your answer in my question.
No, but you're saying
So,
I'm telling you that being outside can be safer if you're away from everybody, and you're paraphrasing what I'm saying as so you're saying you
but you
safer
said, oh,
outside.
you said being, listen to what you said. You said being out, listen to yourself slowly. You said if you have COVID-19,
If you have COVID
you
19,
should be you should be outside,
you should be outside.
away. Listen, away from everybody in a park.
What?
Like
What
So
is
what?
that?
then
What is?
I
Are you
repeat,
kidding me?
listen, and then
No. What? Can you tell me? Can
listen to yourself. Like I'm listening to you, Navraj. So when you say away from everybody, what it does to some people in their mind, they say no. Raj means away from
You going into the
You in the
matrix,
matrix.
King.
everybody. But when I'm listening to you, I hear that you are asking the walking virus.
We can't hear you, King. You fell out. Okay, he's
Okay.
gone.
Does anybody else know what he was? Can tell me what he was talking about? Or doesn't? Or can tell me what I'm saying is doesn't make sense.
I'm about
Yeah, it doesn't make sense, but he'll be back. He'll be back
Salakia,
in a minute.
we were saying that you're retarded,
I'm
but
back.
Corey's back.
God, in a short
I'm back.
way. Go ahead, Chris.
I still got poor connection.
We hear you out.
Uh, but do you hear your answer in my question? That's all I wanted you to do was hear your answer in my question, and then you're running away from my question like it's not exactly what you said.
So wait. What? So can you repeat your question? What's your question?
No problem. I said so. You're asking. I have COVID-19. Corey
Yeah.
does. So now I'm the virus. I'm a walking vessel or host of this virus. So you're asking the walking virus to quarantine outside, not inside, right?
That's I'm not saying that you quarantine outside instead of inside. You can quarantine inside or you can quarantine outside as long as that
No,
you're
I'm asking you, the Dr. Navraj, which one is recommended. I'm the
no, 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 that's
walking
a different
virus.
question.
Should I
You're asking what's
quarantine
recommended.
outside in the public or should I quarantine inside away from the public?
Can I
Dr. Navraj?
clarify what your question is? Your question is asking me what the recommendation is or what I personally believe.
What I would assume that you were being here giving us like this is a panel full of black people, and in the audience, if you look down, those are black, Hispanic, and Native people as well. So what I'm asking you is to give these people what makes sense.
So it's my personal opinion, not the recommendation.
Yeah, yeah. If your personal opinion makes more sense than the recommendation, give me that. Can you
Okay.
do that, Dr. Navraj?
Yeah, my personal opinion
No
is not
problem.
is
I have COVID-19. I'm Corey. I am a walking virus. Should I, Dr. Navraj, quarantine outside with the public or should I quarantine inside away from the public?
my answer to that is that both quarantining inside and you can going outside can be safe for quarantine. You have to make sure that you're not at risk of transmitting the virus to other people.
Earlier, you said that outside is safer than inside for me, the walking virus. Do you take that back?
When it depends on what did you. I think that being outside is safer than if you're sharing space inside. But if you're alone inside, then it's not. If you're in your own apartment and there's nobody else there with you, then it's the same. As if you were walking outside where you're also not close to anybody.
Well, you got to understand, I'm quarantining outside. So, are you saying that for the 14 days, I should be somewhat homeless and in a space away from everybody? How is that possible living in a city? You're recommending people to be outside with COVID. I want you to know that,
I'm
Dr.
rec-
Navraj.
I'm recommending people to be away from other people. And where I live, it depends on
Well, usually away from other people would be inside of your apartment with
not
your one child and your dog. That's away from other people. And then that person and you would quarantine for 14 to 21 days. If that person is around you, your 3-year-old daughter, she cannot go outside as well. And y'all Uber Eats for 14 days with the dog. And that's away from everybody inside of an apartment. But Dr. Navraj says, go outside and walk and pass out the COVID-19 virus.
Well, Corey, the reason why Dr. Navad said that was because Dr. Navad had to make the point that homeless people are safer outside.
Exactly.
That's not
Uh-huh. And
But the problem with that, Dr. Navad, from me listening to you, is you said whether outside or inside, as long as they stay away from people. But homeless people don't stay away from people. They hang in clusters, Dr. Navad. So they should still contract the virus according to what you said, whether inside or outside. Why are we not seeing this?
so. Can you go back to we were talking? Corey was asking me a question, and then we can go to we were talking about homeless people. Just to clarify,
me and Ratazan is the same person. So what
so
he just said is what you need to respond to.
well, I'm telling you that right now that I believe that if you're away from other people, and that can be done outside, like for example, when people go camping, if you go camping, your risk of giving to somebody else then is essentially zero. If you go take, I know where I live in all this in the cities I've lived in, there are places where there's actually nobody. You can be away from everybody. Where as you're walking, the next person who's walking by is like 10 minutes away.
But Navaj, listen, the reason why we brought this up was because we brought out the point to you that if these numbers are going skyrocket like the news and the media and like yourself says, we should be able to see people in our community that are homeless without medical, that are outside contracting the virus, dropping dead. Your statement was, well, since they're outside, they're in a better condition not to get the virus. Corey wanted to break your understanding down so we can get down to what the root of what you were saying. And in the process of that, you stated that no matter if you're outside or inside, as long as you're away from other people. But remember, Navaj, this whole thing came up because the essence of the question was the homeless people. So the homeless people, Navaj, are not quarantining outside. They're just outside in groups. So how are they not dropping dead from the virus? Your original comeback was, well, they're healthier outside. But now you're switching it. You're saying they need to quarantine outside.
No,
Well,
it's a
homeless people, this is how we got to where we are right now. But homeless people are not quarantining outside, Navaj. So how are they not contracting the virus and spreading it and dying from it? And we don't see that like how they're perpetrating in the media. This is happening around the world. That was the point.
So the first thing about quarantining is the question for quarantining is how do you make your risk pretty much zero of transmitting the virus? To do that, you have to be outside where you're away from everybody. If you're on the street the way a homeless person, still outside but close to people, talking to people, then that's not effective quarantine.
No, I get it. So why? That's the point. So what we're saying is, since that's the case, why are these homeless people that we see every day in our communities not attracting the virus and they're not dying from it?
So if you're to talk about quarantine means how do you make your risk like pretty much zero? You can't do it if you are the way homeless people are.
What's wrong with this?
What I'm saying is that even if you're outside and you're not away from other people, you're still in proximity with people, you're talking to people, your risk still is lower than if you were doing the same thing inside a room.
Okay, and that's where Corey was breaking you down to get you to listen to what you're saying. So you're saying if I contract the virus, I should go outside.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying you should go. No, that's not what I'm saying. When did I say that you should go outside?
Because you're saying it's better if you're outside. That's what you just said. You said is the chances of
maybe reflect back to what I just said. Did I say is that all I said? It's better to be outside than inside.
No, listen.
There was another detail.
You just said that.
There's another detail.
Just said it.
There was another detail in there. I said if you're inside with other people.
No. Listen. No, Navaj. Listen. Yes, you did say that earlier, but you just said because I made mention whether homeless are not quarantining. So then you said, well, even though they're not quarantining, there's still a better chance since they're outside. You just said that.
Yeah, that's what I said. Then
okay, so what you're saying is when we get COVID, it's better to be outside.
That's but you're saying that you have to add the details to it. If you're inside,
it doesn't matter the details.
What? How does it not matter?
Because you just said because you just said whether they're homeless or quarantined or not, it still is better for them outside. You just said that. So if that's the case, then that means that everybody that has had COVID, it's better for them if they quarantine outside. Is that what you're saying?
It's better for them outside if they're away from other people. If they're going to do the same thing, talk to people, and it may be in a group, it's better for them to do that outside than inside.
So how are the homeless not contracting and spreading this virus like wildfire in the
And
homeless
this is all
community?
speculative. I don't know that many of the details of the homeless people. This is all speculation. These are things that I can think of that might be some of the reasons. Is
I
that
just have
even
a
if they're
one
outside talking to
last
other
quick
people, they're
question.
at lower risk because they're not doing it inside.
I got one last quick question. You said it's better to talk to people like in a small group outside than inside.
God,
Yes.
that's what he said.
Well, usually when you have COVID and you know you have COVID, you're asked to quarantine. Right, Navaj?
Yes.
So if you have a small group of people inside, when we use the term inside, of course we're talking about the terminology of your home. So that means that it's me, my two kids, and my dog. So if I'm quarantining, I was also given instructions for them to quarantine. So if we're talking in a circle over the Braves game, then I'm talking amongst people who have been had access to COVID, and we're all going to go through this process to make sure that we make it through. Then that's the inside conversation. That's the inside group, the circle that you're speaking about, which could be deemed safer because for the 2 or 3 weeks we have to stay in here, it's just us. We get past the virus, and then now the virus doesn't exist anymore, or however the process goes. But if we're out talking in a small group, if 1 to 2 people are exposed out of this small group of 4 or group of 5, and we're having a conversation, and I'm the walking virus, and 1 to 2 of these people are exposed, then they would go back to their own respective insides and spread it to their family, and that's how this thing continues. So why are you asking people to get in a small group and talk outside versus to get in a small group and talk inside? Because the inside group will be you and your family. The outside group will be you, family, friends, co-workers, so on and so forth. So if I'm talking outside and I can possibly pass this virus, then why are you recommending people to, like, I want to know, I'm going to ask you a quick better question. Why are you recommending black people to go outside and talk in a small groups? Even if you got the virus, it doesn't matter. Have a conversation with people because it doesn't spread that way as well as it would spread inside when you're quarantined away from people. Why are you requesting that black people do such a thing?
You're saying that I'm saying that black people go outside and talk to people from other households rather than staying with their own household in their house. You're saying I'm saying that.
Yeah, yeah. I think you almost got it right. So I'm going to just say yes, 100%.
Yeah, so maybe that's what people inferred, and maybe I didn't express myself well, and that's what people understood, but that's not what I'm saying. That doesn't make any sense to say, hey, go and talk to people from other households outside. It's better than being with your own family quarantined in your own house.
So should I
So
be
I'm just clarifying.
quarantined inside of my
That's
house
not
or
what
should
I'm
I
meaning, at least. I'm not
quarantine
implying
outside?
that. Maybe people are inferring that, but I'm not implying that.
Yeah, well, that's literally what you're implying. So that's what I'm saying. So you got
No,
to
no,
be
no, no, no,
able
no, no. You're not. It's not what I'm implying. It's what you're
to, uh-huh.
inferring. You're inferring what I'm saying. I'm clarifying now that that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
I was
So,
talking about if you're going to do the same thing, it's going to be people, a group of people who they're from the same household talking. Well, if they're from the same household, I guess it doesn't matter if they're inside and they're staying and they're in an apartment
right,
with each other.
right.
But if they're going to be
So
meeting with
should
people from other households,
Navaj,
they're going to be then it's
listen.
better to be outside.
So, Navaj, did you just hear yourself? I just want you to hear yourself. If you just
Just tell
said,
me what I'm saying.
okay, I'm gonna tell you right now. You just said that if I'm talking inside with my family, then they're exposed to COVID. And it's better to talk to them outside in a circle. And then you caught yourself and
Right.
you said, oh, well, I guess it really doesn't matter if they're inside or outside. And then you says, well, basically, I'm saying they're talking to another family. Why am I talking to another family if I'm the walking virus? You're telling me, you're giving these people on the panel, these black, Hispanics, and Native Americans, as well as in the audience, advice on what to do while having COVID.
I'm
You're
not.
not talking about while, wait, You're
Wait
not
a
talking
minute.
about while
No, it's not. No, I'm not saying
I'm
that. I'm saying that if
I'm
you're going to
telling
be
you,
with your
it's okay.
family, be
You don't
inside your
have to
house,
get
or
you don't have to get so emotional. I'm gonna mute you because I'm gonna say this and then I'm gonna let you respond. What I'm saying is maybe you don't understand that's what you're saying. That's why I keep saying it. Hey, I'm Corey and I'm the walking virus. What should I do for the 14 to 21 days? That's what I kept saying to you, Navraj. And you're giving recommendations of me talking to other families or talking to other small groups outside. And it's better for me to be outside versus inside with my family. That's what you're saying. So you can clear it up. I give you the opportunity to clear it up and let us know what to do, doctor.
so I believe that if you have COVID, then you should be reducing your risk of transmitting to anybody. So you stay inside your own house, and people who have been exposed to you, they should quarantine with you. Though it is possible for those say that same family, the same people, to be outside with each other, away from everybody else safely. That's what I'm saying.
All right. So y'all heard it. He cleared up his position. Navraj, I don't think that last part makes sense because if we're all exposed in one house, then we're already exposed. So why go outside in some type of remote camp to
No, no,
be
no.
outside?
I'm not saying that by doing that you're reducing your risk. I'm saying that if you want to have more, like, in our rule here was that you're not allowed to go anywhere outside. I think the reason the government had that rule is because they can't monitor people outside. The people can say, "Oh, we'll be away from it. We're going camping. We're going to be away from every," but they can't monitor that. So it's just easier for people to just stay inside. However, the reality is that there are people who, if they do it carefully, they can get in their car, go camping, and with their own family, and they actually don't put anybody else at risk. It's just that the government can't monitor that. It's easier just to tell everyone to be inside.
Come on, bro. Like you don't realize that you just sound retarded,
Can you
and
tell
you're
me
just
why?
trying to
When you,
and you're just
can,
trying to save face. Like,
but
come
can you
on,
tell me
bro.
what you mean by that? Can you?
What do I mean by you being retarded? I
Yeah, yeah,
mean
that's
you're
what I'm asking.
dumb. That's a synonym. You're dumb. Like you just sound crazy, bro.
What part of
Like
it sounds crazy or dumb?
just go in the middle of the woods and just bro, come on, bro. Like what the hell is going on right now? It's too early for this. I blame Corey.
What's
I
the
do
dumb
too.
crazy part? Going camping is what? If somebody else can expand on what he's saying, then I'd appreciate it.
No, no, nobody else can expound.
Hey,
Okay.
let the people who came on stage deal with it, man.
Can
Yeah,
I
he
ask a
said
question? This is Yoshiyahu. Can I ask a question? Hey, Navaj, where do you practice? Are you a medical doctor or a PhD?
I work in healthcare, and I have a. It's in mental health.
Are you a medical doctor or a PhD?
Medical doctor.
Okay. Are you board certified?
Yes,
Okay. And where's that?
in Montreal.
In Montreal? Okay. See, the reason why they're saying that you sound stupid and is because your advice about people going camping, the advice that you're giving doesn't seem like any of the recommendations that's recommended by any medical, by the experts here in the United States, especially. The advice here is that if you are infected with COVID, displaying symptoms, that you, even if you're not displaying symptoms, that you should quarantine for 14 days. And why your advice is contrary to that is why you're being questioned about that. And no one is advising that if you are infected with SARS-CoV-2, whether you're symptomatic or asymptomatic, that you should be going outside your house, even if it's quote unquote away from other people. The advice here is that you should be inside quarantine, and they're asking you that if this virus, at least what I heard, if this virus is as deadly as they say it is, or as contagious, especially with this Delta variant, why aren't we here in the United States hearing about this affecting the homeless? Because we would hear about the homeless. We've heard about the elderly, we heard about the mid-age, we heard about the children, but no at time and during this pandemic did we hear about the homeless, the people who are exposed to the elements and so forth, the people who don't have access to health care or proper nutrition. This group seems to be immune to this virus or the effects of it for some reason. And they're asking you, why is that the case?
So for the first part about going outside versus being inside, I'm my belief is that if people go outside, I do understand the recommendation. It's to everyone stay inside. It's the simplest way. You can't monitor when people go outside to make sure that they're away from everybody. And people might think that they'll stay away from, but then they go into a store to buy something. It's just harder to manage like that. It's just easier if everybody stays inside. But at the same time, I do believe that on a scientific basis, if it is possible for a person to leave their house and be away from everybody, especially if they go away from the city. So technically, it's possible, but do we actually recommend that? Our authorities have said not to, and I can see why. Because I don't know about there, but here in Canada, they found people, like especially teenagers, were going out and having camping parties where they completely disregarded all safety measures. So they actually shut down campsites. So unfortunately, it's because of what some people do. The situation for everybody gets restricted. But I also believe that that being maybe not the quarantine part, like the 14 days, because I guess you can live 14 days in your house, but just for many months being inside your house, that also takes a toll on people's health. So I do think that we need to try to give people mobility and encourage them to go and get fresh air, get sunshine, and be outside and exercise in a safe way. So that's what I mean, is that my feelings that it is that I do believe that it's safer to be outside in terms of the transmission of virus. But you have to look at the details. If you're talking about two people who have already been exposed to each other, then it doesn't matter if they're inside or outside. It's the details that I'm talking about. So for that,
Can you answer the second part of his question as far as with the homeless? That's
sure,
what
yeah.
we're waiting for.
If there's anything about that. Okay, I'll talk about the second part. So the second part about the code is people are saying that we should be seeing lots of homeless people die. I almost get the sense that people are saying that we should be going out and seeing the dead bodies in the street, and people should be videotaping them. And that I'm actually not sure about that. I feel like maybe we wouldn't see so much of that, but maybe in some places we would. So it's something that for me it's a very speculative. I don't know what you'd expect because it's so complex. When you're talking about homeless people being at risk of dying, it involves a lot of factors. One factor is that yes, they often are marginalized. They don't have access to healthcare. A lot of them might have drug or addiction problems, which make them more at risk. And at the same time, it could be that because they're outside, it doesn't mean that their risk is zero. They're not quarantining, but it's generally because they're outside in the open air that it could be. This is all just speculative for me, though. So yes, maybe we should see that, but we also have to, from my perspective, I have to look at that one piece of evidence in the context of all the other things that I've seen, like in what happened in countries where they in the early part of the pandemic where there weren't any measures and lots of people were dying. In Montreal, the nursing homes were tons of people died in nursing homes. People refused to even go in there. So. In the context of all the evidence, this piece about homeless people, I feel like it's speculative. I'd have to look into more detail, but it doesn't to me, it's not convincing, this one piece of evidence.
I don't understand. So this is where I mean, we start going back in circles, right? Now, if you come or have been in any homeless community, right, and we're saying the numbers that we're saying of people dying in third world countries, right, and places, because I do remember seeing on the news, like places that are like considered third world or don't have a lot of the benefits like America and other places, right? Their numbers were high. People were dying because they couldn't get medical attention, so on and so forth. Well, in the homeless community, and maybe you should look into this, Navaj, our communities, right, will be considered third world in a sense of where we live at in America. Navaj, you have people that are on drugs, you have people that are mentally ill on the streets, right? You have people that have all type of other health issues that are on the streets, AIDS, right? Like if you go to downtown Los Angeles on Skid Row, they literally have to come and sanitize the streets in the area of where these people are because of all of the viruses and the filthiness and the bacteria that are on the ground from all of these people's bodies, feces, and the whole nine. This seems like a perfect atmosphere for the COVID-19 virus to thrive in. I mean, to literally thrive. We should see We should see all the bodies we see on the news and in the media. I should go to downtown LA on Skid Row, and I should be able to see I should be able to see hazmat suits everywhere. I should be able to see people spraying sanitation everywhere, just going crazy trying to fight this COVID virus. But we don't see that in the vibes. That's the point. So now that brings me to question is, if the media is saying it's this bad all over the world, and people are dying all over the world with these high numbers and dead bodies, and I mean, I've seen imagery where we have people dying of COVID on cots and all of that on the media, but here in my hometown where people are living similar on the streets, we don't see that. You don't think that's a problem, Navaj? Well, like the elder said, I hope you guys can hear me. Like the elder said, I believe it was the elder. We have situations of it being killing the elderly population. We have the situations of it saying that it affects people with underlying health conditions and the whole nine. So why don't we see this in the homeless community where AIDS, all type of diseases, sexually transmitted diseases, viruses. All you got to do is look up a documentary on Skid Row and you can see all of this. But we don't see COVID killing all of the homeless people that are downtown in my city, which seems like where they live should be the perfect place that COVID-19 should be. Because if you know anything about Skid Row, they live in clusters on blocks. They live in clusters. Literally everybody is on the street, in the middle of the street. Literally cars have to drive around people in the middle of the street, right? It's so many homeless people. It's one centralized park on Skid Row that is just, when you walk in the park, it's just tents everywhere of homeless people out of their mind. But yet again, I'm not seeing this big old pandemic of people dropping dead from the COVID virus. I don't know. Anybody else can chime in? Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know. Maybe I'm the one that's crazy because I'm not seeing this. And like I said, I live in Los Angeles where the COVID numbers are the highest right now in Los Angeles. But yet I'm not seeing this virus killing people. Even if you're saying people round up the dead bodies quick, we should still be able to see people with hazmat suits driving around monitoring for dead bodies on the street, if that's the case. I don't even see that. I ain't seen not one person with a hazmat suit on come pick nobody up off the street or any of that. I haven't seen none of that, Navaj. I've been seeing the same since COVID hit. You know, you have, for people that are familiar with the hood, we have the regulars we see. We see the regular homeless people every day outside where we live. We know them, we see them, and they're still alive. They're not dead, and they haven't told us. I talk to the homeless people. Some of the homeless people are sane in my community. They ain't telling me, man, this COVID is killing us out here. Man, the homeless people, we out here dying of the COVID. I haven't seen that. They live in their regular life. That is what brings forth the speculation that we have against the COVID-19, Navaj. And then it just opened up into you speaking around in circles and just sounding more and more crazy.
So I don't know if we would expect to see the scene that you're describing among homeless people. I don't actually know what we'd expect to see. I know that some people. I remember seeing videos of somebody this guy who was skeptical about COVID. He went to a hospital and he was like, "How come there's no one here? How come we were told that people were dying left, right, and center? It's all empty and quiet here." And I think what he was expecting, like the scene of chaos and people spraying things everywhere and people calling up dead bodies. It's like that's not what you see with the COVID. If you want to see the real impact, you have to go into the ICUs and the emergency rooms that are dedicated to COVID patients. That those spots are overrun. The rest of the hospital is actually pretty quiet because they've shut everything else down. People are working from home. They've canceled elective appointments. The gift shop is closed, and they have no visitors in the hospitals anymore. So it's actually dead. Oh.
But Navaj, listen. So let me ask you a question real quick, and I'm gonna yield. So let's use Skid Row for example. The COVID virus, it affects people worse that have underlying illnesses, right? Navaj?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so downtown LA, right? The AIDS virus is rampant in that area. It's a lot of people with AIDS in that one centralized area. So if they contract COVID-19, wouldn't you say their chances of survival is it decreases because of the AIDS virus, Navaj?
If with HIV, the early stages infection that can last for like 10 years, you're HIV positive, but you're not necessarily symptomatic.
No. I'm saying COVID. I'm saying COVID. With underlying illnesses, even though what I'm saying is COVID is supposed to increase underlying illnesses. So say I have asthma, right, and I catch the COVID, a variant of the COVID, I'm supposed to be sicker in a sense because this is what COVID does. Anybody that has an underlying illness, it increases their chances of dying, like high blood pressure, diabetes, right, Navaj?
Yeah. Those things make your illness more severe.
Right. Okay. So what we're saying is, in a place where people are not quarantining, and in a place where it's like the epicenter of diseases and infections, we're not seeing them dying. That's where we shouldn't. Matter of fact, Navaj, it should be the opposite. We shouldn't see. We should see more people in the street dying. If you're saying these numbers are what they are, and people dying around the world, we should see more people in the street dying if that's the case, especially in the conditions that we're pointing out. It's not so much homeless people. I don't want you to keep harping on that. It's the point of the conditions of where these people live that are different from what the doctors are telling us how we should handle COVID. And we don't see them sick. We don't see them sick. That's the problem, Navaj.
You're talking about people home.
Navaz, could you PTR? Because maybe you don't understand what Skid Row looks like. PTR, look at my profile. Maybe you don't understand. Let's give him a visual.
Come.
But I saw that. I saw that. That looks like similar to
Did you PTR and look at how they live?
I did. I looked at it right now.
Okay, so you mean to tell me that wouldn't be the epicenter of spreading? Because that's blocks and blocks and blocks of people living like that, and we're just not seeing the results.
So that I looked at it and it looks similar to the Vancouver downtown east side. Vancouver downtown east kind of same was just for lots of homeless people, lots of people with drug problems, HIV rates, and things like that. So I would expect those people to be. But again, this is all me speculating because it's actual epidemiology is complex. So I would expect those people to be affected and more at risk. But I don't know what you'd actually see. Like, would you see people with hazmat suits, or it's just people die? And then people who, if they're living in clusters, then when people start getting sick, then other people there might call an ambulance. But again, this is just me speculating. This is what I would expect, but maybe I could be wrong.
So as fast as the COVID virus spreads, all of those people, just from that one picture that the elder put up, all of those people should spread that virus like wildfire. So that would mean we would need paramedics picking up people like crazy.
Exactly.
Literally. That's the point, Navaj. We should see the paramedics say, hey, we need to rope this area off because the virus is spreading from here. We need to rope this area off because so many people dying. We don't see none of that. We don't see no news channels out there saying the COVID variant has spread in downtown Los Angeles, Skid Row, and we can't control the virus because of the homeless population. We don't see that, Navaj. We don't see none of that. So where's the media? Exactly. Where's the media, Navaj, in Skid Row trying to contain this virus? We don't see it. That's the point. But you're telling me I gotta believe some news article or some media article from around the country that I can't see? I should be able to walk outside and see this, especially me being in Los Angeles or whoever's in New York. We should be able to see this, and we don't see it, Navaj.
Okay, I don't know what you'd actually see.
I want to add to that one point that the brother just brought out. Like, you'll see on the news where, oh my God, all of these people, Memorial Day weekend, they got together and they swam together, and now it's at a peak. But you don't hear about that in the homeless community. I mean, if they could sit up there and say one weekend, we got so many thousands of cases just in one weekend because this thing spread so rampantly.
Yeah.
Then why is it not spreading on
So
Skid Row like
that's the question is that I still don't know what we'd expect to see. It could be that a lot of those people are getting sick, but like we talked about, the vast majority of people who get COVID just get sick. They get sick, they get a cold, it's like a flu, and then they get over it. And then there's some people that die. So it could be that in those communities, some people are going to the hospital, the rest just kind of live live it out there.
Oh,
And
so
With
perfect, Navaj. So that means
Khan,
that,
them get
yeah.
no,
So,
these are
so,
all
so
speculations.
Navaj, listen. So that means that maybe the COVID is not as bad as we're making it. Oh, maybe
Khan.
the COVID is just like a regular sickness that doesn't
Wow.
need all the extras. Oh, that's
Hey,
what it sounds like.
That's what that
It's
But
means.
not
if
that
you
bad.
but if you
Because
look
guess
at
what? Oh, wait, old people die from the flu,
but if you
Navaj.
look but our
Oh,
system
oh,
has a capacity to handle the flu. If you look at
wait,
what happened
listen,
in Italy,
listen. But what you're
look at
saying is,
you look
wait,
at
you
what
just,
happened in Italy and France and in nursing
wait,
homes,
Navaj, listen.
lots of people
You,
died, way more than the flu.
Navaj, listen. You said your own self that it's not that dangerous in terms of death in a lot of people. So these homeless people are probably getting it, but not going to the doctor, and they're just surviving and getting over it,
Yeah, yeah.
Navaj. That lets me know that it's not a pandemic. That means that, hey, listen, it's just a sickness. The sickness is natural. Okay,
So what do you so what
why are
is
we
your
for, so the point is, why are they forcing us to get a vaccine when this sickness is not as dangerous as the media is making
so
it,
what
compared to what you, well, hold on, compared to what you just said about, hey, yeah, they're getting it and they're probably just getting over it, and that's it. So that's a lot of people in Skid Row that are getting sick and getting over it, and they live in way more hazardous situations than we do, because it's feces, it's piss, it's AIDS, it's HIV. We see all of this in Skid Row, and like I said, the reason why we're bringing this up is because that is supposed to be, if this was the case, then you would think that that particular area would be the hub of the virus because of the conditions that those people are living in. They're not quarantining. They're not going to the doctor. And it's the epicenter of just sickness and disease in the area. So that particular area should be just a concentration for the government to control if the virus was as deadly as they're saying. But from me hearing what you just said, doesn't look like the virus is that deadly, my friend. So why are they forcing us to take a vaccine?
So when it comes to homeless people, one thing is that homeless population and marginalized people, they don't, even if they are being affected by something, governments and authorities don't care about them as much. They don't go and try to
But
save
they
them.
would care about them if it's spreading. That's the point.
But our
It's not so
history,
much about the it's not so much
our
about the
history
homeless
shows
people. Hold on. Don't make this about the
that's
homeless
not.
people, Navaj. This is about UCLA being a couple of blocks away from Skid Row. UCLA, if you don't know anything about UCLA, this is where you see all the blonde girls with yoga pants walking their dogs outside. Literally, if you come to LA and you go to USC is like a it's like a bubble around you, an imaginary bubble around USC, where they literally have 24-hour cop patrol in that one area to protect them rich white people. Now, if COVID was as bad as it says, they would have been did something about Skid Row to protect those white people down the street at USC. Because
So
what's stopping, hold on. Because now, what's stopping the virus from all those thousands of people that live on Skid Row? What's stopping the virus that is contracted in those people from jumping to the college in USC? But you don't see that on the news. You don't see them saying, hey, we got to quarantine Skid Row because we don't want it to affect this particular population, or we don't want it to spread out of control. I haven't seen not one news article, not a news television show talk about Skid Row and this virus. I haven't seen not one. And it ain't about the homeless people, because we know they don't give a damn about the homeless people. It's about the fact that if it spreads like you're saying, they should be trying to take measures to do something about this homeless population that is carrying this deadly disease. Do you think so? Don't you think so?
it would make sense for them to do that. I know that on the basis of things here in Canada and in India, even when marginalized populations live side by side, like next to rich places, they still don't. They still won't allocate resources to help them.
No, but that's the point, though. It's not about allocating.
Here in Canada, they don't go into help that much people.
No. It's
Even
not
if
about helping them. It's about stopping the spread of the virus, because the virus doesn't discriminate, right, Navaj?
yeah.
Right.
And the fact that they don't do that, does that? But that should
No.
they do that? Maybe they should. But the fact that it
Well,
doesn't do that, does that?
no.
Do that?
Well, the virus, according to what you're saying, the virus should be spreading like crazy. It should be just spreading out of control. It's not about the homeless people. They don't give a damn about the homeless people. It's
No, but
about
if
the virus. It's about the virus that the homeless people are contracting because of their living situation, and it should be spreading like crazy to the white neighborhoods down the
why
block.
would if the it also depends on do the white people and the people in these communities, do they cross into each other's communities or not?
Yes,
So
yes.
here it doesn't
Look,
work.
look, listen. Literally, see, you never been to LA, I'll take it. Or if
No,
you,
no, no. I
okay,
don't know about
yes.
LA at all.
So
No.
you don't know how it works. Literally, white people are literally down the block from Skid Row. Now, you have your homeless, they'll venture off into the white area where USC is, but you have 24/7 cop patrol, which is crazy as hell. You literally have patrol cars, cops. We're not talking about that work at the school. We're talking about literally LAPD that's literally patrolling that only one area for these particular white people. That's a whole nother topic, right? We literally have this. So you might have a homeless man wander off close to USC, and he'll wander off because they can't keep him out completely, but they can try to barricade him out, you know. But you'll see a homeless people wander in, or you might see a white girl. When I used to do Uber a lot down there, you know, you might have a white girl or two or her friend. They get lost in Skid Row. They might hit a wrong block and get lost, or so on and so forth. So you do have situations of these people crossing each other. Yes, they're right down the street. They're right down the street from each other. The point is, we should see this virus spreading regardless, because if you come in contact with somebody that has the virus and they don't have any medical and they don't have any regard to health and safety, then the virus should be running crazy into all of that whole area. Matter of fact, downtown should be completely shut down. And I remember they did that for a little while, and then they opened it back up. And downtown right now, they saying the numbers in LA are high, but right now downtown is open. People are partying, people are going to bars, people are doing the whole nine, and I'm just not seeing all these infected people that's dying from the virus. So the point is, we got off the track, and I'm gonna yield my mic after this because I think we're beating a dead horse. I'm gonna just say this: the point that we're saying, the vibes, is if the numbers are inflated, like you're saying they're inflated, and all these millions of people are dying around the world, in the country, we're in the two main cities I'm gonna speak for, New York and LA, because this is where all the attention is, where the virus is at now. I know some places like Atlanta is more lenient, or Texas. I could be wrong, brothers correct me, but I know where I'm at, they're saying the virus is the numbers are high right now. I'm just not seeing that reciprocated in reality outside of the news. That's what we're saying, and you can't make us see something we're not seeing. So your response should be, well, damn, if you're not seeing that, well, yeah, that should raise questions because you're not seeing what the news is telling you is happening to you. I'm not seeing that, and you said it yourself. The virus it's not as bad as they're making it. If people are getting it and getting over it in like a week, I don't understand. Yes, old people die. Yes, old people die every day. I think more people than die from cancer. I mean, somebody new I know gets cancer every day. Now, I think I'm more afraid of cancer than COVID, to be honest with you. So I mean, because I done seen young, old, all die from cancer, and so many people that I know are contracting cancer. Literally, a lot of people that I know are getting cancer and dying from it. You know, my auntie they just told us she had breast cancer. My best friend, his mom died of cancer 2 years ago. My wife's great aunt, she died of cancer. You know, and I can keep going on and on and on and on. So I'm more afraid of cancer, but for some reason, COVID is the focus. But COVID is not that bad from us having this conversation and us finding out.
So the first part about the homeless people. So this part is again this is for me speculative. I don't know what's going on there, and the epidemiology is complex. So I can only think of other factors. So if you're not seeing that, then I respect that. You're not seeing something that you'd expect. I still don't myself know what I would expect to see there, especially when it comes to the measures that people take.
You would
Even
expect,
in
yeah.
here in Canada and other countries, it's actually better for us to take care of marginalized people to prevent infections there, because it actually helps other people too. But just because, even though it's better to do that, our system is set up so that we just don't do it. So our response is not always a good reflection of what reality is. So if they should be helping those, protecting those homeless people there to protect the white people, but they're not. They're not going in there. So, but that itself to me is not an indication that there is no illness or there's no disease. It's just that our systems are not.
No, I know that the point is. I'm sorry to cut you off, brother. I'm gonna say this last thing. Listen, the point is not that there's not that there's not diseases. The point is that the numbers, inflating the numbers, they're lying. That's the point. That's the point, that they're lying about all these people that are dying or have the virus. That is the whole point of what we're saying. And Navaj, when you say you're not there to be a witness to it, you have a first-hand witness talking to you right now, Navaj. Look,
I appreciate
listen.
that, and
You have a first-hand witness right now, bro, that is talking to you, that lives in LA. I'm right now by LAX on a construction site. Literally, they're getting ready. They're building up LAX. It don't seem like they care about Corona, because they building up LAX to get ready to make it comfortable for people that comes in. For the hold on. Listen. They're building LAX right now to make it more feasible for people, because in a couple of years the Olympics is going to be out here in Los Angeles. So to me, it doesn't seem like they care about the corona. It seems like big pharma, all right, in the medical field, these people that rogue doctors call white coats, it seems to me that over the years the number of people getting vaccinated was dropping. This is a fact. Less people over the last 10 to 5 year span, less and less people were getting vaccinated before COVID hit, and you can go research this on your own. People were not getting vaccinated as much. Then all of a sudden, Bill Gates started talking about how a pandemic is going to happen before Corona. I don't know. Do y'all remember that? Bill Gates started talking about. There's going to be a pandemic soon. There's going to be a pandemic soon. We got to get ready. There's going to be another pandemic. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, coronavirus comes. And now it's this big old pandemic where everybody dying in the street, everybody getting sick, everybody dropping dead. And now, we got to make sure everybody get vaccinated. Bill Gates being one of the main guys supporting this vaccine. Ironically, he was one of the ones that predicted the pandemic, huh? So I guess he's a prophet. He predicted the pandemic. Pandemic comes, now all of these numbers of these people just randomly dying. Now guess what? We can't even go nowhere unless we get a shot. The point is, Navaj, respectfully, it's bullshit, Navaj. This is not to say that people don't get sick. This is not to say that there is not a sickness called corona, because we can look on the Lysol can and we can see that a corona been here. This is not saying that. This is saying that the numbers are bullshit, the people are dying and all that, how bad it is bullshit. And we see the bullshit. Like, not watching the news media and not looking at a news article. I'm talking about what we actually see. We see the bullshit because we can go outside and we're not stupid. Common sense would tell you, if it was as bad as they say it is, then high populations of these homeless people, which harbor all these many different diseases, it should run rampant in those areas, and we should be able to see it because we live in these communities and we don't see it. And Navaj, don't say, well, I don't know because I'm not there. That's not. No, you have a first-hand witness telling you that I don't see it, Navaj. That's the point. So you can believe it. You don't have a second, third witness that is creating a news fallacy. No, you have a person that lives in the community and frequents the community, and I'm telling you what I see every day. I don't see large numbers of people with mask suits trying to control the virus from spreading and into the white neighborhoods from these homeless areas that are the hub of viruses. That we don't see it, Navaj. So I call a spade a spade. It's bullshit. And I'm gonna let you speak. I'm done with it, brothers. I know y'all probably like, damn. So I yield and I'm done.
I know the sister. Hold on, before you respond. I know the sister been on the stage for a while. Charmaine, go ahead and unmute and join the convo.
Yeah, Khan, let's reset the room. You want to reset the room, Macab?
Yeah, you got it, King.
All right, Khan. All right, welcome to the kosher breakfast. All right, please subscribe to the actual room if you haven't. Crown of Thorns. All right, and let's and great conversation. and great beard with the brothers and the Vaj. But we're gonna go back to the topic now. If anybody want to bring out the points of the actual conversation that was being had, you can. But we want to kind of try to keep things in the topic, okay? But sister, who did you say is on? Sister Shemaine?
Shama.
Shemaine?
Yes.
Okay, Shemaine. Okay, go ahead, sister. Introduce yourself and what do you have to add onto the topic or the conversation?
My name is Charmaine and I live in the UK. I don't agree with everything that Navad says because I work in the medical field, um, and what I have experienced is this: staff that I work with had the vaccine, right? And when they had the vaccine, then they started testing positive for COVID, right? I did the test a few times, and they have a procedure of you put it at the back of your throat and your nose. Never did any of that. I went underneath the cap, and it came back COVID positive. So I want to know: are you telling me that the water that comes out of the tap is COVID positive? How could that be COVID positive? And I've got friends that actually work into a nursing home where the residents had been vaccinated, and when they got vaccinated, half of the residents died of COVID, and they never had COVID before. But it's the same narrative, underlying issues. Some of these residents were walking around, no problems at all. As soon as they got the vaccine, they stopped walking, terminally ill, and they die. And also, going back to the undertakers as well. There are undertakers here in the UK that wasn't busy during the pandemic. Yeah, there were MPs that were allocated to certain communities, and they had to call to find out the numbers of people that were dying of COVID, and the amount of bodies that they were having. There were hardly any bodies. People were just dying of the normal flu. There was no COVID symptoms, but some of the undertakers had to lie to make up that numbers. So do I believe what's going on in this pandemic? No, I don't. And first of all, when it first started, what did they say? Black people first should take the vaccine, like we're stupid. I use my mic.
Khan says that's how we feel. Uh, in the queue.
Yeah, it's this Yakina. Shalom to all the Israelites scattered abroad
Shalom, Shalom
Oh,
King.
and 12
I
tribes.
don't.
Hey,
I'm gonna say thank you for the conversation. My work starts. It's 8:53 here in Vancouver. I'm visiting Vancouver right now, and in 7 minutes I have to start work. So thank you very much for the conversation. It was really interesting, and I wish I could stay in and talk more, but I have to leave now.
Hey,
You
no
take.
sweat, man. Come back anytime.
All right, take care.
yeah, just follow the Crown of Thorns and the moderators up here. All right, so maybe we can build later at a later time. All right, but have a great day, man.
You too. Bye bye.
Yeah, I had some questions for Doctor, but it's fine. I'm going to be brief. Based on even his premise is amazing, his bias towards these vaccines. I just want to get back to that real quick. Being that he probably didn't get a chance to ask him, I'm going to ask him if he was of the Hindu faith. I believe he was East Indian, was he?
Khan, he was
Okay.
Elam.
He was Elam, the so-called East Indian Elam. So if his reason and his bias, being a doctor, he knows about the Hippocratic Oath, which I know many people in the medical industry are familiar with. One of the things is to do no harm. That's one of the tenets. A lot of people now are not taking that oath. Um, he was he just refused to see that the worldview was not his narrative, and he kept using words like speculative. But I understand why, because the prefix to the word vaccine is Vaka, which is a Hindu deity. And what I wanted to ask him is, does he, support or celebrate Hinduism? Which he probably does. I mean, I didn't get the chance to do that. But the word Vaka prefix is vaccine, which is the worship of a cow. When we go into pharma, we know that pharmakia deals with sorceries. We're all familiar with Revelations 9:21. They didn't repent. We know that this is an agenda. This is divided between
party lines. It's a political agenda as well, and it's to deceive our people. But it is just amazing his unwillingness to look at all the facts, which you're supposed to. Even as a doctor, you take a Hippocratical oath, even though that's demonic because it's rooted in mythology and deities all over the place. But one of the tenets is to do no harm. And then he would sit up with a straight face and try to tell our people that cyanide and all these damn poisons, excuse my, is it's okay to put that within our body when records and other doctors are pushing back. Anytime we're being demonized for bringing the other half of the story, that should alert all of our people that something is wrong here. So the fact that he would just push that narrative shows me that the agenda is strong, beloved. And what they're trying to do is to amalgamate the people the same way the ancient Romans and Greeks did it through pharmakeia, and that's to seduce the people, bring them into the worship of a cow. What's one of the first things we did when we came out of Egypt? What did we worship? The golden calf. Well, Vaka,
God.
look it up. It's vaccine. That's the prefix. It means cow. In the Urban Dictionary, it means slut or whore. All have come to worship the whore. So the handwriting is on the wall. We just have to make sure that we don't allow them and their biases and what their convictions, which all goes back to religion, demonic spirituality, to get the people, especially the children of Israel. There's nothing new under the sun. With that, I yield.
Yeah, Khan. Actually, he did admit that he does practice Hinduism, and I really think that he came with that whole God complex thing. When they see our rooms, they say, "Oh, bunch of niggers, bunch of Hispanics," and they go, "Oh, we can just see these people." You know what I mean? It's either he was being deceptive or he didn't know what the hell he was talking about, right?
If he
And
practiced Hinduism, Salaki King, he knew what he was talking about. Just even with
Khan.
Camilla Harris and that Devi god within her name, the Hindu goddess Kamalat Nika, I believe is what it is. You can look all this stuff up. He knew exactly, and them damn devils. Elder Zabak has said it years ago. They're a bunch of witches and demonic people, man. They know what the hell they doing.
He didn't know we were as intelligent as we were because, like you said,
Uh,
he seen a room full of niggas and Mexicans and thought that he could come and talk his way and use his terms and, and didn't know that brothers was actually educated. When I first caught the first part of the conversation, when Priest Daniela was like, yeah, brother, I don't know if you know, but brothers in here is well studied. You know what I'm saying? We're not idiots, and
Con.
that's the problem with these people. They think that we're they think that we're idiots. That is the misconception of Black and Latino people. They think we're idiots, and then when they hear us talk, it's like they're shocked. That's why he stays so long, because it's like, the absurdity of these people to be speaking with this type of authority.
Right. You can hear the defeat and fear in their voice, man, when brothers start speaking. It's like, oh, damn, I came in the wrong room. But all praises to the Most High for even allowing us to have this wisdom and understanding that we do. And all of it comes from the scriptures, comes from the Most High. This is not about doing. And we just give praise and honor to him that, the men of Israel are standing up in righteousness and teaching our people the right way to move and waking up our people and basically destroying every stronghold that these other nations try to put upon us and try to deceive us. Let's go to brother. If you finished with your point, that was a powerful point you brought up. This is why we got to stay studied up. Read and build with other brothers in the truth, so we can know who we are, man. But okay, so we're gonna go to the next brother Hebrew 777. Introduce yourself, and what do you have to add to either the topic or the actual the current conversation?
Hey, appreciate y'all. Peace be with y'all. Uh, yeah, I work for a Fortune 500 company, and I'm actually the industrial hygienist. I have to keep up with the COVID counts and all that. And just as far as the mandates, depending on what state you live in, I'm staying currently in Florida. Florida state governing body have they issued their own uh, mandate, whereas if you're an employer, a private employer, and you're trying to mandate or force someone to wear a mask or to show proof of vaccination, that company can get fined per employee $5,000. So they're fighting back against the federal government mandate that Biden passed, and have actually took them to court. So I think it's Arizona, Texas, and Florida has taken Joe Biden federal government mandate to court, to the Supreme Court. So right now the mandate's upheld. It cannot be enforced through OSHA, through any CFR or Code of Federal Regulation, because it's being upheld. It's being unconstitutional, going against your freedom of religion, and that's what I'm using. And that's what I told my employer. This is what I believe in. This is I'm being holistic. I'm not scared of needles at all. It's just my belief that I'm not gonna put nothing that I do not. I'm not gonna put nothing in my body, especially when it's got so many questions around it. I work with laboratories. I work with this is. I have friends that took it and got sick. I got COVID Delta from a person that was vaccinated, and all I did was fast. I took my Bardock root, Bardana. If you're Mexican, you know what's up. Bardock root. It kills any viruses that virus and bacteria that might live in the blood cells. Sarsaparilla root and ginger root. And I fasted for 2 weeks. I'm not gonna lie, it was a trip. I did feel a little fever, but the biggest difference that I saw from my flu was the constriction of the lungs. It felt like someone was bear hugging me. And but all I did was fasted. I abstained from eating any kind of meat. I drank those roots that I mentioned, and I lost 30 pounds. Actually, I kept on going to work, and I just stayed my 10 feet away from people, and it is what it is. So I'm still here. No vaccine, but just be careful. Just be careful out there. Question everything. Um, I'm not telling people not to take it, but I do advise. You asked me for my advice. From what I've seen, as far as the ingredients and all of them, I wouldn't put that in my body. I wouldn't put that in my baby's bodies. Now that it's requirement, I went up to the local state. Like in Louisiana, is different. My mama lives there. Uh, you can go to your local county court of clerk and file for your religious exemption card instead of going and getting that vaccination card. And yeah, you probably gonna have to get tested. They got home tests now. You know what I mean? You go to Walgreens, get you a home test, get 3 of them things, and until it pops negative, you good. You know what I mean? So um, I'll leave it at that. There's so much I could add to it, but I'll land.
Yeah, Khan. Just like the brothers were bringing up, the natural way is obviously the best way to go, right? But the big pharma is not going to promote that, obviously, because that's going to mess up their money. So, that's a great testament, at least that you brought out, being the fact that you did it the natural way and kind of, you know, um, helped you kind of heal your body. A lot of this is just, again, like I said, they just playing God. They think they know more than the Most High. Like our bodies are not designed to get rid of these stuff naturally, especially if we eat right and use the right medicine. But great point, King. Sister, I'm going to go to the next person, Sister Diamond. Introduce yourself and what do you have to add onto the topic or the conversation?
Oh, I don't really have I don't really first of all, shalom, all right. I've been in the truth for 2 years, okay? And my question is actually a little bit off topic, y'all. I'm not gonna even lie to y'all, but like it's been in my mind because like I said before, I've been in the truth for 2 years and I ran across something yesterday that kind of stumble me a little bit. So I was like, you know what? Hopefully I can find some of my brothers online on Biblical Smoke who can help me out with this and before I continue to speak the way I speak about, I don't know, first of all, is it okay if I get off the topic just a little tiny bit and after this you guys can go back to your regular, conversation?
No, no, sis, you can't get off the. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead, ask your question. Now, go ahead, ask your questions. There are brothers here that
Okay,
can
okay.
help
I
you
don't know.
out.
Okay, all right, cool. I don't know who up here is really good with breaking down scriptures. Like the thing about me, I'm real open to everything. Like I'm not closed minded. I'm really like, like flexible. So all right. So the thing is that okay, like I said, I've been in the truth for 2 years, and I've been taught that only the Israelites will have salvation. Only we can get into the kingdom of heaven. Only Yahweh or Jesus, whoever you call him, not to offend anyone. That he was only coming for the lost sheep of Israel. Well, recently, like yesterday, like I was saying, I ran across a scripture that kind of like shook up the little castle a little bit inside of me, and I got to tell you guys, I need someone to break it down to me about like what's happening here. So I don't know if someone can break it down to me like really quick, and then y'all can go on with your conversation from here. But I cannot move on with the truth until I like answer this question. So the
Okay.
scripture, okay, real quick, that's
What,
it.
what's the just name? Call the scripture out, and
Okay.
we'll have a brother read
No,
it. And
I know
Ratazan, you
it.
still on here, right? I know Macab, you there.
Yeah, Con.
And
Okay.
Corey, I don't know if Corey's tied up, but one of the brothers can definitely help you out with that.
All
Okay.
right, cool.
What's the
Yeah, I know.
scripture?
It was Isaiah 56, 6 and 7.
Okay. Hey, Duwad, you got it, King.
Con, 1 second now.
Okay.
What is
Okay,
Isaiah?
Duwad,
Yeah,
man.
what?
Yeah, I'm sorry, y'all. It was just like, what in the hell? Like, what is this? So I'm just trying to figure out what's going on here. That's all.
All right. Yeah, bring it out when you got it, King.
You said Isaiah what?
Isaiah 56 and it's 56, 6 and 7.
Con, 1 second.
And it was just strange to me because I was like I said, I've been in the truth for 2 years, and this is the first time ever I ran across this scripture. And I was just like, why no one ever talked about this? So I don't know. So that's why.
This the book. Say 5 and 6. 56, 5 and 6. Or 6 and 7.
56, chapter Isaiah 56, 6 and 7.
Con. This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 56, verse 6. Also, the sons of the stranger that joined themselves to Yahweh to serve him and to love the name of Yahweh, to be his servants, everyone that keepeth the Sabbath from polluting it and taketh hold of my covenant. Even them will I bring to my holy mountain and make them joyful in my house of prayer. Their burnt offerings and their sacrifices shall be accepted upon mine altar. For mine house should be called a house of prayer for all people.
Thank you. So what the heck is he saying? Like, and then he ended it off with my house should be the house of prayer for all people. So it threw me off. And then like he said that everybody. So it was just like, okay, what is going on here? Like, is salvation only for us? Like, is he only coming for, the children of Israel? Or is it that, if you are of another nation, but as long as you worship him, you will also be accepted into the kingdom as well? That was my question.
Yeah, that's a good question. It's simple. A lot of times when we get in the truth, and I know you've been in the truth for about 2 years, all praises for that. Remember, there will be war with the nations, right? But once we bring the nations, I don't know if you guys can hear me. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we good. We can hear you.
Okay. Once we bring the nations under subjection, there's going to be order in the kingdom, right? Let me pull out a precept real quick. Let me just show you.
Okay.
So let's get and bear with me because I'm at work right now, but I'm gonna answer this question for you. Hold on 1 second. All right, let's get go to Deuteronomy 7, 4 and 6 real quick. So what we got to understand, sis, is that we are supposed to be a wise and an understanding people to the nations, right? This is what we have to be to them. So kind of like when the scripture says we're a nation of priests, right? A priest. What is a priest? A priest is an intercessor between man and God. So as a nation, we will be that to these strangers, right? In that particular context of what you're saying, I'm going to show you. But there's a hierarchy in the kingdom. So even though these strangers or these heathen nations will be there in a sense and coming to us, they're going to be under us, and it will be peace because we will be ruling in righteousness. So let's read this, Deuteronomy 4 and 6. This was the whole point of Israel. The whole point of Israel was for us to be a special people to bring the knowledge of the Most High to the rest of the nations. You understand? So let's read that, Deuteronomy 4 and 6.
Con, this is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 4 and verse 6. Keep therefore and do them, for this is your wisdom and your understanding in the sight of the nations which shall hear all these statutes and say, surely this great nation is a wise and understanding people.
You see that? So that's what the nations are going to say about us. They're going to be like, wow, this is a great nation of understanding. The nations are going to be happy to serve us. But before that can happen, right, which I know you kind of get confused because you're looking at us in the time we're in now. We're in the time of the trodden of the Gentiles. This is not our time. So, of course, it's going to be wars. We got to prophesy against them, the whole nine. But once we come back into rulership, and this is what you're reading in the scripture you brought out, there's going to be an order, and the nations are going to say, surely this is a wise and understanding people. This people is very wise and understanding. So now let's go to Isaiah real quick. Go to Isaiah, I believe I want Isaiah 11. Let me show you this.
I think I already know.
You know what I want? Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, King. We hear you.
Okay, con. Yeah, Isaiah, go to Isaiah 11. So I'm going to show you what happens if these nations do not. Okay, let's give verse. Let's read. Start at verse. Let me see. Hold on. Just 1 second. Let me see. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Go to. So go to 11 and start at verse 12. Go to verse 12.
Con, this is the book of Isaiah, chapter 11 and verse 12. And he shall set up an ensign for the nations, and shall assemble the outcasts of Israel, and gather together the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth.
Now notice what we have here. We have three parties here. We have the nations, we have the outcast of Israel, and we have the dispersed of Judah. So we have the scattered Israelites, and we also see nations here, right? But now I'm going to show you something, because it says the ensign for the nations, right? Meaning what? Let's read verse 13.
Con, verse 13. The envy also of Ephraim shall depart, and the adversaries of Judah shall be cut off. Ephraim shall not envy Judah, and Judah shall not vex Ephraim.
You see that? So now we're going to come together as one people, because right now we're separated. So the Lord is going to bring Israel back together, right? Now read verse 14. Watch this. Read.
Con, verse 14. But they shall fly upon the shoulders of the Philistines toward the west.
What does that mean? They shall fly upon the shoulders of the Philistines. What does that mean?
I don't
What
know.
does
I'm
that
just
mean?
listening.
Okay, that means that they're going to carry us, essentially. They're going to carry us, meaning we're going to ride upon them, right? Meaning they're going to be below us. In a sense, they're going to put us back to our rightful place, and they're going to be happy to do it. Keep reading. Watch this.
They shall spoil the east together.
And we're going to spoil them of the east, the nations like, Babylon and all the other nations that took us out, that took us into captivity. We're going to spoil them, meaning they're going to give back what they stole from us, right? Read.
Con. They shall lay their hand upon Edom and Moab.
And we're gonna lay our hands on Edom and Moab, meaning we're gonna be putting some of them down, right? Because they have to be repaid for all of the things that they did to Israel before there can be this peace, right? They have to establish us and put us back in our rulership. Read, watch this.
And the children of Ammon shall obey them.
Right. So this is telling you that they're gonna be under our rulership. They're gonna obey us. We're gonna ride upon the Philistine shoulders, like essentially we're gonna ride on their backs like animals, right? This is all a similitude or analogy, just saying that they're gonna be beneath us and they're gonna obey us. We're gonna put our hands on Edom and Moab, because if you read the scriptures, Edom and Moab, they're like our main, some of the main enemies. And you could go into that. I know you're 2 years in the truth, so I don't want to get too much into that. But Edom and Moab, they did some things to us that they got to get repaid for. So we're gonna lay our hands on them, meaning make war with them, destroy a lot of them, right? And then the children of Ammon, right? They're gonna obey us. They're gonna obey us. They're gonna be under us, right? Now watch, read verse 15. Read verse 15. You got it.
Verse 15. And the Lord shall utterly destroy the tongue of the Egyptian sea, And with his mighty
Mm-hmm.
wind shall he shake his hand over the river,
You
and
see
shall.
that? You see that? So what that's saying is, look, the Most High is going to bring these nations to us, and we're going to possess these nations, right? I'm gonna get one more precept for you. We're going to possess these nations,
Got it.
but they're going to be under us. They're going to be under us. They won't be equal with us. They'll be there under us, under tribute. And I believe that's Isaiah
I
60.
got it.
You
Now it's
got it?
Isaiah 14,
Oh,
Isaiah 14 too.
yeah, 14. Okay,
Gotcha.
that's one too. Yeah, go ahead, read that. You can read that one in 14.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 14, starting from the top. For
Uh-huh.
the Lord will have mercy on Jacob, and will yet choose Israel, and set them in their own land, and the stranger shall be joined with them.
You see that? The stranger, just like we just read in the Isaiah scripture you brought out, the stranger shall be joined with us. But what will the stranger be doing while they're joined with us? Read.
And they shall cleave to the house of Jacob.
And they're going to cleave to us, right? Cleave meaning they're going to, you know what cleaving is? It's like hugging somebody. That means you're grabbing somebody, you're holding on, right? It's like a woman when her man is leaving her, just for example, he's trying to leave and she's cleaving to him. Please don't go, right? This is what this means. But watch this, keep reading.
And the people shall take them and bring them to their place.
You see that? And we are going to take these nations and bring them to our place. Read.
And the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of Yahweh.
You see that? And we're going to possess them in the land of the Most High. Now, Diamond, let me ask you this question. This is a simple question. What does it mean when you possess something?
To own something.
Exactly. Bingo. These nations will be owned by us. We will own these nations. See, I never argue whether the Gentiles will receive salvation, if you want to use that word. My argument is always, is there a ethnic hierarchy that we see in the kingdom? Yeah, we read that strangers and actual Gentiles will be there, but will they be on the same level as Israel? Absolutely not. Keep reading. And I got one more precept after this one. Keep reading.
Con. For servants and handmaids, and they shall take them captives, whose captives they were,
Uh-huh.
and they shall rule over their oppressors.
You see that? We're going to rule over them. Now, let's go to Isaiah 60 now. Let's go to Isaiah 60 and read verse, let's start at verse 10. Isaiah 60 and 10. So, sis, don't get confused with that. Yeah, they're going to be there, but they're going to be in subjugation, subject to us. Meaning they're going to have to worship us. They're going to have to bow down. And I'm going to show you the nations that don't bow down, what will happen to them.
Okay, I'm fully loaded. So
Okay, Khan,
I get you. I get what you're saying, but you can go ahead really quick. Go ahead.
The book of
yeah, I'm gonna give you this
Isaiah.
last. I'm gonna give you this last one, and then I think you said you might be clear, but I'm gonna give you this last one. Isaiah 60
Okay.
and 10.
This is the book of Isaiah, chapter 60 and verse 10. And the sons of strangers shall build up thy walls, and their kings shall minister unto thee.
You see that? The strangers are gonna build our homes, similar to how I'm on this construction site right now. And it's funny, somebody said they're an industrial hygienist. I'm a safety manager. So my job is to make sure we're up to safety code too. But I'm at this construction site and we building up they cities, we building up their empires, we building up their homes, right? They're gonna do the same thing for us. It says they're gonna build up our walls, read.
Come, and their kings shall minister unto thee.
Minister means to serve. So their kings, that lets you know that they're gonna have a hierarchy in their nation as well. But their hierarchy in their nation is going to still be subjugated to us. Their kings are going to minister, meaning serve us, right? Read.
Come, for in my wrath I smote thee, but in my favor have I had mercy on thee.
You see that? It says, for in my wrath I smote thee, because we did go off, so the Most High punished us, but in my favor I have had mercy on us. But he going to put us back in our rightful position. Read verse 11.
Con. Therefore thy gates shall be open continually. They shall not be shut day nor night.
This is a direct precept to what you brought out about the Gentiles are going to be there. They're going to be there. They're going to have to serve the Most High. Absolutely. It says our gates are going to be open continually. They should not be shut day or night, because when you read that in Revelations, there will be no day nor night within our borders, right? But the Gentiles are going to have to come in. They're going to have to serve. They're going to have to honor us and the Most High. You understand? But watch this. If they don't, here's the kicker. Read.
Salakia. They shall not be shut day nor night, that men may bring unto thee the forces of the
We're gonna
Gentiles,
bring the forces of the Gentiles, read,
and that their kings may be brought.
and their kings. Now, this which if their kings are going to be serving us, I mean that says a whole bunch. They're going to be in subjugation. And verse 12 is the end, and I'll yield. Verse 12.
For the nation and kingdom that will not serve thee shall perish. Yea, those nations shall be utterly wasted.
So yeah, it's going to be peace as long as they serve. As soon as they don't want to serve or they get out of line, they're going to be wasted. But if they serve us, that Deuteronomy scripture I brought out says they're going to say, this is surely understanding people. Let's get in line. Let's go ahead and let's worship the God of Isaac, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and let's serve the Israelites, and we're going to have peace. All praises. Because we're not going to be raping their kids and doing all of that. But the moment that they don't want peace, and get out of line, they will be utterly wasted. So when you read that scripture, just understand that in the scriptures, there's a ethnic hierarchy in the kingdom, meaning there will be the rulers and there will be the ones that will be in servitude, and the heathen nations are the ones that will be in servitude. I hope that answered your question, sis.
Okay, yeah, that definitely answered my question. All right, no, so I can move on from now because first I was like, what the heck is this talking about? But now I understand that basically the same way we went into slavery, we had to serve the white guy, the white Jesus, their symbols, their practice their religions, practice their holidays, their pagan days, all that. Basically, this is just saying the same way we had to go into captivity, it's the same way they have to go into captivity. They have to worship our God, practice our holidays, be servants to us and stuff like that. So is that basically what that's what's that saying?
Absolutely. Let
All
me
right.
and real quick, because I got to get this for you real quick because you said it in the spirit. Revelations 13:10. I just want to show you that what you said is scriptural. I'll read it because I got it right here. Revelation
Okay.
chapter 13 verse 10. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here is the patience and the faith of the saints. We know the saints are Israelite. This is our patience and our faith. We're waiting. We have patience to see the day. And we have faith that we will be able to see the day where our enemies will go into captivity under our rule, and they will be killed if they don't get in subjugation like we were killed. And once they get in line, it's all good. No problem. They're going to live and they're going to serve. But if they get out of line, then they're going to be utterly wasted. So
That makes sense. That's fair. That's fair. God is fair. All right. So yeah, that's all I had to say. That's all I had to ask. You pretty much answered all my questions and some. So yeah, I'm good to go. At least I know when someone asks me that or bring that scripture out to me, I'm able to answer it. Because at first I was like, Lord, please don't let nobody ask me this question.
right.
They're
Did you
gonna
take
cut
your
my ass
notes?
up.
You took them down, the precepts?
Yeah, I got them down. Thank you so much.
All praises.
Uh-huh.
Khan, all praises. Hopefully you got some understanding out of that, sis. So yeah, it's just going to be a role reversal. Brother Ratazad hit it right on the head. Of course, there are other scriptures you can get into, but that's just straightforward to the point. So yes, but everything's going to be done in righteousness this time, not in wickedness. But all praises to the Most High for that. We're going to go to the next person in line. Sister Amaya, Shalom, Shalom. Please introduce yourself and what do you have to add to the topic, sis?
Shalom, everybody. My name is Amaya. I live in the South Bronx. All praises to Yah. The question is parenting under attack? Okay. Like, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, basically, just to address like a lot of things that are going on in society today, like the laws being passed, and then being okay with certain things, happening with our kids in school and in society in general.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree with that. Like, parenting is definitely under attack. I'm becoming a parent soon. Hallelujah. Well, I'm already a parent, but in January, my baby's gonna be here.
All praises.
Um, But yeah, there's a lot of attack on our children, especially with the music and the media. There's like a huge agenda for the homosexuality I see, and then also transhumanism is another agenda. So they're like mixing. I noticed that they're mixing those two things. Um, but it's interesting because they've been putting this in the media for a long time. Like if you've seen the original Star Trek show episodes, like from the 60s, there's like one episode where they talked about genderless society, and they do some type of technology on people, like some type of like MK
Con.
Ultra brainwashing. And then there was this like one woman who, like, she was born a woman, like she wasn't born genderless, and then they reprogrammed her to be genderless, but she was born with like a natural affection. So I see like that's a huge agenda for our children, to be robots. And then of course, like with the metaverse coming out, like people are already buying real estate for this fake reality. It's just so crazy. um so yeah, I just feel like those two agendas are like the main ones they're pushing. And of course, like lawlessness as well. And I don't know if you guys probably know what happened with the Travis Scott, the incident that happened, like, demonic possession, like they're trying to possess our children and stuff like that. So yeah, I would say parenting is for sure like under attack, and parents need to like guard their children's souls, their salvation, and all of that. Like that's our number one job, like above everything. But I digress.
Okay, Khan. If I may, sis, I know you said you're just you're a parent now. You're expecting. Um, what would you say would be some of the things that we can do to kind of disconnect ourselves from having to deal with issues like this that we're having in society?
Yeah, that's actually what I've been researching, is just trying to like literally like divorce ourselves from this system in all ways, like economically, um, claim our nationality, like who we are, like we're children of Israel, like who, claiming that. So I don't know all the like legalities yet. I'm still looking into it, but one thing the Most High put on my heart is that we need to document our family records, our names. We need to come up with our own documents, like how we have like birth certificates, marriage certificates from like the Babylonian system. Like we need to like do it Hebraically and have our own documents so that we could pass it on to our children, document our stories, our testimonies, and all of that. I feel like that's super, super important. And also documenting like our lineage. Like we can literally trace back our lineage linguistically, and then through like anthropology, as well as like through our DNA. So that's what I've been looking into recently. And there's a lot of resources, like if anyone's interested. So yeah, we could we like there's ways to like actually prove, that we come from like the Fertile Crescent. Like that's our biblical location. We're Afro-Asiatic. Like claiming our nationality and then documenting our records, I would say is very, very important, that y'all put on my heart.
In
And
general?
also, huh?
Yeah.
I
Go
have
ahead,
another.
sis. If you had
Oh
anything to
yeah,
say, go ahead.
another thing to add, I would say, is like we set up our own. Obviously, we set up our own communities, but we set up our own like programs. I don't even like to use the word programs, but our own like institutions. I would say like we have our own hospitals, we have our own libraries, we have our own universities. Things like that. Like that would be a good way for us to like parent and be able to have that leadership in our communities, and just getting away from like working for this system. Like I don't know how, but obviously with prayer and fasting and doing our research, like if we could come together and do more research. Like I recently created a research team with it's like me and my husband and two of my friends. So we're doing research like on our lineage and stuff, and then I'm documenting everything. So that's one thing. Like I would like to see us have our own universities, our own schools, our own hospitals, and we take all the the specialties and the skills that we've accumulated in this Babylonian system and apply it to our own communities, as well as like reaching the lost sheep of Israel too, that's that still don't know the truth and stuff. But we need to like produce that foundation within our own community, so that the lost sheep, they can see, okay, I don't need to go to the oppressor for my health care. Like I don't need to go to the oppressor for my prenatal care. I can go to my own people. And then that's a good way to preach the basora of Yahusha as well. We need to own land and stuff like that. So I would say self self actualization, or like self efficiency is like key for our children.
Yeah, these things are happening. If I may, they're going all around. There's certain um, groups within our nation that have acquired, land in the Ozarks. We're building on that land now. Different groups, and all of this, though, I think the main thing is something that you mentioned. Um, I think you're speaking to nationalism, but it starts with Isaiah 126, and that's being redeemed with established with righteousness. This is what the government, the kingdom is going to be established with. Zion is going to be established with. And I think everything that you're talking about will work, but it's from the impetus or the driving force of keeping the Torah. And so when we start to teach our children, we start to meditate on this word day and night, collectively, the gathering is taking place. And I think everything that you're saying, it's already implemented. These things are already happening. We're training women how to be midwives. We're the holistic medicines. We're gathering. When you see the unity camps, when you see these summits, when you see all this is actually forming now. But once again, the impetus is going to have to be our complete compliance to the Torah and understanding what that is. As we're being gathered, that's going to be the fence that protects us and brings us together. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'd like to see more like unity in righteousness. There's I feel like there's a lot of like disunity or lack of unity and stuff. I mean, I know there are like assemblies and stuff, but like I feel like we should be one nation, like one nation under Yah, And I follow the Messiah, else, but that's also very important, is being born again and being renewed in His Spirit, and then we come together as one nation, not like we have different clans. Like you'll have different clans within a village, and then the village within the nation, but if ultimately we are one nation. That's why I like to identify as Bene Israel, as a child of Israel, or like Afro-Asiatic Shemitic Hebrew, because that's who we are, and like linguistically that's who we are, and then our location and everything, like where we're from. So just establishing ourselves as one instead of being so separated, this doctrine and that doctrine. Like I see a lot of that. I wish that it would be more unity as a nation.
Okay, Shalakia. I agree with you. With the Cisco, she just left. But unfortunately, that's not going to happen. Or did I leave? Hold on.
No, you in.
Okay. That's what Yahushua is for. You understand? He's going to bring us together as one nation when he comes back. But in the meantime, you know what I'm saying? We need to What you're seeing happening now on this app is a wonderful thing. You see camps who may have had contention and everything being able to talk things out and getting together and teaching as one school on this app. So you're starting to see the Most High starting to mend some of those fences and gates as we speak. I agree with what the sister's saying. You know, we need to do all of those things, but the main thing we need to do is if somebody can go to uh, First King, uh, First Kings chapter 2, and read 1 to 3, because David gave Solomon some advice, and which made him into be who he was. This is what we need to pass down to our children. Can somebody get that for me, Bubba Kashaw?
Hey, yeah, the word you still there?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Khan. I got you. I got you. First
All
King
right.
chapter 2.
First Kings chapter 2, and read 1, 2, 3, because this is what we need to be handed down to our children. This is what this was the wisdom and the advice that David gave his son on his deathbed.
Khan. This is First Kings chapter 2, starting at verse 2.
You can
I
start at
go.
one. You
Oh,
can
Khan.
start at
Verse 1.
one.
First one, Khan with Khan. Salaki. Now the days and keep the charge of the Lord thy God, to walk in his ways, to keep his statutes and his commandments, and his judgments, and his testimonies, as it is written in the law of Moshe, that thou mayest prosper in all that thou doest, and whithersoever thou turnest thyself.
So that's what we need to be passing down to our children. That's what he was telling Solomon. Study thyself to be a man. Know these law, statutes, and commandments. You understand? Because this is, when you look, this is what we did to be in the conditions that we're in, because we're not passing these down to our children anymore. This is what we need to do for our children. Bring them up in the ways of these scriptures, bring them up in the ways of these laws, statutes, and commandments, and keep it pushing and passing that down. And then you will see the Most High working for us. Like we have the capabilities, we have Black Wall Street, Rosewood, all of that, but we didn't have one thing, and that was the commandments. And I yield.
Con. Yeah, that's definitely where we got to start from, right? Um, your Ak, if you can, give me Baruch 4 and 1, just real quick.
Khan with Khan.
I'm gonna let you brothers do most of the talking, but when I can, I want to just throw a couple of scriptures here and there. But go ahead, Baruch 4 and 1, King.
Baruch 4 and 1. This is the book. This is the book of Baruch, chapter 4, verse 1. This is the book of the commandments of Yahweh, and the law that endureth forever. All they that keep it shall come to life, but such as leave it shall die.
Right. So if we want to still exist in this world, right, till Yahushua comes, right, or for our children to live, right, these are the things that they need to be learning. They need to be studying the scriptures and meditating on it every single day, right, as a child. And it's our responsibility as parents. But the points that the sister brought up are great points. That's part of really Zephaniah 2 and 1, right? How can you gather if you're still involved in the ways of Esau or relying on Esau for every single thing? And we know it connects to the curses. Everything connects together, right? We know we're not going to escape the curses in its fullness till Yahushua comes and redeems us from here, right? But also we can apply wisdom. Yes, certain things the sister brought out are definitely things that are needed for us as a nation, right? But the number one thing that we need is the scriptures, right? Like the brother brought out the Torah, all right, and having faith in Yahweh and keeping these law, statutes, and commandments. That's what's going to give us life, right? Give me Second Timothy 3:15, Bushar.
Con. Second Timothy, what is it again? I'm Salaki, I'm sorry. Second Timothy.
Yeah, I think it's 3:15 that I want. 15 and 16.
Con. This is the book of Second Timothy, chapter 3, starting at 15. And that from a child thou hast known the holy scriptures, which are able to make thee wise unto salvation through faith which is in Christ Yahushua. 16.
Right, from a child. Salakia, yeah, from childhood, that's what gives us the wisdom understanding, right? Imagine if you learned this from a very, very young age, right? As a child, your parents taught you this, right? That's a blessing to have a parent like that that thinks that way, right? That's a gift you're getting as a child. And imagine if you latched on to that, right, and built off of it, right? By the time you're 30, 40 years old, right, and you stay faithful in the works, you're going to be able to help a lot of your people, right? You're going to be able to feed them spiritually. And that's what we need primarily right now, because our people are starving when it comes to the connection with the Heavenly Father. But with that, I yield. I yield.
Sister Amaya, are you finished? If not, we was gonna move on to the next person, which I think is my real pretty truthful. You can go
Yeah,
ahead if you
yeah,
want
I'm
to.
finished. Thank you for
Okay,
answering.
all praises. Okay, go ahead, Reb. You go ahead and if you want to expound on the topic or anything that you was listening from later uh before in the conversation, you go ahead.
The water, hun. Shalom, everyone. I was just gonna speak on like because we're talking about parent and children. Um, two aspects of how our children are being attacked, like right in the womb, right out of the womb. There's two things. The first thing is we all know that they attacked us, but trying to abort our babies when they're in our womb, but they're getting slicker too. Esau. Um, Traditionally, the way they try to use birth control against our nation, they first try to have women sterilize themselves. So if you look like at your grandparents, your grandmothers, maybe your moms, a lot of them would tell you that, oh, I got my tubes tied. I didn't want to have more children. So that was like the first attack, and that wasn't good enough. It wasn't preventing a lot of babies being born. So then they started with the whole abortion era that's being done today. So now that the younger generations are trying to keep their babies and bring them into the world, what they're doing is they're causing black women um, to have these cesarean births. And if you know, like a cesarean birth, they're cutting open the layers of your stomach. And if you try to have a child after that, most women, their stomach or their womb will rupture. So your whole cervix will rupture, preventing you from not having children anymore. And so what they're doing is when black women are going into the hospitals, they're basically telling them, "Oh no, you have to have a cesarean." And so what that does is it prevents you from having more children. And so what they do is when you're on your like third cesarean, they're telling you, "Oh, you're open right now. You might as well sign the documents to have your tubes tied." And now before when you're in labor or um sometimes they'll take you before your body starts going into labor, but like you're not really thinking um with a clear head. And so, right when you're about to go in to have these cesareans, they're now presenting you with paperwork to say, okay, well, you don't want to get pregnant again because your cervix can rupture, if you try to have a baby and you can't keep cutting um in the same spot that they've been cutting in, like after the third baby. So they kind of persuade you when you're on your third cesarean to now tie your tubes. So it's a form of sterilization, but it's like a slow process. So I just want to bring that out, and I also want to bring something else out. It has to do with baby formula. If you notice, like I had my daughter in 1995, and at that time there was a real bad push for using soy-based formula. And it was funny because my like I
Says we can't hear you.
funny. It
Says
wasn't like.
says you're gonna
Mhm.
have to re-say your part because I think your phone, the
Oh,
signal.
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah,
Okay, about the
Shalakia, bro.
formula.
Yeah, your mic went out.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so all right, so back to formula. Like in 1995, I had my daughter, and I was noticing there was a real bad push to change the formula. I breastfed her, but my cousin had a son, and her doctor kept insisting that she use this soy-based formula. Now, I'm gonna just give you an example. Soy-based, okay, soy-based formula. When the soy comes from a plant, and the plant produces this plant estrogen that is very similar to human estrogen. So in these formulas, it's having basically estrogen. So if you're feeding this to your baby 4, 6 times a day, you're feeding that baby estrogen. Okay. So let's see what it does to males. It gives males low libido and muscle mass. So they have low libido and low muscle mass. It also creates mood changes, reduces energy levels, and gives poor bone health associated with the low testosterone levels. So when you're using these formulas, you have to kind of look at the ingredients in it. And if it has soy in it, throw it away. Never ever give it to your baby boys. And that's why if you notice, like my daughter's 25. So in her age group and a little older than her, the males, they're not really gay, but they have gay tendencies. They're very feminine. And that's why, like, if you look today, like, it seems like everybody's gay, but really, a lot of people have like gay tendencies. And the men that are gay are preying on our sons. They're playing on the little black boys in our nation because they are feminine. And so I was just going to bring those 2 points out. You should always try to breastfeed your baby. It's not that hard, it takes a lot of work, especially if you're a single parent. You have to breastfeed your baby like every 2 hours, as opposed to formula is every 3 to 4. But you have to watch what Esau is putting in your baby's formula, and you have to watch them, like when you're going into labor, when they're trying to convince you to have a cesarean. I mean, they try to make me have. I'll just land my plane. They try to make me have a cesarean when I was having my daughter. I was in labor for like almost 24 hours, but I kept asking them. Like, I didn't feel no pain because I had, the epidural, and they gave me other drugs. But I kept saying to them, "Wait a minute, why am I getting a cesarean? Is my child in trouble? Is she in trouble?" And they were like, "No." And I was like, "Well, I'm gonna just keep pushing till she comes out." And that's what happened. And I never had to go under the knife like that. So I land my chariot.
Yeah, that makes sense because when we look into the history of Planned Parenthood, we are familiar with the Edomite woman Margaret Sanger, who initially advocated for this Planned Parenthood and what was called a Negro Project. And I got a article that I'm gonna share up top, but I'm just gonna read a little bit of this article um, called what was initially called the Negro Project. It says she advanced a controversial Negro Project, wrote in her autobiography, speaking to Ku Klux Klan group, and advocated for a eugenics approach to breeding for the gradual suppression, elimination, eventual, eventually extinction of defective stocks. Those human weeds which threaten the blooming of the finest flowers of American civilization. In 1939, letter to Dr. C.J. Gamble, Sanger, urged him to get over his reluctance to hire a full-time Negro physician, as the colored Negroes can get closer to their own members and more or less lay their cards on the table, which means their ignorance, superstitions, and doubt, like the abortion lobby today. So I'm gonna post this at the top so everybody can tap in on this link and read it for themselves. But yeah, that goes back into what the Real was saying about how abortion can ultimately or eventually rupture the insides of a woman and have an effect on them having children in high risk pregnancies. So I don't know how to do that. How y'all be doing that? Putting the link up top. Can somebody?
Yeah, Salaki. On the top right hand corner, you see where it has the three dots?
Yeah,
Yeah, click on that and click edit pin link
edit pin
and try
link.
to upload it. Yeah, and
Okay.
try to
Oh,
see if that works.
okay. I see. Okay, so I
Con,
copy
okay.
the link. I copy the link and put it here.
Yeah, con.
Okay. All right. I yield with that. I'm gonna go ahead and put that article up though.
All praises. Yeah, everybody can PTR to get that latest link up there.
That's what.
Hey, Shalom Kabar. What's
So,
going on, King? Y'all
so
watching the Shabbat?
family, how about? Yeah, I wanted to add 2 cents. The water and before I go to the gym, I just wanted y'all to know that the water and pretty truthful.
Con.
Daba.
Yeah,
Con, con.
Uh, and then other than that, what the sister said, because I was about to say the same thing, man. You know, about what she was saying about the abortion, about the formula, you know, and you got to know some of them cereals that they giving the kids got metal, got iron. All you got to do is sift it out. I did it before. Get a magnet and you sift it out. It be metal shavings in the cereal. You know, when you mix it with water, you mix it with milk, what babies drink, and sometimes the formula, depending on the brand, you could pour some of that out, put it in a pot like a saran wrap bag, a see-through bag, and you can sift it out with a magnet, and you'll see metal shavings in the formula. This is all facts. You know what I'm saying? But she said the right points. But I was gonna say, because dealing with parenting, you know, they got the TV shit like they're the household without even being in front of you physically. All you gotta do is turn on that TV, and then now your kid wanna be a sweet tank. There's a sister that was doing a TikTok video, and you know a lot of women they get close to the camera, turn around, and they walk a certain way so they butt can jiggle. This woman had four of her sons doing that video. She's walking in the beginning and she
Yeah.
walks away and even the kids start twerking, man. And I bet you some of them kids is not gay, but because they have a single household with a mother, the mother just think, hey man, we can just do whatever. It's not hurting nobody. One of them kids is going to be a sweet tooth Dwayne Wade son. You know what I'm saying? So it's like um, our parenting is under attack through television, through TikTok, through Facebook. Because now society is different. You got young kids getting a cell phone at the age of 10 and 11. No, no offense. Y'all ain't gonna know who I'm talking about. But one of my nieces, she wanted to play around on the phone and bring up some sexual things. And this girl, like 11 or 12 years old, and one of her friends is like, I want to lick
the semen out of a man, or I want to just have sex. These are two little girls that's 11 and 12, man. And it's because of either there's the things that they see on TV, and then it's some of these kids is not getting the same parenting as people in the truth. Like we in the truth, we gonna be more stern on our children, correct them. You know, in the world, some of our kids have friends that's in the world. So now this kid is hearing a lot of foul cussing coming out of a child. This kid might see a young child smoking weed, and the mom is cool. You know what I'm saying? I know people that's in the world and they get mad that their son smoked weed without there. And the kid only like 14. You know what I'm saying? So it's like uh, parenting is under attack, even when we use it in the aspect versus people in the truth and people in the world. Because sometimes people in the world can have the littlest influence on their child. Even the kids that's in the world will have that big impact on your child that's in the truth. Because now when your kid get older, they see things that they ain't never seen. You know what I'm saying? They ain't never seen this. And then when you go to school, you know, kids go through that physical thing, getting the period. You know, boys out of nowhere is getting attracted to women in a certain way. So now kids like my daughter, she's 5 years old, about to be 6. A boy said, "Hey, can I get a kiss, Amaya?" My daughter kissed him. Guess what? I tore that ass up. But at the end of the day, it's because that kid is being taught something in his household. He don't have structure. So now when my daughter do it, I'm already know. So people in her school is going, "Oh, yo, TV. I see your daughter doing something, and I wanted to tell you." And my daughter already knew she was wrong because she cried before I even popped her or did anything because she knew she was wrong. And I told her. So every day I ask her, what should she not do? Kiss a boy, because I let her know sex is marriage. You know what I'm saying? Our kids is getting attacked through sexual desires around, even if they walking outside or in the street or they got a friend. You know what I'm saying? But this is what Esau and this is what the enemy do. This is why they promote the sexual things on TV, cartoon. You got kids over here like, ooh, these two boys kiss. So now what I gotta do is I gotta pick up the Bible and I gotta tell them that a man shouldn't lay with another man is abomination. That is gay. So I teach the kids, and now when the kids see it, now they done learn. Oh, that's abomination. They gonna die for that. So now kids is learning. But it's the kids that's not in this truth. That's the thing. The more we got more kids in the truth, the better it's going to be for our children. I'm not saying this shit don't happen because you got TV, you got YouTube. My daughter watch YouTube like it's nothing. You know, she watch a lot of acting, but she'll watch acting and there be a gay man on there. And she won't even know. And she might think it's nothing wrong with it. He ain't killing nobody. He ain't doing that wrong. He just acting. But he dressing like a whole girl. I gotta correct that. You know what I'm saying? But then say if I'm not around and she was somebody in the world and they watching that same thing. Kids is like the society is all about mental. You know, you destroy somebody spiritually, but you destroy them mentally, then it becomes physical. A lot of people that become gay, you know, they either see something. A young boy, I don't know if anybody's seen the Turtles, the new movie that came out, but they had a black actor that's well known that I've seen him in movies. This man is a damn near superhero, but he finds a love by a gay man, but he already has a son. He has a son. He didn't have nobody. Then, in order for him to save the world, he finally fell in love with somebody, and it was a man. And they basically, out of every other race on the movie that's a superhero, only the black man is getting butt broke. So now kids want to be superheroes. Then you see Superman kissing a boy in a cartoon. When the hell did Superman do some shit like that? So now kids want to feel like, hey, now they're gonna have another reason to say, hey, it's okay. Because my favorite superhero is gay. You know what I'm saying? So it's like through the media, the movies, these damn apps. Those are certain forms of parenting is being under attack. You know, because it's kind of hard to put parental vision on certain apps like Facebook, like YouTube. You can put parental vision, but only thing though, they can still if it's somebody teaching kids something and it's a gay man or a dude dressing up, you can't even hide that video. It's still gonna be there. You know what I'm saying? But those are the things that will necessarily have some of these boys trying to, guessing, thinking like, oh man, if they can do that, maybe I can do it. And then out of nowhere, certain things happen. You know what I'm saying? And then certain family members we allow our kids to be with. You know, I don't really like my daughter to be with everybody. You know, because I don't really trust everybody. Because not everybody is good with kids. You know, and I've been hearing some bad things. So us as people, we got to start modern our kids and actually choosing who should actually be watching our kids, what our kids should be watching. You know, just like when the sister said the formula, if we was watching this actually beneficial for our kids to actually eat when they're newborns, we should stick to it. So I do agree that women should breastfeed because anything Esau make is not to build or uplift or make your child healthy because you already know they say America makes more money when you're sick. So if your kid is getting sick from off of formula, that's a good thing. You're gonna make America. You're gonna make some money. You know, and it's gonna make a habit. You know, even when your kid is born, they shoot your kid with damn near medicine already. You know, and they made that order that your kid has to get shot. You know what I'm saying? So parenting been under attack. As soon as you gotta sign a damn birth certificate, you know what I'm saying? Where your kid is already in the system of the Edomites. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's pivotal that we stay strong in this truth and actually make smart decisions. Like this is my last, and I'm gonna land my plane. Like when my daughter and my real son get older, I don't want them to move out the house until the son is able to provide for himself and to provide for a wife. Just like my daughter, if her head or if herself, if she can't buy her own crib or provide for herself, she gonna stay in the house. You know what I'm saying? Because when a kid leaves you, they're supposed to be with their husband or their wife to twine and be one. I'm not gonna just allow her to just be in the world and then she gotta, cause that's how we all were. And then she might fall into all type of sin and then walk away from the feast days. As soon as you get these kids a little leg room, they act crazy. And you see it right now when kids is young. You chilling, and you tell the kid don't play in the living room, and then you go do your thing. And next thing you know, these kids is jumping and playing in the living room, and they try to do it when you're not paying attention, or if you're not in the room, or you walking down to go get the other kid from the bus stop. They gonna still be defiant. So that's why in this world, you can't put nothing past this world, especially if a kid grows up and they see things. You know what I'm saying? We're already mysterious. We're already suspicious at certain things. You know, everybody had their moment of jumping into sex too early. Young kids is, they jump into things, either smoking weed, smoking cigarettes, and it depends on the influence that's around them because people become the product that they're around. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people should not be parents. I'm gonna say that straight, like plain, line upon line. Some people do not deserve to be parents. They're terrible. They're not really paying attention to their kids, or they're not looking at the surroundings, and they don't see that America, like America sweeps them out the house with the nation. I don't know if people seen the movie, the TV show Kyle Kaepernick, but even as a black man, Hispanic, Latino, a native, or whatever nationality people go by that can fit the Bible, you are attacked and you are looked as a dog or a criminal. Me have a lot, or just me being dark skinned, the way I dress or how I walk, I might look like I'm gonna kill somebody, or I'm a thug, or I'm a drug dealer. You know, but when you look at Esau, you can't think of a mass robber, a damn faggot that rape people right in front of you. You know what I'm saying? Like They think that we look more like a criminal, but they look like the damn animal. They look like the damn cave dwellers. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's time for us to actually take more initiative to educate the household on these same topics that we're talking about right now. You know what I'm saying? Actually, I'm gonna do a lesson with my family on this same topic because the same thing I know, I would want kids to know. You know, because when you go in school, kids learn about danger. You got to teach them that shit before they go to school. You know, I'm all about teaching my kids things that's in the world before a white man teach you, because the white man is gonna teach you what he wants you to know. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you everything from the good into the bad, to drug dealers to crackheads. You got to know all of these things. You know what I'm saying? Because I seen it all. I seen my sister have sex at the age of 11, and I was watching. I was looking out for her. You know, and it was my best friend. You know what I'm saying? So if I know that happened in my time, just because I'm in the truth, I'm not gonna put it past these kids. If I'm saying my niece was over here talking about doing some sexual thing when she 11, my daughter kissed a boy and she was 5. You know, just for me to see it, it didn't make me say, "Damn, I wish I didn't have children." It just let me know as soon as we walk out, we are under attack. Even when you're in this truth, you know, even with boys, I wouldn't put it past little man TJ because he a boy. I might not feel too bad because if it's a boy kissing a girl, I'd be cool. But I still have the same mindset so that they know. Just because you kiss somebody, you gotta know what comes later on. And if you have sex with somebody, that's your husband or your wife. I like to teach that because sometimes you put fear into somebody when you actually tell them the truth. You know what I'm saying? So I rest my case on that.
Yeah, I like to address the sister what she said. It was powerful about the what's going on in the hospitals and with birth, and they getting rid of our children. It's nothing new under the sun like they did in ancient Egypt. One of the things we have to go back to the Jeremiah 6:16, and I think this will help out a lot. I'm gonna read it real quick if I may. And it says, "Thus saith Yahweh, stand ye in the ways and see, and ask for the old paths, where's the good way, and walk therein, and ye shall find rest for your souls. But they said, we will not walk therein." And when you talk about the old paths, it's even going back to wisdom and what the ancients used to do. The birthing stool. We didn't get up on no table and try to defy gravity and tell you, go ahead and shoot the baby out. It don't make no sense. No wonder you need an epidural because it would be painful. It's going to be pain with birth anyway. You should. The Most High wanted our women to feel those birth pains, just like the symbolism within the scriptures. Israel is going through birth pains. We're supposed to feel that. But, this man, Esau signs, he tell you get up on the table, defy gravity. We got to go back to the old ways, the old paths. And this is what we have to teach. It's going to take pain to do it. We're going to have to homeschool. We're going to have to get together as a community. My children, all 4 of my daughters were homeschooled. It's going to take a sacrifice. You may not have the worldly things that you want, but you're going to have a righteous branch. And that's the greatest inheritance that we can leave. So it's very important that we're having these discussions, like the brother Dar was saying, and that we make sure that we put this we put educating our children, we put the old past, which is the right way, above what's new. It's dangerous dealing when you always talking about something new. The world waxes worse and worse with age. I want this new stuff, this new science, this new technology. Everything new is not right. Everything new is not well for you. So we have to go back, and you got to get this wisdom from some of your elders, and then even some of the people that experienced where it was one time where my great grandmother and my uh, grandmother could had 10 children, natural. But now when they put you and tell you to get up on the table, defy gravity, you have 3 cesareans. You limited to 2 or 3 children. That this is by design. I yield.
Con, I want to bring out a precept to what the brother just said. That was powerful. This is Romans 1:26. It said, "For this cause God gave them up to vile affections, for even their women did change the natural use into that which is against nature." So, like the brother was saying, man, a lot of what's been used today, like to for women giving birth, and and mainly we use the scripture. We speak about the transgender, but it also can be used in this scenario too, because the natural use of how women give birth and how they nurture their babies has been changed, and the old way has been looked at as a spectacle. You know what I'm saying? So going back to the ancient ways and the ways in the past, back in the past, is something we need to look into, because today we can see what's going on with our children, far as using these techniques of birth and nurturing our children. It's a lot going on. It's an agenda, and we know the agenda is to destroy a nation of people, and for the bulk, it's only targeting one nation of people, and we understand that. So yeah, these is powerful points that we're bringing out. Far as this is targeting our parenting is under attack through all these type of scenarios, and this is stuff we have to talk about and look into. With that, I yield.
God,
I
all
wanted to
praises.
respond, if that's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Um, I agree with what brother Adar. I hope I'm saying that right, brother Adar. What he said. Every time, every day is a battle. Every day is a war, and so I think the most powerful thing is prayer and collective prayer as well. Like, you know, Yahusha, he said, "Greater works will we do than him." So we're supposed to be casting these demons out, um, and calling them out, and that's like the most powerful thing to do is like pray with your children, because from the womb, like our children are being targeted by Satan, and we have to call out those spirits. So when we see our child being under the influence of a demonic spirit, we have to cast it out. And then we also have to teach our children from young to cast out the demons as well, to engage in spiritual warfare. And also another thing I'd like to add is I agree with what Brother Yakana said about basically how we're supposed to go back to the ancient path, the ways of old. So, you know, studying like, you know, our old traditions and stuff, like before colonialism, before we went into captivity, is a good thing. And like if you look at a lot of like Shemitic, like African cultures, they tend to have a better unity than us, like in America. Just being honest, like I've been around a lot of like Shemitic Africans, and like their culture is very, very stern, and their children usually come out with better discipline because they move as one. And so like I think we have to get back to that, like moving as one. Like we come together just like we're doing now, and maybe even have like a parent coalition or something like that, and we talk about, okay, this month or whatever, like this is what's plaguing our children or whatever problems, and we come together in prayer, and we cast out those spirits, as well as, you know, coming up with concrete ways to, and like I think that would be so helpful as well. And just seeing each other as one, as a village, and not individual, would be good too. So if I see, okay, someone sees my child and they're acting up, like in the past, our parents and stuff, like our forefathers, they would be able to discipline the children even if I'm not there. But you know, American society has said like, oh, that's wrong, everyone's individual, but that was never our culture. Our culture is not individual. It's village based. So we're supposed to be holding each other accountable, and then going to each other and saying, oh, your child was doing this, you know what I'm saying, your child was acting out. So that so that accountability as parents is like really, really helpful, instead of getting like in our feelings. Like if someone tells us about a child, like I want someone to tell me like, okay, my child has been acting out, like, you know what I'm saying. So having an eye on each other's children, and as I said, prayer, especially the daughters of Zion. It says in the scriptures that we're supposed to be on our faces praying on the behalf of the men of Yasharal, and on behalf of our children. We're supposed to be praying. So we're supposed to be prayer warriors. So like moving as an army, like a chessboard. You have different pieces. Like we have to start moving together as an army against the principalities and the powers, and taking back territory for the kingdom of heaven. Just like Satan, he's trying to take territory and trying to have his hand in everything. We need to take back territory for y'all. So I yield on that.
Salakia, I just want to say something in regards to what Amaya just said. All right, so this whole notion about it takes a village and all this other stuff. I mean, I understand what people say by that, but I don't believe in that. You're responsible for your own children. I mean, nobody else is responsible for your children but the two people who created that child. That's just my take on everything. And when I was younger, um my father always told us, like, we can tell him anything, and if anybody ever came up to him, like someone like just in the neighborhood or anything, and told him about one of his children, he would go ballistic on them, and he would tell them basically, mind your business, you don't know what I allow my child to do. And basically, me and my children have a good enough relationship that I know what they're doing even if they don't tell me. And so this whole notion that you go report other people's children and you have a say so in another man's household, I mean, I just don't believe in that. I think, I don't know, Amaya, like, to be honest, it seems like you're mixing African um like theologies with our nation. Like you mentioned that you want to be called Bani Israel, and that's a term that,
B'nai Israel. It just means children of Israel. That's
right,
basically it.
but like you're speaking on like Shemitic words, and you're saying you want to study linguistics, and that's what the Hamites do, claiming that they're Israel. They go by the linguistics and stuff like that. In the scriptures, it tells us don't worry about genealogy, don't worry about linguistics and stuff like that, because we were cut off from that. So I'm not trying to like come against you, but like some of the stuff you're saying, I mean, you're saying that back in the days, like we all moved, as a unit and stuff like that. I mean, I don't look at it like that, because the different tribes had different characteristics and did different things. So that is
So,
just my take on it.
Salakia. All right. I'm gonna add on to the conversation. I see both points. But Sister Amaya was kind of correct, I'm gonna prove it through scripture. But I see both sides, Sister Pretty. Don't get me wrong, okay? But we're gonna go to
Can I
scripture.
respond first, if you don't mind?
And hang on a second, sister. I'll let you
Okay.
respond, okay? Because the word got to come out, and I want to use the word to basically just kind of expound on what you sisters are talking about. All right. Ak, if you don't mind, man, can I get Deuteronomy 21 and 18 and 21? Now,
Come, come.
this has a little bit to do with what we're talking about. If we're dealing with a situation where our children got influenced in any way by this system, right? We can apply this. Now, we can't do this today because it's against the law, but this is what our ancestors used to do, okay? But we know we're under grace now. But go ahead, Deuteronomy 21 and 18.
Come. This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 18 and 21. And if thou say in thine heart, how shall we know the
Oh,
word?
Salakia, give me 21 and 18. I don't know if I said that, Salakia. If I did not, I apologize, King.
Come.
21 and 18. We're going to read to 21.
Okay.
So, water, King.
This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 21 and 18. Man have a stubborn and rebellious son, which will not obey the voice of his father or the voice of his mother, and that, when they have chastened him, will not hearken unto him, then shall his father and his mother lay hold on him and bring him out unto the elders of the city and unto the gate of his place.
Hold that. You see that? So if a father and a mother is dealing with a stubborn child, right? You chastise them yourself, right? But what happens is, what about if it gets to the point where you can't deal with them anymore? Because that happens even in today with some people in the truth, right? We know it definitely happens when you're out in the world, right? But what did our ancestors and our foremothers and forefathers did? They brought them to the elders, right? It's the same thing as if you have an issue with a brother, right? There's steps that, or sister, there's steps that we have to take. All right. So we did confine with each other to help with a situation that maybe we couldn't handle ourselves. Right now, the scope is a little bit different, as in both sides of what you sisters are bringing out, but it's kind of like the same idea here. Right. So if we're dealing with a child that is going through a lot, not listening to us, we have to bring them forth to the other people of our nation. Right. But keep going. Verse 20.
Verse 20. And they shall say unto the elders of his city, this our son is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey our voice. He is a glutton and a drunkard.
Right. He is a glutton and a drunkard. Right. He's not listening to anything that we're saying. He's being disobedient, right? Basically being wicked, right? But listen to what the judgment used to be. The kids today, man, they should be thanking the Most High for Yahushua being our mediator today. Because this is what used to happen. Verse 21.
Verse 21. And all the men of his city shall stone him with stones, that he die. So shalt thou put evil away from among you, and all Israel shall hear the fear.
That's right. That's how much the Most High wanted us to be holy. That he doesn't mind you killing a child and getting rid of them so they don't corrupt the other children in your society or your community, right? This is what our ancestors used to do, right? Of course, we know we can't do that now based on the law of the land and Yahweh Shah on the scene, right? And that we know we're under grace. So yes, I do see both points when the sisters, Salaki, let me get your names right, Salaki. Sister Amaya
Maya.
was, oh yeah, I got you, sis. Brought up the point that we have to come as a community and kind of help each other. But also, I see the point of Sister Pretty where she talks about how it's your responsibility, and that's really where it starts. Really, your responsibility, right, to teach your child right from wrong. Because you got some parents that are lazy. They don't want to do that. They want society and everybody else to raise their children for them, right? They don't want to take that responsibility upon their own self, right?
Salakia.
But again, go
Yeah.
ahead, sis.
One of
I know
the
the sister wanted to bring out a point and respond, but
Oh
go ahead,
yeah.
sister.
Sorry, I'll just say this real quick. Like I understand what you're saying about, because I know the story about, them bringing before like the whole council, the whole town. But like you said, it starts with the parents. The parents did that. The parents, brought their own child before the congregation or whatever. But people just randomly going up to people and telling them about their kids, or trying to correct other people's kids that aren't their children, that they didn't raise or anything like that. Nah, I don't think that's I don't think that's correct. Like, parents, if they want to make the decision to bring their child before like everyone else and saying, look, my child is out of control, blah 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 blah, that's different than people just randomly correcting people's children that they have no relationship with. I mean, I just feel like too it leads to all that pedophile stuff, because whenever a child tries to tell somebody in authority, I'm being molested, the first thing they are saying, you better stay in a child's place. That person wouldn't do that because that person's an adult. So I don't know. I understand what you're saying correctly. I just mean that when It's not the parents correcting their own kids. You shouldn't be going up to them correcting them unless like it's a situation where that child's causing havoc onto other children.
Okay,
Right.
sis. If I hold on a second, if I'm I know your husband is in the room here, so I'm not gonna really speak on it that much. I'm gonna leave it as that. So, but yeah, I hear you. I
I want
said,
to
oh, go ahead, King.
real quick because um, I grew up in a community where we were tight. Okay, I grew up in a community where the grandmothers grew up together. It was like 4 and 5 generations in the whole area. So we were a community, and I wasn't able to go down the street and get into mischief without one of them being able to chastise me. And then guess what? I got home and got chastised. You understand? We grew up where we could go into each other's doors and sit and eat food together. Yes, the responsibility definitely starts, but you know what I'm saying? Sometimes, or at least when I was coming up, the community raised the whole community. So that's why we were able to go out and play. Because guess what? The whole community was on the porch and had love for each one of those children out there. So I grew up kind of different. And also, uh, back then, it meant something to have a family name and to not go out and tarnish it. You understand? Everywhere you went, oh, that Brian boy, or this and that, or that guy's from this family. You know what I'm saying? It meant something to uphold a family name. You know, so like I said, I grew up different, where the whole neighborhood was grew up together, many generations, and we were able to police or not police or raise the neighborhood as kids, and we're all still fly. So I yield.
Right, right, right. You see, that's the thing I was trying to make, right? I grew up in that type of that was important. Like us upholding our father's name right, our lion's name right. Like we can't go out there act crazy and think it's okay, because if we go by that rule, right? If I see a child that is an Ephraimite, for example, we all live in the same community. We get this land that we all talk about we want to get, and I see him doing something that he's not supposed to do. Right there, if I'm not rebuking him, I'm going against the law. So we got to be careful with that,
Right.
right? Because I do see, that's why I said I see both parts. But again, I don't want to go in on it too much, but I do see both parts of what she's saying, what the two sisters are saying, right? Because yes, the responsibility falls on you, the parent, not your neighbor, not the grandparents, not your sister, not your brother, on you, right? But as a community, we're supposed to help each other and correct each other, right? Especially our children. And also, it builds trust. If
Yeah.
you can trust me to correct your son if I see him doing wrong, I can do the same for you. I can trust you that if you see, and I expect you to do that, because I'm not going to be everywhere with my children at the same time. So it really boils down to trust and really keeping the laws. That's part of the law. We're supposed to rebuke each other and correct each other, right?
Con. Yeah, but I had an example too, like
Oh,
when my daughter Salakia, when my daughter was being watched by like one of my best friends, she called me and she was saying to me, and my mom has done this too. They'll say that, my daughter won't eat the food. She won't eat, and that's because my daughter's never eaten pork. So that's why I was saying, like, little comments like that, like, you have to be careful too when people are coming to you about your children. I mean, I'm all for correcting kids. If you see kids like throwing rocks, that's wrong. But like there's certain things like just like us. I mean, I'm sure everybody in this room, when they were children, they did things that were looked at as wrong or disobedient. And really it's because we were coming into the truth probably as children. That's all. But I agree
Let
what
me
you
let me
all are saying.
Can I respond to the
Yeah,
sister?
yeah, you can respond. Let me say something real quick though, because like
Okay.
I agree with Sister Amaya, and I also agree with my red. And what Macabre said, like I grew up in my 80s, baby, and then the community I grew up in, the community was that's how the community was when I grew up. Like, you know what I'm saying? If I did something, you might have a neighbor down the street that knows my parents, and they'll correct us. They would even chastise us. So I also grew up in that community, in that type of close knit community. And back then, even though our people grew up under the bugged out Christianity doctrine, a lot of our grandmothers and aunties and mothers, they had that zeal, you know what I'm saying, for the fear of God. Whether they understood or not, they had a much stronger zeal when it came to God, whether it was under the knowledge or not. And as we know, it wasn't under the knowledge of the Most High. But at the same time, today, like what our communities and our peoples are being exposed to, and the stuff we see on media, in the media and in TVs, and the propagandas that they pushing. At the same time, nowadays you do have to be mindful of, you know, the type of people you have around your children, even in the black community, because our people is really bugged out nowadays. Like I said, back then we had a more zeal of God back then. So it was a lot of trust, you know what I'm saying, within the community, because we didn't have to worry too much about the pedophiles and the sodomites, and you know what I'm saying, and these type of people, because it wasn't that much of a big deal then, you know. But nowadays, today, as far as our communities, we have to be mindful and understand that that type of agenda has been pushed in our community, and it's destroying us as a people. And let me say one last thing. Far as us coming together, like the brother Ari said, keeping these laws, statutes, and commandments is the only protection we have. And this the only community that I will trust around my children are my brothers and my sisters that's are in this community, particularly in the house of Israel. You understand? Because I done been around the body. You understand? I bear witness to the spirit of the brothers and sisters. So if my children was around and any of my brothers and sisters corrected my children of anything, so be it. That's cool. But far as the community that I'm living in today, that's outside of the laws and statutes and commandments of the Most High, I cannot trust that. I can't, you know what I'm saying, body that in my children, or have these people put that type of authority over my children. Not, and I believe that we all feel the same way. So coming under these laws, statutes, and commandments is a whole different ball game, because I can trust these people that's under the same knowledge and under the same authority as me, because the fear we have and the zeal we have for God. And with that, I'll land my plane.
Sister Maya, go ahead and respond.
Yeah, I agree with the sister, like what she said. The dangers of, like, it being random people, but I was really talking about within our community, and trust, people that we've built like relationships, relationships with, like we build a bond, like I know your family name, you know my family name, like trusting our children to be chastised by those people, not just, like someone sees you randomly and then they have the authority to do that. I mean, those that are really following the Ruach HaKodesh, that are following the commandments. Obviously, pedophilia is, and so anybody that's committing that needs to be either removed or killed. I don't know if that's like possible, but they need to be removed. So, but I was just talking about like building family bonds, because that's what we did, like before, before like colonialism and all that. We built family bonds, and I've I also kind of grew up like similar to some of the brothers. Like I grew up in a community that was like, if my mom's not around or whatever, she's usually around, but like if she's like not in the room with me, an adult can chastise me. So it does build that trust. And I've seen, as I said, I have a lot of like African friends, and they're not Hamites, they're Shemites, which is what we are. And I've seen how their culture operates, and it's like the children come out so much better because they have those family bonds, and they have the fear, like they have the fear of tarnishing the family name and the fear of the Most High. So that's really what I was talking about. Obviously, it is our first priority to like discipline our children, but I think it's also good on a, I was thinking more on a community level. It's good to rebuke each other, and we have to be open to that rebuke and open to that correction, because that's how we grow. We grow as a nation, and obviously from people we trust, like my mom-in-law. I give her the authority, or not even I give her authority. She has the authority by Yah to discipline my child. That's her grandchild, and then, certain people I trust, like I would trust them than a random stranger that's not in our nation, that doesn't know our commandments, that doesn't know our culture. But culturally speaking and historically speaking, that's how we operated, as a nation. So I was just talking about getting back to those roots. So I hope that helps.
God,
I don't want to offend you, sister. I agree with you.
No,
it's
you
just a
didn't. You didn't
conversation.
for me. The water, sis.
It's a conversation that we need to have, you know. Um, Deacon, I seen you come off your mic.
Yeah, I just want to say that this Joshua right here. Earlier, brother left. He mentioned about the black seed oil. Also, want to add, garlic is good too. Garlic is good to use to help build your immune system up. It's good to fight against bacteria and stuff. So I came. Let me see. I've been out of town two times this year right here, and I came back home a couple of months ago, and I took the test. First, I took the rapid test, and they told me I didn't had nothing. So I took the second test, the sent out test, and a couple of days later, and they called me and said I had COVID-19. So I didn't felt no symptoms. I didn't got sick or nothing. I mean, I didn't got dizzy. I didn't pass out or nothing like that. So probably for all those months taking on raw garlic. I mean, every day I used to take raw garlic, and people, even though make your breath stink a little bit, but I believe that taking raw garlic does help build up your immune system, and it does affect it fight against infections and stuff. So I just want to add that not only just the black seed oil and just taking vitamins and stuff, herbal vitamins. Garlic is good too to use, help build up your immune system. I land my plane.
And ginger, King, and ginger.
God,
I got my,
and
Oh,
I
ginger
got,
too.
I,
yeah,
yeah, I got my own drink out. It's called
Yeah.
Fruitful.
Mm-hmm.
And I usually like for me, I'm just saying, for the past
Mm-hmm.
year and a month, I've been only eating once a day. Because what I do is I wake up and I drink Fruitful. I put ginger, garlic, salad, some tomatoes, some sweet peppers, and
Oh, send that
fruit
greens
that
to me.
derives. So it's either green, I might go to the green fruit, like some kiwi, some grapes, or I might just say, forget it. I'm gonna go to exotic. I'm gonna put pomegranate. I'm gonna mush the seeds so the seeds come out, but get the juice, put that in there, and get some pineapples and real mango. No mango that's already cut up when you go to Tops. No, you gotta get the actual mango, peel that joint, cut up the fruit, and then when you get to the seed, you squeeze the mango juice into the blender. And I make this every day. And I haven't got sick. I haven't got sick in 2 years.
Con. And what
Since I've
about
been this,
go ahead.
yeah, so since I've been part of HOI, I haven't got, thank you, Most High Yahweh Shimon, he didn't allow me to get sick for 2 years, man. And that's off of me starting that drink fruitful. And like I say, I eat at dinner time, usually 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, and I'm not hungry throughout the day. I'm going to the gym right now. All I got right now is my apple juice and my cranberry juice. And I go work out for like 3, 4 hours. By the time I get done, then I can go home and eat. You know what I'm saying? My body, yo, I gained weight. And this is how I've been doing it for 2 years. When I became part of HOI, I was 155. I was 184 now. Off of working out and eating way healthier than I ever did. I'm not vegan. I'm gonna tear some lamb and some chicken, some
Yeah.
steak up. You know what I'm saying? But it's the workout and the minerals and the proteins and the fibers I drink. So what I do is the same thing I drink, I eat it. Like I'll have an extra mango, I'll cut it up and I'll eat it because you gotta know your body when when you uh when you eat the fruit, your body is trying to cut it, break it down so it can go to its actual place. When you drink it, it's nothing to break down. It's gonna go straight to where it has to go to. So I'm basically making my body work when I eat it, but then when I'm working out and I go home, I just drink my fruitful and I'm good. You know, my red. She'll eat one day, one time out the day. I fast, my red fast. She'll go without eating nothing, but she'll drink something. I'll give her fufu. She won't eat the whole day. She got a child in her. You know what I'm saying? She won't get dizzy. And I've been getting my rib on this. I've been getting the kids on it. You know what I'm saying? It builds the kids' immune system. I haven't got sick. My ribs somewhat didn't get sick, and we didn't get hit with no COVID. And it's all praise to the Most High for allowing us to
All
actually
praise.
have a mindset for the fruit and vegetables that we can actually use. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to add that 2 cents.
What about kale too? Kale. I heard kale good
Oh
for
yeah,
a lot of
definitely.
things too.
Yeah, yeah. Yo, I'm not gonna lie. Even if you use kale, even if you use some people might say, man, you right. You get collard greens, you don't cook them, and you put them in the blender. You put them in the straight blender, just like you do kale. I'm telling you, it's going. You can get the straight benefits instead of it being cooked. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
I keep
saying?
hearing that. You got to eat things raw. I keep hearing that for a while now. So yeah, just send me those information, man, in the back chat. In my inbox.
All
Build up my
praise.
immune system and stuff, and eat solid. I was craving for my flesh was craving for meat the other day. I said, man, I said let me eat some solid and stuff. Once I eat my solid, it kills the whole urge about eating meat. I do like eating meat, but sometimes I like to eat my solid and stuff. I land my plane.
God, all praises, all praises.
May I say
Yeah,
something? Oh,
yeah.
sorry.
Give
So,
me 1 second, sis, and then you can have the floor. Yeah, the thing is, like the brother's saying, is don't wait till you get sick. You understand? Yeah, the herbs will help you when you get sick, but the thing is to keep yourself healthy. You understand? To do these things to prevent illness. You know what I mean? Get that immune system up and fighting. You know what I'm saying? There's been viruses and everything on this earth from day one. You know, our immune system is built for that because the Most High God made it for that. So yeah, that's the thing. Stay healthy. Go ahead, sis, pretty.
Salaki, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to bring out something about the black seed oil. Um, it can get a little expensive. It is really good. It's known to like cure anything in your body. Um, but if you can't really afford a lot of it, you can go to like you would have to go to like an Arab store or an African store, and you can get the seeds themselves. It's a lot cheaper. It's like maybe um $3 for like a half a pound of seeds, and you get like a coffee grinder from like one of the like Sears or something. They're only like $10, and you can just grind the seeds into a powder. It looks like pepper. So when I cook, like I'll sprinkle some of that like on food, like it's pepper, and it's just a lot cheaper. I just wanted to bring that up.
Never
Excellent,
heard
Uh,
that.
excellent point. A lot of shit. Brother
uh,
Ezra, brother Ezra, I know you've been waiting a while. You want to jump on in?
Shalom, King.
Shalom.
Kind of driving right now, but I have a precept due to the topic. It's parenting under attack, right? And I'm gonna just read that.
Khan, King.
So it's the book. It's the book of Psalms, chapter 37 and verse 7. Rest in the Lord and wait patiently for him. Fret not thyself because of him who prospereth in his way, because of the man who bringeth wicked devices to pass. Right? So we know that the wicked man, the top wicked man on the earth is Esau. All right. And the Lord said that this wicked man is going to be coming with wicked devices. Right. And one of the wicked devices, you know, is the phone, social media. Right. But the Lord, through the power of the Lord, we take advantage of these wicked devices by pushing the truth. Right. As far as like social media, right. We push the truth. We push the gospel. But sometimes, it could be a hindrance because when our kids grow up and to be a certain age, right, they are given a phone or whatever phone. It could be an Android, iPhone, you know, and as they grow older, they start to mature and they start to know what's right and what's wrong. And so years pass on. Now that I give it to about, I say 16 years old. I don't really know the average age that a parent will give a child their phone. But when you look at it, a lot of our children, they be on YouTube, right, Instagram. They be on all these social medias, and when they look on these social medias, they do see wickedness. They see brothers gang banging, gang violence, right, and we know that the white man has given our people deals and contracts that involves money and selling their soul, as you see, like for example, rappers like Kodak Black, right? Nicki Minaj, Kanye West, all them hip hop artists and R&B artists, and most of the wicked ones, well, they all wicked, but they do have a chance at salvation, right? But when you look into their lyrics, you know, and let's say our kids perhaps decide to click on it one day, and they click on the wrong song. Let's say, for an example, what brothers be rapping about these days, uh, having sex with a lot of women and toting guns and gang violence, right? The white man knew that our men was going to do that when you put money into their pockets because we grew up not having nothing, right? Due to oppression for 400 years. So now, when the white man has the opportunity, he's going to take advantage of it, right? And one of the ways that he took an advantage of it is having wicked devices. And when our children grow up and they know, as they grow older and mature, and as they slowly take hold of the social media, and as they get addicted to it and it become a habit, right? We see that our children, they want to be just like these hip hop artists, these rappers. But all praise to the Most High that He woken the prophets up, the men of the Lord, to teach the gospel and how to raise our households. That's why I believe when you go to Proverbs 22:6, right? The Lord said, "Train up a child in the ways he should go." So all praises to the Lord that you do have brothers and sisters that's raising their household, that's having their children in order, that's teaching them the commandments of Yahweh. You know, so that's all I really have to say. I don't know if any brother want to land a point to drive home.
Hey, Salakia, y'all. I'm about to leave y'all to the room for the rest of the day. Y'all brothers did a great job holding it down. All praises to the Most High. I'm about to leave this room for the rest of the day. Brother Macab, Ari, Dawad, Dawada, Yeshaya. Y'all brothers close the room when y'all ready. And tomorrow we're gonna be dealing with a lot of the stuff y'all was talking about today. Talk about food and health. Tomorrow I believe the room is, does God care about what I eat? So brothers could really do some more research and get into the build about certain things tomorrow too. All right, Kwame Ashala.
Kwame
Kwame
Ashala.
Ashala. Yahweh
Kwame
Shem
Ashala
Shai
Shalom.
Baba. Oh.
Gone.
Yabashir.
Hey yo, you been left the room. What you talking about? You about to left the room?
Yeah. I had to go do something, but I popped back in to see how brothers was doing. Matter of fact, Uh, um, on Friday, my title of the room is, "Does God really care about what I eat?" That's on Friday. But tomorrow, I got the room. It is the Bible the white man's book.
Ah,
Hey, yo, when is this again? Tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow is the Bible the white man's book.
I'm gonna be there.
Oh, Con.
Yeah, that's 8:45. Y'all brothers holler at me then, all right?
Shalom, Elder Yabashim Shabbatah.
Con, shalom.
Yeah, but
Bashem Yashabrakata.
shalom.
all praise. Hey, hey,
Hey, Macab, it's on you, okay? Whenever you want to shut it down. I don't see the other brothers, but they don't have any room set up yet. But I'm guessing once they do, I'm guessing we can shut this one down. I don't know if they have any plans for the day, but it's really up to you, King.
we take the conversation. We put up, go up.
What, Elder Makai, we can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, we hear you.
The like I was just saying, yeah, we can continue the conversation. I like the conversation, and until something else opens up for us, and then we'll jump on over. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, let's continue.
Con, all praises.
Salakia, can I just bring up something? Something else
Absolutely, bring it
about
out,
the
sis.
kids. All right, so me and another sister in the HOI, it was me and a couple of sisters. We were just talking about,
You went out, sis, or is it just me?
come up with different um, solutions to if that happens again. And one of the things we're gonna try to talk about amongst each other, and then you know, kind of bring it to the brothers so they can like orchestrate it. About homeschooling. There's a lot of parents now. You know how the school system is going. I mean, they're teaching a false history. They're teaching homosexuality, different things like that. I think I went out.
All praises, sis.
Oh yeah. So one of the things, and what they basically do is they have all their children listed as homeschooled. So in different states, if you're homeschooled, you get like a budget. And so what they do is they have all the kids listed at homeschool. They take that budget and like about 5 families get together and they rent a building or they use somebody's house that has like a basement or like an extra room and they make it into a
I'm sorry, you broke up, sis.
hello?
Can you bring that back? You said the basement, because I'm
Oh
very
yeah. All right.
interested in what you're saying.
Sorry. So basically like families would get together, like say 4 or 5 families, and they would bring all their children that are listed as homeschool, and they'll start a school within their house or like they'll rent like a place that's cheap, and all the kids that are homeschooled would come to that particular building to learn. So they'll do all the stuff like they're told to do. Like that would take about maybe 3 or 4 hours for them to go over what's mandatory. But then when you homeschool your child, you can also spend that budget on like extracurricular um, education. And then what they would do, like you could have Hebrew class, you can have man class, woman class, or law class, whatever that we need to teach our children outside of academics. And so they do it. It's easy to do. Like if you're homeschooling your child, look for other Israelites in your community that most likely have the same doctrine as you. You rent a building, or you say like there might be a mom that she's a stay-at-home mom. Well, that would be the place that the children.
We lost you again, sis. Is it anybody hearing me?
Con, we hear you, King.
Okay, okay, sis. I don't know if you came back, but we lost you. You know, I think that is it. When the sis come back, she can further expound on it. But what an excellent idea. You know,
The academics, and then Hebrew
we lost you,
afterwards.
sis. I'm sorry, sis. We lost you for a while.
Oh, sorry,
Okay,
I'm
it was.
driving, but go ahead.
No, no, we want you to continue with this idea. We just, we want all of it. You know what I mean? So the last time thing that I heard from you was the at home mom, and people can go there.
Yeah, like if people who homeschool their children, usually it's a at home mom. And what's happening is that people, like especially mothers, are getting frantic about what their children are learning in school. So they're pulling them kids out of school, and they're trying to work during the day and then homeschool them at night. And so, like a alternative to that is you we have a mom who's at home, and the children could all go to her house, and they'll all be in homeschool. They're learning the academics, but then after that, she could teach the girls stuff. Her husband could teach the boys stuff, or you could teach Hebrew history, stuff like that. Like the extracurricular activities would be based off of our nation, because it's going to get to the point where our kids aren't going to be able to go to school. One more shutdown of the country, the next thing they're going to say is your kids can't return to school unless they get the jab. I mean, that's coming. That's reality. So we need to prepare for that and start preparing, parents on how to create schools within the homeschool environment. That's just my thought.
I mean, I'm all for that. That's an amazing idea. That's truly coming out of her. Any of you brothers want to jump on that?
I feel I agree. Lord willing, something like that can happen. Like my rib, so like yeah, I'm at the gym. Like my rib, she's a stay-at-home mom. She worked for me and she worked for herself. Of course, she doing the tassels, having about to have women garments, about to be selling fringes. Uh, and she do the kids' homework. You know what I'm saying? Like I could do it. She don't be putting the pressure on me because she be wanting me to have room to be a man. And I feel like, especially women that got ahead, women, women that I mean, from what I know, one woman is going to be a desire to their husband, and they're gonna work to perfection. You know, they're gonna either bring in money, they're gonna either bring in resources, bring in their ideas. If the man is working, the woman is working. When the man take a break, that woman is probably working. You know what I'm saying? Um, I feel like it would be dope because they trying to take away certain things of the kids. Like in my daughter's school, they teach Indigenous Day instead of Columbus Day because they changed it. Then they not taught Black History Month, even though Black History Month for us is every day. Every day, it's not a month. Uh, they trying to take away about slavery. They want to bring in my daughter's school just about America. How when America, when everybody got rights, everybody got benefits. They're not even trying to talk about the bad shit that America did in America. You know, and I feel like that's taking away a kid's innocence by lying to them and creating your own narrative. Um, this is why a lot of kids don't like to read or hear about the Bible because psychologically, the way we've been teaching our family and our kids, just do whatever the hell you want and just Sunday pray to God and He'll forgive you. We so used to that movement, so used to that same matrix every day. Niggas is not used to brothers going to the highways and hedges teaching. They used to niggas being on the corner selling drugs. You know, uh, kids is not used to being actually getting edified. In order to read the Bible, you got to learn how to read. You know, we hurry up and teach kids about mathematicals, but we ain't teaching them their culture, their heritage, how to move like Israelites. I don't think Jacob was teaching his kids mathematicals instead of teaching them who they is, how they supposed to move. Because God is more important, and everything God teaches you, He's building you up to be a man and to be a woman. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like if they could do it, we could do it. You know what I'm saying? Um, I feel we would be more a narrative to control what our kids, what they can receive. And let alone, my daughter's school is teaching them about homosexuality, how beautiful it is to have that type of relationship. And love is love. So now you opening that door for a boy or a girl to say, hey, I want to be a sweet tooth bandit. I want to love a man. I want to love another woman. So I feel like if we could take that back and actually do homeschool, we'll be able to know what the kids is getting. You know what I'm saying? There ain't no secretive stuff. And we get to teach about the things that we shouldn't do, the things that's abomination to the Most High. You know what I'm saying? Uh, I believe that would be a fire idea to do. Especially even with COVID. I like that when COVID came, certain kids they would have to stay home and do digital school. I like that because now I can see if my kid paying attention. I can interact. I can interact with them way more. When they go to school, you don't know what they're being taught. A holiday come, I tell the school you don't celebrate this stuff. My daughter come back with candy. Some of the candy is unwrapped. Suckers look like they was licked and I know my daughter didn't lick all these suckers. There's no way. There's no way. And then twist them all back. There's no freaking way. You know what I'm saying? And Thanksgiving, she'll bring a picture, and I'll tell her, yo, we're not celebrating. We're just coloring pictures. And then my daughter's smiling, thinking about pilgrims and Indians, but not knowing they was getting killed. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like that's destroying my daughter's innocence. And then I got to do Bible study with her to show them the real narrative. You know what I'm saying? If we can control the narrative of the education, we won't have to be. Only thing I'm gonna have to struggle with is my dad and my stepmom doing things on the holidays. I could deal with that because that's family and they respect what I do. You know what I'm saying? But the school, they don't respect it. Every high holy day, I wrote down and told her my daughter can't go. Okay, thank you. We're not gonna write her absent. We're gonna say it's for religion's purpose. Soon as we have a high holy day in October, they freaking make a complaint that my daughter's absent. So I'm gonna resend them again so they know because now we about to be doing Hanukkah again. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna be doing New Moon again. You know what I'm saying? And I want them to know that when they do holidays, the kids is not coming to school. They have a holiday vacation. So we in the truth, our kids should have a holy day vacation because we're worshiping the Lord and doing the things that He wants us to do. I don't think if Yahweh Shai was here and he was in school and it was a high holy day, Hanukkah, Passover, he wouldn't have us in school, so we can actually do holy convocation, be one with the nation. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like that would be a dope ass job. I mean, a dope ass thing if we could do homeschool.
Khan, and just to say one thing about what the brother just said, like for instance, my grandson, we told him, my daughter was like, he don't celebrate Christmas and Halloween and none of that stuff. So they was like, okay, okay, but out of their ignorance, when he would be learning his letters, like for instance, one time he was learning the letter C, he comes home and he has to color all these candy canes. So I took the paper from him. I gave him a new paper, and I was like, "You do all these C's. You copy all these C's, and you put cat." Like I know I don't want people to just like go against the school system, but like you have to be rebellious in a way where out of ignorance they're still teaching your kids that, and they don't think they are because your kid's not celebrating a party at school that's Halloween, but they do give them paperwork and it's all geared towards like those holidays. And another example is One time, my grandson's other grandmother, she brought him home, and he was with his uncle. That's like, he was 4 and the uncle was like 6. So he walked in the house and he gave me his papers for the week, and I always check them. And he just stood there. He gave me Martin Luther King, and he just stood there because he knew I was about to say something. So he said, he was like, "Lala, is this bad? Is he bad?" And I was like, "Nah, he's just stupid because he told us to love people who didn't love us." And the other grandmother was like, "No, that's too much. That's too much. You're teaching him." And I was like, I had to break it down to her, like, nah, it's not too much. Like, you can't be letting your kids take in false doctrines and false ideologies just because we were raised that way. She kind of got it in the end, but she was like offended that I did that. But I'll just say to the sisters in the room, it don't matter like who gets offended, your mom, your sister, anybody. Like, if you know that that's not of Israel, you got to stand up against it when it comes to your kids. And I land.
Excellent, excellent points. Yeah, that you go up against Martin Luther King, boy. The black community just expect a pushback, man. They love that cat. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, excellent points. I'm still with that school thing, man. I just really um, whoever you and the sister are, go ahead and get your points together so we can definitely bring this before eldership, because this is something we're gonna need, man. Period. It's an excellent idea.
I feel another thing, we got Clubhouse. I do Bible study for all kids, in in Buffalo. Because, two minds is better than one. If you saying that, right, you got Clubhouse and every kid, then they got a phone. But to me, I feel like, even if you educate your child and, most of our kids is in the truth, we can make a room and call it kids Bible study. And we can have teachers in the room. We could bring kids on the stage and they can actually interact. We can have parents on the other side of the phone chaperoning their kids to make sure they're paying attention. All you got to do is put them at the dining table, put it on loudspeaker. I mean, of course, it's on loudspeaker, but put it on the highest volume. Make sure your house is quiet. Because when I do Bible study, can nobody play? I don't want to hear no jumping. You know what I'm saying? I let the kids color, but they got to pay attention because then I'm going to ask questions. And what you do is you just give them the milk. Then you can show them stories like Jonas getting swallowed by a whale, knowing that Esau took Moby Dick from Jonah. You know what I'm saying? You could teach them the story of Samson. You could teach them the story of Yahushua. And when they do Bible study, they not really edifying these children. We're gonna edify and let them know this is your forefathers. We're gonna let them know, like, yo, you were in captivity. It's like you doing a story, but then you ask people questions after you read something. What did God tell you to do? A child is going to unmute and say to follow his ways, keep his commandments. And right now, we can use this platform to edify children. You feel me? And that's what I'm saying. Like, when I'm teaching in my room, I usually have the kids sit down and color and they hear me in Clubhouse. Sometimes if I'm talking about women, I allow my daughter or Yaya to come in and they'll speak and they'll say they want to be a submissive woman. A man should be in authority. So that shows you that my youngins is listening to us speak about the Bible. You know what I'm saying? So if we was to use Clubhouse and make a day where we do children's Bible study, we would kill the whole Clubhouse game. I'm just saying. And I'm gonna leave that right there, man.
Hey, Shalakia. Wow. You know what, man? Let me tell you something, brother. It's so crazy because there's a sister who caught you on Facebook Live doing a lesson with your children, and she was telling me how she had her children. Um, sit down and listen and join in on your live and how good you were with them and everything. So that, wow, man, I'm just, I'm at a loss for words here, man. That is an excellent idea. I mean, even if you wanted to bring it to a Zoom aspect, because the kids are kind of used to that aspect now because they've been doing homeschooling because of this COVID thing. You know what I'm saying? It's just that's just an excellent idea, King. Let's talk about it more, man. Let's bring that into fruition. You know, let's set it up. Let's talk about it and organize it and get it going, man. Our kids need that.
Shalom, room, shalom.
Shalom, shalom, sis. Anything you want to add to this wonderful conversation?
Of course, my phone is ringing as soon as I get up here, right? Hold on.
God. But yeah, man, excellent ideas, man. That's definitely one way to use this app, man. Yeah, bro. Let's talk about it more and do it, man. Let's get it in, man. I'm with you.
Yeah.
Anything I can do, let me know. Let's do it.
So I just wanted to touch on what Pretty was saying about the schooling for the kids. I think that's an actual excellent idea because right now everybody is in the house schooling their own children. Whereas if we could just get everybody together and they can all go to one person who stays home, that'll free up the other parents to be able to go out to go to work, go do what they have to go do. So I think that's a really great idea what she was saying. Pull together. And then she was saying if you put them in the regular school system for the homeschool thing, get maybe 5 kids and they all sit there in the same neighborhood. And then they all sit there and they learn and you get that funding. So the after school can put towards extra things like she was saying for the kids, which is really great. And the idea as well as being on the Clubhouse, that's a great idea as well. That's really great. I like both ideas. Really, really good.
Yeah, you already know how I feel about it. Anybody, any of the other brothers up here want to add on or anything to that? Anybody in the audience want to come on up and just join the conversation, man. This is about our babies, man. If even if you don't have a kid, because you like me, I don't have any small kids, but guess what? I got grandbabies. You know what I'm saying? So anybody, come on up and let's share with each other, man. This is what this conversation is all about.
Yeah, I'm outside, so if there's a lot of noise, um, yeah. So um, I just think it's real important, like education, like the birth of your child, and then educating your child is the two most things that will keep them in the truth, that will keep them away from all this wickedness in the world. I mean, if they know who they are, they'll know when they go into different environments, they'll know not to do certain things. And I think it's real important that we start utilizing everyone in our community to start building our nation within a nation. And you have to do it by like the brother was saying, sacrifice. I mean, there's gonna be some women, if you don't have to go to work. I mean, and I know people say you need two incomes. That's not true. All the time, depending on where you live. If you can sacrifice not going to work and staying home with your children and teaching them, you know, that's powerful in itself. We need to start really getting back to raising our own children. We can't keep letting Esau raise them in the school systems and the jail systems. You know, just in cartoons, the television. I mean, we really got to turn this around because Once they get the youth, once they corrupt the youth, it's over. Like we're all probably like in our 30s, 40s, 50s. I mean, we're not going to be around forever. So the next generation coming up, they have to know they're Israelites, and they have to know that we have a certain standard and we endure to the end, period. And if someone's trying to make you, like if you go to school and they have pepperoni pizza, your child has to know that no, if he's hungry, he still can't eat that. He needs to call home and have someone bring him lunch, like a grandma or a neighbor or someone like that. um that's just my whole thing is to be rebellious towards Esau's system, and you have to teach your children to do it in a way where it's not so noticeable, but then it's noticeable to everyone that's an Israelite, kind of like that. That's just my thought.
All praises. Excellent. Excellent point. We got two brothers that come up on the stage. Hey, Shalom, brother Stu. Shalom, brother
Shalom.
Emmett.
Shalom, shalom.
Yahweh. Hey, what say you to this topic, brother Stu?
I just came in, so I'm just catching on, trying to see what the conversation is.
Okay, Kyle. We were at the point now where we're talking about things that we can do for our children. All the attacks and all the things that this society is putting on them. The sisters brought out a great point about how we could, we're one area, there's a lot of people that are resorting to homeschooling, how we can gather ourselves together and maybe one at home mom, you know what I'm saying? We get the homeschooling thing and teach our children the ways of the Most High and the proper curriculum and how there could actually be funding out there for it. So yeah, man, what say you on that?
Yeah, that sounds great. I think that's the best solution, though. Self-governance, us doing for ourselves instead of relying on somebody else.
All praises. What say you, brother?
Hey,
Emmett?
peace.
Am I saying that right, King?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay, come
sir.
on, come
Shalom,
on with it.
shalom, Israel.
Shalom, shalom.
I
Hey, come on with it,
definitely,
King.
my bad. Go ahead.
No, I'm giving you the floor, King. It's short. It's all you.
I just listened to what the sister had to say, and I agree 100% because that's exactly what me and my family did. Me and my wife, we got two children, one age 19, one age 10, and we were actually living abroad in Europe for a few years, and that's when we really came into the knowledge of the truth of who we were as Israel. And me and my wife made the decision to where she stayed at home. She started working. She had been working the whole time we've been married. We've been married for 12 years, and she stopped working, and we homeschool our 10-year-old son because we started to look at everything that the public education system was forcing upon him when it came down to LGBT month and rights and celebrating that, and also all of the paganism that was forced upon him with Christmas, Halloween, Thanksgiving, all of these things that we no longer celebrated. So we at first was pulling him out of school when they did those type of things. Just like she was saying, we were very in tune with the school lunch menu, making sure he wasn't consuming any unclean animal. And it was just like, is it even worth putting all this effort in when we can be in charge of our child's curriculum? We can be in charge of him. We take time off to celebrate the feast days and the high holy days, and we don't have to worry about, conforming to that system because we completely got out of the system. So it was crazy how it worked. And I just give all praises to the Most High because when she stopped working, it seems like we had more money coming in the household on just my one income than we ever had the whole time with two. And I was just so thankful to the Most High because that was just like a relief and a burden, and it really gave us the freedom to teach our children, all of the biblical talk.
topics, teach them who we were, teach them who our ancestors were, and who we are now as a people, and why, the law is not done away with like we grew up in Christianity believing, and why we still have to celebrate the feast days and all of these things like that. Now we're in charge of it. So I 100% agree with the topic and what the sister said before me. Now you my mic right there.
All praises, brother. All
Con,
praises.
con, all praises, all praises. Yeah, man, I agree to all of this, man. This is beautiful. This is beautiful, and what's beautiful about it is the details that we're going into. Cause I already thought about all of these things before. In 2016, I tried to come up with something called New Black Wall Street in Memphis, Tennessee. Before I was really fully 2 feet into the truth, I was already thinking about how we could build our own schools and our own curriculums and pay for those things with government funding, but not only government funding, our own businesses that we put together and that we come together and agree to shop with these different black businesses that are all a part of our network, which is Israelite business, right? In this network, all of us should be trying to do something in an entrepreneurial capacity, and those who are, we should be spending money with them. So, what my plan was to take a small percentage of to get everybody to agree to like 1% of their earnings that they make off of other Israelite brothers and sisters, put that together to fund schooling, and then eventually we have our own schools. But this is even better because there's a way to get government grants or some government money to fund the people, the women who be doing most of the heavy lifting in this situation. But this particular situation, sounds like a great idea, even better idea, because what can happen is, of course, you can designate a person to do it, but it doesn't have to be one woman. It doesn't have to be one stay-at-home mom. We know that there's a lot of stay-at-home women in Israel. It could be like a rotation of women, maybe maybe three, two or three, and also those kids that are being schooled. Once we get the curriculums and everything together, those kids, each parent could throw something else, throw a little something else in the pot, maybe $20 a week, just or maybe each parent. If it's 15 kids there, then that could help the people they're going to be feeding the kids. I'm talking about before the government funding even comes in, because we all know that takes a little bit of time before the government funding is approved and comes in. There are ways that we can help to the people that are going to actually be physically teaching the kids. Help them. It's not like we're just gonna designate one person and then they just doing it because they want to do it. They have such a good spirit. No, we give people incentive to do it as well. Give people profit. Give people a wage to do it. And that way, now we're building our own schools. And I don't know if we would want to eventually, once it gets to the elders, I don't know if the elders eventually will want to make it each camp or, in each city, designate people in each city. But it definitely sounds like a thing that could be done. And as well, adding in the clubhouse course curriculum. That would give different brothers a chance to teach. Maybe it may not, maybe because see, some people work. Some people actually have jobs that they go to every day. So maybe one brother may not be able to teach that class every day. He might be able to teach once a week. And then that'll give another brother a chance, maybe somewhere in California. Another brother might want to teach that same class one day. And then in New York, a different brother teach. So if we could schedule it and different people get in on the teaching and put these curriculums together, and also get the proper funding, but not being lazy and just depending on the government to actually fund everything. Us actually taking some accountability because we're going to work every day. So we're making money. We should be able to put some money into it. Like if we got 3 children, then give them $60 a week. You know what I mean? Like I believe that this is a great idea. We could just add all the details, and then eventually I think it will be so structured to the point where we may even be able to rent out buildings instead of using somebody's home, and then all the kids can come there. But with that, I yield.
Excellent points. Excellent point. Definitely something to sit down and deal with. And one thing the brother Emmett said that really struck a chord with me because him and his wife came out of her and had faith and trusted in the Most High and followed those laws, statutes, and commandments. The Most High provided more for them with a one working parent household than a two parent working household. So it goes back to following, having the faith. The sister brought this up. We have to have faith and go out there because the idea came through her. And we're going to be following these commandments. And I believe that the Most High will bless this, like the brother was saying.
Absolutely, absolutely, definitely agree. With the brother who spoke before me, his point. What I believe you were talking about was group economics, and that's one thing that I will say in all from my view, from the awakening that hasn't really latched hold yet to us awaken Israel is practicing group economics because we
Right.
see, especially in America, we see every other group come to this country practicing that concept and always seem to get ahead. And I get it. I understand we're dealing with a lot of curses. We're dealing with a lot of generational curses and things of that nature. However, the one thing that we're missing, because like you said, the funding is there. We see the analytics and we see that Black America has the money. We spend it on all of this garbage and foolishness. So we don't even need the government to step in and subsidize this venture at all because we have the money within ourselves. We just have to be willing to practice that group economics without having that capitalistic individualism that America has seeded within our minds. We got to get out of that and get back to the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High. That way we come together as a nation within a nation. Because I said it in another room and I yield with this. We have enough money amongst ourselves to do the same thing that the U.S. government did when they came over here hundreds of years ago. And what I mean by that is we put our money together, we can annex an entire piece of the country just for us. That's how much money we have. We just don't know it yet. And I yield.
Right, right. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because according to my research, which I did years ago, maybe 7 or 8 years ago, black people, I mean, Israelite people in America, we spend over $3 trillion per year. We spend over $3 trillion per year. And according to the numbers, that would make us the ninth. That would make just so-called African American people. That would make us the ninth biggest consumer in the world. The ninth. If we were our own country, we would be the ninth richest country in the world.
There it
Right.
is.
So the numbers show you that even if we could get a small percentage of so-called African American people to spend their money with each other, which would be our Israelite community. If we could get that percentage of our people to come together and spend our money together, some of that $3 trillion would just be maybe like, say for instance, 30, 40 million that we will be spending amongst each other, and then we will be making each other millionaires. We will be
Exactly.
making each other six figure. Everybody will be making six figure, no less, right? But the problem is when a black person gets paid, a so-called black person gets paid, the first it takes like an hour before they go and spend the money somewhere outside of their community or where it won't circulate back to them. But the other races, especially the Asian race, it takes them about I think they said 6 days. It takes them about 6 days before they actually spend money outside of their community. The
I think it's
so-called
actually 30. Shalakia.
it's actually it's something that they, I think, and then we get down to the Jewish community, it's like 20 days. So these other communities, they're not spending money outside of their community, which is the whole point of the statistic that I'm bringing out anyway. They're not spending a lot of money outside of their community. If they do, they're just doing it because they have to. It's something at Walmart that they don't have at a store in their community. You see what I'm saying? But
Right.
we could build our own black version of Walmart. You know, in the beginning, things might be high because we don't have a monopoly on items. You know what I mean? But eventually, and I say this about the black beauty supply stores too, we could totally boycott them out, and we could do it strategically and take over that industry, and all of that income could come to us. But what do? We sit back and we just keep shelling the money out. Because if we dry them up and the Asians are not making money, then now the East Indians, who most of the Asians are buying the hair from and buying the products from, they got to sell it to somebody. So if they can't sell it to the Asians because the Asians are not, the Koreans are not, the stores are boycotted, then they got to get it off some kind of way. So eventually, that's how you create demand, by boycotting the current supply. But our people don't think. They don't think. They just do. So all I'm saying is that we spend over $3 trillion a year. Imagine if we could spend that 1 trillion of that amongst ourselves. We creating our own wealth, right? And that's what we have to start doing. And we could start that in the Israelite community because, as we know, the Jews require a sign. All the other people who are not claiming to be Israelites, they're still Jews, or they're still Israelites from the other 10 tribes. They're not gonna follow until they see an example. They're not gonna follow until they see, oh damn, those Israelites doing well, they doing good over there. That's when they're gonna start to come into the fold more. But with that, I yield.
And I just came up just to support Ock's point. Dr. Claude Anderson has a book called Black Labor, White Wealth, and he also has another book called Power Economics on how he gives the blueprint of how blacks can build a self-sustaining society. And when he was talking about the money being turned over, he didn't necessarily in days. He laid it out in terms a number of times. And us, when we get a dollar, we turn it over in our community maybe once or twice. And for Asians, I think he said it was like 6 times. But the leading community is Zamalek. He turns it over 18 times before it leaves his community. And so, yeah, his books give that blueprint of how we can build and keep our money within our own community. And that's all I came up to say. Shalom to everybody, and then I'll drop it down.
Shalom, shalom. The water for the info. The water.
Yeah, man. These numbers have been out there. These numbers have been out there, and you know, our people, like they said, if you want to hide something from a nigga, put it in the book. You know what I'm saying?
Not
Our
to mention
people don't.
money that's wasted and spent every Sunday in the church. Don't get started on that one.
Oh my God.
Ah,
I mean, the hypocrisy, the hypocrisy of not following the laws, but the only law they keep is the law of tithing. The hypocrisy is at an all time high. You know, and if we can get as much money as our people are pouring into the church, if they pour that into the Israelite community, come on, man, we be unstoppable. I
Right.
mean, you know what I'm saying? Besides, unless it be the will of the Most High, you know, and if we can get our people to finally come back to these laws, statutes, commandments, and then we have that type of economic empowerment, hey man, your house shot might come down. You might come down a little early. We trying to get on them chairs as soon as possible anyway. You know, it's not like we just trying to build a utopia inside of this this crazy world that we live in. What we doing is just trying to sustain until it's time to get on those chariots and to be able to protect ourselves because scriptures say money is a defense. So we not making money our God. We would never do that. And anybody that would even get to that point will get strongly rebuked and sat down. So we're not ever gonna get to the point where we making money our God. We're just gonna use these things as a defense. And our people, sometimes I feel like some of us just sit on our hands because we know that we waiting on Yahweh Shai. You know what I'm saying? I feel like we sit on our hands, but we can be a little bit more proactive than that, than just practicing the law, statutes, commandments, and waiting on Yahweh Shai. Yeah, he wants us to wait. We're gonna wait, but we can be more proactive than that, and we can build.
Con, I agree. That's that faith without works. Um, brother just came to the stage. What say you on this, brother? What can you add?
Can y'all hear me?
Con, I can.
Okay. My phone saying I got a poor connection. Plus, I work outside, so there's a lot of background noise. But just to quickly touch on the topic, what I want to say shalom to the room. And but to
Shalom,
touch
King.
on the topic, man, I've been in the room for quite some time, even when they was talking about the uh, everything that's going on and with the attack on parenting and the lady spoke on the homeschooling and things of that sort. And also what my man just brought out about the fact that not to forget about the black church. There was a study done showing that the black church alone take up $420 billion a year in tithes. You know what I'm saying? And so just to think about how much money is actually in the black community and how that money can actually be used to fund our own Goshen. You know what I'm saying? And the fact that, like what's been said, there's so many plant attacks on our children and things of that sort. I got 6 kids of my own, and that's actually that's why I found the conversation so intriguing because I actually been thinking about right now my kids. I pay to have my kids go to Montessori, uh, which is kind of like it's kind of like private school. They work on a different curriculum. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, it's nice, but it's also tied to the public school system as well. But I would love to, have a homeschooling system or program or something set up by our community to where I can enroll my kids, and instead of giving that money to the system, I can give it to our people and have it circulate that way.
Khan, I just want to say one thing too about that. Whatever state you're in, the first thing you have to find out is if you declare your child like a homeschool student, what does the school system give you in return from your kid not being in the classroom? And usually it's like a computer, like a laptop. And it's also like I know in the state of Florida, it's money. Like you get up to I think it's like 3,200 for the year to buy supplies and all that. And what the Arabs and the Christians do is they take that stipend and they rent out a building and they pay like 2 teachers because when you do the homeschooling, the ratio like teacher to children is different than in the classroom. Like you can have more children, and just like I think it's 1 teacher to every 8 children. So if you take that stipend and you say, okay, here I'm giving $1,000 to you for to rent this building, and then another parent gives another 1,000, and there's like 8 parents, that's $8,000, and then you take some of the stipend and you pay that mother that's home or the father that's home, and he's basically getting paid to teach instead of being home and just homeschooling his own children or her own children. Like each state gives you a certain allotment of either money or supplies because your child's not sitting in the classroom anymore. So you would just have to find out from your state what it is that your child would get, and then you get together with other parents and say, listen, my child's getting 3,200, your child's getting 3,200. Let's put together a plan for the year where our kids are going to be in the same environment. We're going to teach them the basics. And then, like the brother Yeshaya was saying, that you might have a brother that can teach every Friday afternoon, like the history of Israelites. And you can have a screen in the room and just have everybody, he could be on video in another city, but he's teaching everybody in these homeschools the same thing on a Friday. You can have another brother or sister teach something on a Tuesday, and you can get together. Like, say for instance, if I seen someone doing this, I would donate like a brand new TV and maybe some equipment, so when the brothers are teaching in the daytime, for an hour the children can watch, and then have like a question and answer session or something like that.
I want to land me back off of that what you just brought up as well. I think that is something awesome and something that's needed, especially looking at where things are headed. I don't know if anybody remember this, but back when back when they attacked the lady that's responsible for the 1619 project, and they basically tried to write mandates and things like that to take that teaching out of the school systems. One of the things that happened after they tried to pass that mandate was they put out a mandate, you know what I'm saying, and it got passed in the government, basically like a mandate stating that the Holocaust needs to be part of the everyday curriculum in students, so that they don't forget. You know what I'm saying? So basically, I could see that what they're trying to do is take slavery and the talking and the teaching of slavery out of the school system, so that they can further try to erase what we've been through. And as someone stated earlier, being of the age that most of us are, what I'm saying, that's going to become a time where we're not going to be here. And our children are not going to, if we don't teach them about slavery and what happened, and we don't teach them about our forefathers and the things they went through on these plantations, and all the battles they had to fight, and about Black Wall Street and all these different things. There's going to come a time where there's not going to be a remembrance of that, and they're going to be able to, further program our kids to their likeness, because our kids not going to have nothing they can grab onto from our past.
Khan, and what he said is true. Real quick, right now in the United States, there's three things that they have to teach mandatory in all schools, and I can't remember exactly how they put it, but the first one was the Holocaust. They have to teach that. They have to teach homosexuality, and then the third thing is they're teaching. It's called patriotic history, and so patriotic history is basically they're taking the history books and they're throwing the old ones away and they're replacing them with these new history books. And our history is watered down to basically we worked for a couple of years for free and we lived in all these little happy plantations, and then we got our freedom. That's our history in the history now in the school system. So that we got to turn it around. Like we can't keep letting them teach our children. It's over.
I agree 100% because in our homeschool curriculum, we have the curriculum called woke homeschooling, and we really get into the weeds of what the Europeans did to the indigenous in the Americas prior to Columbo even coming over here. So it's really interesting to really see, and me and my wife, we're learning as we're teaching our son, because these are things that we never learned coming up in public education. Like she said, everything is watered down as it pertains to us and our history, but then we get
in such detail when you talk about the Holocaust and when you talk about things like the homosexual agenda and how that's being shoved down our kids' throats and this whole gender identity. You can pick which gender you want to be any day of the week. And it's sickening and it's maddening when you really sit back and look at it and evil, just pure evil. So I'm so glad that we had this opportunity to be able to teach our son this in-depth history. So now he grows up with an identity, knowing who he is as Israel and knowing why he's doing what he's doing. So that way he won't be faced with unlearning the lies like me, my wife, and my daughter had to go through.
God, all praises. Uh, anybody else want to add to this? Sis,
Shalom, family.
Shalom.
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 It's a beautiful topic, and I'm a homeschool mother. I'm a mother of six. I have five still in the homeschool age. I haven't been able to jump in and get in on the topic due to the fact that it is school hours. I wish I could speak further, but I'm trying to wrap up the last little bit of classes right now. So I'm listening.
Don't worry, sis. We got you. We're probably gonna. We already kind of like started meeting on Facebook. We met like one time, with some sisters, and so if you wanna like give all your input, yeah, we would appreciate it. We're trying to like do a blueprint that on how to do the homeschooling, so people can copy that blueprint, or people in our nation can actually copy that blueprint and spread it around. So if they're in a city, they can use that blueprint and stuff like that. But we need sisters like you to totally give the input. And then, we need a brother to kind of like, once we get all like the information, we need a brother to kind of go over it so it's all in decency and order. So we're doing everything right according to the scriptures. So Yeshaya said, he's real interested in it. So maybe he could be the brother or whatever brother they pick to, or all the brothers can, go over it and like really pick it apart, so to say. So it's under a righteous plan, and we're not missing anything.
Yeah,
Con, beautiful.
I think it'd be a good idea, especially too, like if I see Priest done came on the stage and then Dr. Shia, Elder McCobb, like if all the elders of the camps, you know what I'm saying, and everybody get together and kind of develop a universal curriculum that our kids can kind of study and learn from. You know what I'm saying? I know certain camps got, you know what I'm saying, certain differences, but if the elders could get together and like come up with a universal curriculum that can actually be set in stone, laid down, printed out, and passed out through this setup, and out to all those who wish to have their kids homeschooled, it'd be a beautiful thing.
Yeah, I definitely don't have a problem being involved. And I know the elders would love to sit down and chop up this topic and put some structure to what we're doing. Put more structure to what we're doing.
It'll be phenomenal. The struggle has been real. I've been fighting this fight for a long time. I've been even prior to COVID. I just been on a set apart lifestyle, and I can't wait to share my testimony of the war and that I've had to fight, and that the Most High has given me the strength to endure and overcome with trying to do these things. And this was all prior to my knowledge of the truth. I thank God for standing on what I knew was right for myself and for my children, despite the attacks. And I had been abandoned for a long time as far as a support system for myself. I had only been a support system for me and my kids. And now the Lord has, connected me to my support system, a support system that I have faith in, a support system that I can trust, a support system that I can believe in, and more importantly, a support system that finally makes sense to me. I appreciate your guys' work and the things that y'all doing, and I thank God that the prophecy is coming to pass, that the prophets are waking up to bring our people back together. It's been most definitely a struggle, but it's been all worth it. As scripture say, those who endure, and I yield my mind.
Con, and I just want to say one thing. I don't want to take it far from the topic, but one of the things we talked about, it resulted from the sister that committed suicide. I think her name was like Ivy, like about a month ago. The young sister that was overwhelmed with her children, um, she committed suicide. So we started like brainstorming about like how to help our sisters, and we're trying to do this blueprint in 3 areas. One was counseling, one was childcare, and the third one was schooling. And so we were going to break it up into like the 3 categories and have some sisters work on one aspect of it, some sisters work on another. If they all want to work on the same thing, that's fine. But what we was doing was we was brainstorming, and the counseling comes into effect when there's a lot of sisters that have postpartum depression. There's a lot of sisters that have regular depression based off of being molested, or just thrown away by their family or husbands. And that would be something that like we would just gather sisters up that know scriptures, that can kind of calm the sister now, and then maybe turn her over to a brother for some counseling. And then that goes into the next area where it would be babysitting. Like we got to stop babysitting each other's kids. Like if you know the sister don't have a lot of money, you know she has to go to you know uh work at night, or she don't get off dinner time, like pick up the slack a little bit. Like you could do it for maybe 6 months, feed her kids for her. She might kick you money, she might not be able to kick you money, but that part, it goes into babysitting. A sister might be depressed because she was left by her husband, she don't have no one to watch her kids, she can't get no education or job. So the aspect comes into babysitting. And then after we get the education part intact, then we wanted to explore having like our own foster care system. Like you got kids coming home from school where their father's locked up, their mother's locked up, or somebody, they're going to jail. Guess what? We don't want them to turn the kids over to Esau. We don't. And if you're going in, say you have cancer or you are sickly, you might have AIDS, you might have something, and you can't take care of your kid no more. We don't want our children going into Esau's foster care system anymore. People were getting deported, the Spanish and the Haitians. We want to make sure that those children, we get hold of them and can turn them over to maybe a family member that's in Haiti that has to come get them or whatever. But the object of the game is to not have our children in this foster care system anymore. They're turning the children over to homosexuals, into white people. And so we're trying to come up with another blueprint on just like a foster care system. Like say for instance, in the state of Minnesota, you have like an ambassador, like 2 sisters that are going to research what the laws are when it comes to turning over temporary custody to you. And it's real simple. In some states, all you got to do is sign a paper and notarize it. You don't even have to go to court with it. And that way, like if you see a mother and she's overwhelmed, she can't really take care of kids, she's beating on them, she's not feeding them properly, you can say, sis, listen, I know a family that will take your child for like a month, and they'll help you out, they'll give you a break. But again, we need the brothers to do it, because it's going to be the brothers that are going to have to evaluate these different homes, because we don't know the brothers like that. We want to make sure, like, if it's a 14-year-old boy, you're not putting him in a home with a single sister with a 3-year-old. You want to put him in a home with other men, and stuff like that. So that's another area we're trying to tackle at the same time with the homeschooling. There's a situation where, Florida, and there's kids literally coming home and their parents are deported or they're in jail and nobody can take care of them. And guess where they go? To the foster care system.
That's beautiful, sister. I think that's wonderful ideas. I know I had spoke with I was speaking and I was talking about like single sisters that's new to the truth, like, and you're not in a position, you got to go through your study, and it's not your season for like courtship or to get ahead or to get the help in the home, with the kids. But if we could connect with other single sisters, and build skill set of raising the children, that would be a good idea to connect single sisters with other single sisters to, provide that sense of support for the children and assistance for the children. Basically, building the skill sets of sister wivehood, before you get into your headship, while you're getting yourself rooted and grounded in the truth.
Con.
Con. Sister Sharon, welcome. Welcome to the stage, Shalom. What say
Shalom
you?
to everybody on the panel and in the audience. I just wanted to add in on the topic a little bit. I'm a homeschooling mom as well, stay at home. And I was looking on Clubhouse, just for like a support group when it comes down to homeschooling. And the only one I could really find was, a lot of Edomite sister women or whatever. And a few sisters in the audience and listen to what they're saying or whatever. So I think that this would be a awesome idea to kind of implement. I'm in. If I can help, I create my own curriculum, like they're I homeschool, and they don't help with supplies or anything, so it is pretty expensive to buy the different books and different little projects and stuff that I want them to learn. I do sometimes use the notes from the moral of the story. And of course, my husband sometimes write down precepts and different things for them to kind of implement in their learning day. So it is a lot. And I think I was talking to my kids yesterday because I have a 14-year-old, a 10-year-old, and a 12-year-old that's being homeschooled, and I also have a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old in the home. So it's definitely a lot. So I was asking them would they be interested in maybe starting a Zoom so they can, reach out to other Israelite, kids or whatever, because they're feeling, like they're not able to socialize, and I think that socializing is a big part also, and with them being able to socialize with other Israelite kids like them that's probably facing the same type of problems or that's at home, because of course we do little activities when we can get out the house or whatever, but it's not the same with them being able to have a group of people that they can be able to talk to. So wherever I can help at, if one of the sisters or somebody want to add me in on however you guys plan on doing this, then I definitely, and I can even share some of the curriculum that I do with the kids, and make it happen. However, I'm kind of shy, so I can't talk that low. Okay.
Constance, can you follow? Can you follow us and we'll follow you?
I just followed you and sent
Yeah, most definitely. So I've been definitely looking for some support, and shout out to Priest Daniela because his wife kind of got me on track with implementing a different diet for the kids too, because loading them up with cereal in the morning and different type of waffles and pancakes and different type of stuff like that. I noticed in the last 3 weeks that you want me just putting more fruit and vegetables in the morning time, and instead of loading them up, they're not bouncing off the walls and they're actually able to learn a little bit better. So even getting tips from that sister is powerful. It's powerful. So it definitely helped change the course of my day life with not having to say, sit down, stay on task. They're definitely a little bit better on task with just changing their diet as well.
You in
Con.
the spirit, sis, because I actually been working on putting together a Zoom Bible study for the preteens. So I just back channeled you, and I was getting some assistance with Sister Pretty and Brother Tyree on putting that together. We haven't set any dates yet, but as we develop it, I would love to connect with you and have you be a part of that as well. And thank you for giving that information. That shout out to Priest Donahala's wife, because I would like to get connected on the diet, a better diet for the children as well.
Con says it works miracles. Honestly, I'm telling you. Even I'll just share this tidbit. But my son, he's 14 and he's going through like all the changes, the boys and all that. So sometimes he says like he has thoughts of doing good stuff and thoughts of doing bad stuff. So yesterday, when he woke up, he said that he was going to fast and pray and stay in his room for the whole day. And, when he came out, and literally he came out like right around when the sun was going down. And, we talked to him and asked him, what type of, clarity did he feel like he got. And he's just like, I got to listen more and, calm my mind down a lot. And I think, with somebody his age talking to other young men and other young sisters that they around the same age, I think that could help them, because a lot of times these kids, they're watching TikTok and YouTube and stuff, so they don't know where they really belong at. So I think it's really important that we can start something for the children, and so they can feel like they included too.
Going through the same thing with my 13-year-old son, so I feel your pain, Steve.
Yeah, Con. And what we really wanted to do was, if the brothers can kind of get together and develop the curriculum, as far as like what the the extra classes, besides like arithmetic, reading, writing, and spelling. I think that's the ones in history that are mandatory. But if the brothers can kind of come up with like a universal plan on what Israel should be teaching their children, and that way, even if you don't homeschool your child may be able to go to one of these, schools we make for after school, and that's when they can get the knowledge and stuff like that. But I mean, it's good. I mean, the sisters, I think what we could do is like be the background, like getting all the information about the states and how to homeschool, and then work with the sisters that are homeschooling to get like really the background information and the support, like to develop the support and also the knowledge on how to do it.
Because like even with my situation, my kids are homeschooled, but it's still through public school. It's just virtual, so it's still up under their curriculum. The only thing for me, it just protects them from being connected to the influences and socializing with, the kids that's out there, and all of those extra influences. So, yeah, building that curriculum is going to be a beautiful thing.
Yeah, they didn't. I stay in Las Vegas, Nevada, so they didn't have any more openings for the K through 12. So we would have had to pay a tuition for them to end up going through the private school. So I basically have to go to the library, like once a week and get different books and photocopy different stuff, that I think that is important for them to know. And really, a lot of that math stuff, they don't really have to be that much into unless they into math. So language art, the basic knowing words and how to do, different type of strategies and stuff like that is important, of course. But I'm trying to gear it more towards, like, I had them do a business plan idea of, what type of business that they would like to run or something like that, versus to, sending them out there thinking that they have to be a part of the working bee community.
Con.
Con, and learning about money and credit and finance for the older ones is really good too.
And I just think that right now we're gonna have to sacrifice. I mean, if you know you can stay home with your children, grab somebody else's children and bring them into your household. As far as teaching them, you may not be able to get paid right away, but like maybe in a year, if the school's built up, then you can start advertising it, saying, "Listen, you don't have to bring your kids to a private school. Like my school costs, say $100 a month or something like that." Like we're in order for us to build a nation within a nation, you have to start sacrificing. Everybody has to sacrifice. Like right now, we should only be like buying land, weapons, food, and clothing. We shouldn't be buying like anything extra right now. Everything that we buy right now should be towards building this nation. And it's hard to do, like, because there's so many of us, and we're spread across not just the United States, but we're in the UK, we're in different places. Like the brother said, he was in a different country. It is gonna be hard, but the first thing you make is a blueprint. That's the hardest part. You make the blueprint, and then you recruit, and then you implement it. So it doesn't take everybody to like do the blueprint. It just takes knowledgeable people. And like I said, it always has to be guided under the brothers, because I mean, I know sisters say they know scriptures a lot, but like the brothers, they're on point with it. So when you do a plan like this, you make the blueprint, you recruit, and then you exercise it, and it goes out, and everybody at the same time starts implementing it. And that way they'll see, like, you'll see other families saying, "Listen, none of them Hebrew Israelite kids are in public school anymore. They made their own schools." And it's not that hard to do, like, but you just have to have the people who are gonna really teach the kids and make sure that they're passing in the work that's mandatory. You just have to have some dedication and some sacrifice to go along with it. And if we there's different doctrines out there, so you have to kind of make sure that if you're teaching children, like for instance, what the Sabbath is, and then someone else is arguing, "No, my daddy said the Sabbath isn't on Saturdays," and stuff like that. Like you gotta kind of watch out for that, and make the blueprint in a way where it's not going against different doctrines that we teach. That the full, like the moon, like some people use the Sabbath by the moon and some people don't. I mean, I'm not gonna say which one's right or wrong. Like, I don't know. So, just like little things like that, the blueprint has to kind of not really be so stringent upon one thing, as long as all the different brothers agree that this part of the curriculum is what we agree on. And that way, it's kind of like, if you want to teach your child something else, then you teach your child something else. But I think like just a basic blueprint would be in order, and we can't wait. Like, we've been talking about this since Elijah Muhammad, since Malcolm X, since Gavi. We've been talking about this, but we really haven't implemented nothing. We're doing it on an individual basis, and we have to kind of do it on a global basis, like an exodus. Like, we're gonna do an exodus out of the school system to show them that they are wrong, it's wicked, and we got a different alternative.
Con. Hey, shalom, shalom, brother. What say you?
Shalom to the family. Shalom to the room.
Shalom.
Hey, I just want to be real quick. I'm not sure if anyone has brought this out, but there's a brother who's down in Norfolk, Virginia, named Daoud Akeem. He actually has a place called Set Apart Homeschool Academy. If anybody wants his number, he actually does pre-K through fifth grade. So I'm sure he has a lot of material that can assist anyone. I just need to know who I'm going to back chat his number to so you can reach out to him. Again, his name is Daoud Akeem. He's down in Norfolk, Virginia, and his school is called Set Apart Homeschooling Academy.
Tawada King. So anybody who wants that, reach out to the brother.
Yeah, can you back channel it or whatever it's called to Dawada?
Khan, I got you.
The water.
The
I just
water.
asked for the back channel as well. And can I ask for a precept? Can I get a reader?
Con.
Jeremiah 29:4 and 7, based off what Pretty was saying in nation building.
Hold on, sis. I'm digging through it right now. You said Jeremiah what? 29?
Yes, sir. 4 and 7.
Jeremiah 29. Chapter 4, verse 7.
The water.
Okay, hold on. 1 second. I'm a little slow. Jeremiah 29. Okay, Jeremiah 29, chapter, verse 4. And it goes, Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, unto all that are carried away captive, whom I have caused to be carried away from Jerusalem unto Babylon. Keep on to 7. Can you hear me?
Con.
You want me to
I'm trying to get
keep
to my mic. Working so
you want me
many
to keep
different. Yes,
you want
sir.
me to you want me to keep going to 7?
Con.
Okay. Build ye houses, wait, verse 5, build ye houses and dwell in them, and plant gardens and eat the fruit of them. Verse 6, take ye wives and begat sons and daughters, and take wives for your sons, and give your daughters to husbands, that they may bear sons and daughters, that ye may be increased there and not diminish. Verse 7, and seek the peace of the city, whither I have caused you to be carried away captives, and pray unto the Lord for it. For in the peace thereof shall ye have peace. All praises. Come. Beautiful verses, beautiful scriptures. Yes, that's what we talking about. Rebuilding the nation, man. You know, that's what I love about this conversation, taking our kids, homeschooling them, and everything. I know brothers is talking about land, brothers. I know sisters is talking about all of this good stuff, and it's building a nation. Okay, anybody else got anything they want to add to this conversation? Anybody in the audience want to come on up?
Shalom, Most High Christ bless. How are y'all doing this afternoon?
All praises. Bless. How you doing?
I'm doing all right. And I love this topic, and I'm glad you all are talking about this.
It's long overdue.
Yep. Well, I wanted to say that yes, parenting is under attack, especially with our especially all of the dark nations. Definitely, this system is set up for us to fail. Basically, and you have to have everything in order. Even if you do homeschool, if you're not homeschooling appropriately, that has to be monitored. You has to be a part of a accountability partner state and partner group, which is in my state, and you would have to ensure that you're completing lessons on and dues. It's not how it used to be, where such as Joseph, he sat down and his mother taught him as much as possible, and he was completely homeschooled. And that's why he was able to get to the position he was back in Egypt. However, today in today's society, they want you to be taught exactly every kind of agenda to keep you oppressed. You are learning nothing in these school systems. These systems are destroying our kids. However, I'd say that the only thing that I like about it is the socialization, because of the fact that we do need to know how to take our children and teach them how to survive in today's society, and giving them that experience will help them better uh, in this world. Because even though if we do shelter them, they still have to go out and have jobs. They still have to go out and have whatever it is they have. Even if they have their own business, they need to be able to socialize and talk to people and start worrying about things. And I think that is important. That is relationships established, personalities that are established in school systems. That's why I vote for actually having complete Hebrew schools. And then also have Hebrew schools that do have some type of socialization with other nations, so we can know how to deal with them. But for me personally, I did homeschool. I loved it, but because of the fact that times is rough and I have to work, I have to focus on working, and I had to send my kids to the public school. And also, it was a lot to pay dues, because dues here in where I stay at is outrageous to homeschool. But yeah, that's my input on that. Thank you, though.
Thank you. Tawada, Tawada. Where are you located? What state?
I'm located in South Carolina.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. You said they have you have to pay dues to homeschool.
Yes, you have to be a part of a accountability group, and they have to meet, and you have to also pay for it. I had to fork out almost $1,200 last year for my two children.
Wow.
Yeah, and they
What
didn't
Wow.
part of
meet
South
either.
Carolina?
And they didn't what? I'm sorry.
They didn't meet either. So it was that also was an issue as well.
Wow. Yeah, these are the what the sister was saying. She like these are the things that we need to look into from state to state, because obviously it's different laws, different states. I believe the sister said in Florida they actually give them some type of stipend to help them along, and then another sister came up and said she got no help. I think she's in Vegas. Is that Sister Sharon? Yeah. So these are definitely things that we need to look into. But I like the way the conversation's going, because say you had somebody to help, or a community down there with you. You know what I mean? Uh, one stay-at-home mom. Five families get together, and then you can alleviate a lot of that. You know what I mean? So these are things we're looking into. Like I said, this is a beautiful conversation. The topic, obviously, we know that they're attacking our children. Um, they've been trying to take the power away from us to raise our children so that they can do what they want with them. They know that we have an expiration date on us, uh, and they're attacking the children, trying to get them in line with their evil agenda. So we definitely need to band together in these last days. Gather yourselves together, nation undesired. And there was a brother who came up who said he was overseas, and here's a wonderful story where he came into the truth with his family, and they were a two-income home. And he said that after coming up out of her and homeschooling his child, they became, the mother sacrificed, and he said that the Most High blessed them so much that there was more money coming into the house with just him working versus the both of them. So um, the Most High, in other words, will bless us. Um, this is just a conversation, but we need to put forth our faith and our effort, and just see what we can do. You know, anybody else in the audience, anybody else on stage have anything to say? Just open your mic. This is a popcorn bill.
I will say this, the Lord will make a way coming from, I was an educator, and I stepped away, in 2010. I was going through so much. I was taking care of thousands of other people's children while I myself was struggling for in a safe adequate childcare in a safe environment for my own children. And, I was big on, trying to go to school, accomplish a career, and call myself being American dream successful. And because, I grew up with my mom being dependent on the system or, waiting for a check, and I didn't want to have that type of stigma on my life. And I basically, had to let go and let God. And when I did that since 2011, he, just showed me that he wanted me to step away from my career and focus on the one that he entrusted in me. And at that time, I was a mother of just three. And then I ended up having three more. And I haven't officially worked since. And, I don't have a set income. I don't have a set, anything. And he's just made a way. He's made a way out of no way. And it's been phenomenal during a pandemic when people weren't even able to pay their rent or, keep their homes. I became a homeowner, and it's just been all to being obedient and humble to the Most High and doing what He said to do, and that was to focus on my children and making sure that I was protecting them from the ways of the world and the influences of the world. And it's most definitely a faith walk because I never know, but He always provides. And I just thank Him. I call it the manna. He just gives me the manna daily.
Let me bring out a precept if I could. Uh, One of the things the sister said that she, uh, you know, walked away from working and the Most High been providing for. Uh, what she done was she stepped back into the role that she was created to do. Uh, Titus 2, starting at verse 3. The aged woman likewise, that they be in behavior as becometh holiness, not false accusers, not given to much wine, teachers of good things, that they may teach the young women to be sober, to love their husbands, to love their children, to be discreet, chaste, keepers at home, good, obedient to their own husbands, that the word of God be not blasphemed.
All praises, King. Thank you so much for that scripture. Can you back channel that scripture for me? I really appreciate you bringing that out.
The water.
Brother Isaiah, welcome to the stage. What say you on this topic? I'm sorry, brother, you breaking up.
You're in the matrix, Isaiah, but Shalom, King.
Shalom, sis. Can you hear me? I'm at the plantation right now. That's the game.
Yeah, sorry, bro, you're in the
I'm gonna have to follow
matrix.
back and come back in. All right.
Yeah, the brother's having a hard time. Can anybody hear me?
Con.
All praises. Brother Isaiah, you want to try it again, or are you just in a bad area?
I'm actually at work. That's why I got access.
Yeah, yeah, you definitely going in and out into that matrix, brother.
Y'all can just go ahead without me.
I'm actually hearing you better now.
Okay,
Well,
Con.
go ahead and try it again.
Uh,
Yeah, yeah, okay, brother. Yeah, Uh, definitely. They got some type of fix in there in your work area. They don't want you to be on Clubhouse today.
y'all can go ahead.
All
I was
praises,
just
King.
gonna say I agree with everything being said.
The water. All praises turned out to be a very, very productive conversation. Um, definitely one that's needed. Again, we know the attack on our children. You know, they playing for keeps. Satan is playing for keeps. The devil is playing for keeps. And we have to fight back. You know, like the sister Pretty says, we got to turn this around. You know, so again, sisters, I commend you on this, on just allowing the Most High to use you, um, and bringing this to the table, and doing the footwork that you guys plan to do. And then, like I said, we'll get all the information and get it together and present it to the elders and get this going. This is something that is definitely needed. We got to save our babies, man.
Hey, Salakia, Shalom, I'm out. Okay, I'm gonna catch you later. Shalom, family. Shalom to the panel, everybody in the audience.
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom,
Yeah,
shalom.
Shalom.
Shalom, King.
Shalom.
Yeah,
All
Con.
praises.
Salakia. Now I was gonna say, yeah, brother Macabre. Like you said, we gotta save our babies, and yeah, my wife, she been working on this for a minute. You know what I'm saying? And she presented it to the sisters, and you know what I'm saying, to the congregation, and it's a good idea. You know what I'm saying? And it's just something that we gotta execute this plan because this is something we really need. You know what I'm saying? To keep our nation and our babies from falling to Esau ways, and this is a great way. You understand, to keep to instill them laws in our culture into our kids. So I totally agree, and she knows she got my support. And any sisters that want to jump on the on this can get up with my sister, my red, you know what I'm saying, follower, hit her in the back channel, you know what I'm saying, give y'all information and what type of certain things that y'all you know what I'm saying, y'all can bring to this so we can actually get this ball rolling, because this is something that's, you know, that it's important that we as a nation come together and we all can bring in our different fundamentals, whatever type of skill you got, you know what I'm saying, we can use that, you know, whether if finance, you know what I'm saying, mathematical skills, you know what I'm saying, we got brothers that teach the scriptures, you know, anybody that want to teach on a dietary, you know what I'm saying, all that means something, anything. So like I said, if you want to you know, participate in this, you can, the brothers can back channel me your information, and the sisters can back channel my red, and we can, you know, like she said, draw up a blueprint and try to execute this.
God, yeah. You know, like you said, man, one thing about Israel is that we have talents galore. If we could just start dealing with each other with them, we understand that. We never needed the white man. The white man has always needed us. Um, we're the ones who invent everything. We civilized them. We did everything. And that's why they sit closely by us, and they put us into certain predicaments. You know what I'm saying? So they can watch us create, and then they're there with the resources. So we don't have any resources to get anything going. So guess what? They snatch it up, put a patent on it, and say they did it. You understand? Israel is just full of talent, man. So if we could pull together in this time, pull together under these law, statutes, and commandments, and the talents that we have, plus the Most High's blessings, man, it's going to be something different, man. Me and a sister was speaking about that. She was like, she brought it out, like, you know, if we get on land, and we start to produce and everything on the land under the law, statutes, and commandments, could you imagine what the Most High would do for us? The blessings, with the crops, with our animals, fruitful and multiplying. You understand? Could you imagine the blessings that He would do for us? You know what I'm saying? Just by coming up out of her, like He said to do, it would just be an amazing thing. So I am totally all for this, man. Again, anybody else want to come up on stage and speak on it? Come on up.
Shalaki, Macabre.
Khan.
I have a precept brother Isaiah sent me in the back channel. He wanted to bring out since he wasn't able to be heard.
Dawu, can you do it though?
Sir,
Khan, yeah, I can do it. I'll bring it out, sis. What's the scripture?
Acts 2:40 through 7. 40 through 47.
Acts 2:40 through 47.
Khan, the
Khan.
water.
This is the book of Acts, chapter 2, verse 40 through 47, correct? Or 42 to 47.
40 to
40.
47.
Salakia. This is the book of Acts, chapter 2, starting at verse 40. And with many other words did he testify and exhort, saying, save yourselves from this untoward generation. Then they that gladly received his word were baptized. And the same day there were added unto them about 3,000 souls. And they continued steadfastly in the apostles' doctrine and fellowship, and in breaking of bread and in prayers.
And fear came upon every soul, and many wonders and signs were done by the apostles. And all that believed were together and had all things in common, and sold their possessions and goods, and parted them to all men, as every man had need. And they, continuing daily with one accord in the temple, and the breaking of bread from house to house, did eat their meat with gladness and singleness of heart, praising God and having favor with all the people. And the Lord added to the church daily such as should be saved. That was a powerful scripture. That was powerful because this is basically the congregation being on one accord, breaking bread with one another, and the Most High blessing them and their endeavors. So this is exactly what we're talking about. This is nation building right here. You know what I'm saying? That we us all coming together on one accord and teaching the knowledge of the Most High to the congregation, to our children. So it can be passed down through generation and generation. So definitely that was a beautiful scripture. And 42 it says, and they continue steadfastly in apostles, doctrine and fellowship, and in breaking of bread and in prayers. Breaking bread, you know what I'm saying, and the doctrine and fellowship. This is what this is about. You know what I'm saying. This not only are we exalting our children to be something greater, we also breaking bread with each other. This is a form of breaking bread. you know our kids are learning skills. What I'm saying, they also are coming under the teachings of the Most High and the law. So this is a beautiful thing. This is something that this is important. Like I said, this is something we have to do. Is adamant that we get together and get this thing going, because look what happened when they did it. They was blessed. They was happy. They was praising the Most High. And with that, I yield.
And one thing, there's many things that jumped out uh, on that, but one thing it said that the Most High, the Lord, added daily. You understand? He added unto us daily, because he wants us to love each other. You understand? Love your brother. That's why he puts that in the laws. You understand? And you see how they were taking care of each other. You understand? And this is what we're getting back to. Getting back to the spirit of being Israel. Being one. It's a beautiful thing. Um, I'm just, let me tell you something. I'm grateful. Hit your mic, sis. I'm gonna give you the floor in 1 minute. Ariala's back. Um, I'm grateful to be called out of the darkness and called into this truth of my nationality. I'm truly grateful, and to see what's going on, to watch the movement, man, to watch this move, man, the awakening and us getting together, the love, the unity, man. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. Sis, come on. What say you, sis?
Shalom, everybody. How are you guys doing?
Shalom. All praises. Shalom,
Shalom,
shalom.
sis.
Shalom.
I'm just gonna step outside because it's kind of noisy in here.
I hear you got the babies in the background. All praises. That's a new win
Yes,
right there.
yes, um, yes. I'm glad to join this group. My brother actually um, told me about it because I was discussing to him about how I couldn't really. Um, I kind of felt alone in the truth. I just got into it in March of this year, and I'm a single mom of
All
three.
praise.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm very happy that you guys are talking about this. And, I wish us single moms could have more support
so we can like study more and just be a part of the community, because I don't have the support for to like keep my kids at home and to study. I really don't. So I wish um I wish we could talk about like help for single moms, because I don't really know a lot of single moms myself, and I think I know why. And it's because we kind of depend on this system, and if there's no help in the community, then we're not gonna like um then it's gonna be impossible. So I'm now realizing that now, and I did struggle with feeling alone and trying to figure out why. And I know being a single mom has to do a lot um, with feeling like this. So I do pray that my situation can change, because yeah, I'm grateful to be awakened, you know, and I'm grateful that I know this while my kids are young, you know. So yeah, I'm in Jersey, North Jersey. I don't really see a lot of people around that's like in the truth. So
What
I
part of
just go
Jersey?
like,
Shalakia, what part of Jersey?
I'm in West Orange. That's in North Jersey.
I'm in East Orange.
Oh, okay. That's great.
We have a HOI New Jersey right here. You got brothers and sisters. All praises.
That's good. That's good. If you could like send me the information, that
I
would be
sure
great.
No.
will. I sure will. Look at that. All praises.
Yeah.
You got brothers and sisters right here. West Orange is I got right up Park Ave. I got it. Bang. West Orange. Yeah, you
Yes.
got family. You got family here. You got a lot of family.
Thank you. I appreciate Sister Pretty for speaking, because she was the only one that I could like relate to when she brought up the sister who um, ended her life. Sometimes, a lot of times, I'm in a situation where I just can't, like, I feel like I always think about stuff like that. And I thought coming to the truth that would change, but it didn't change. So, um, like, you don't really hear much about like mental um, health issues or anything related to it when it comes to single moms. You know.
Con. One second, pretty, and then I definitely want you to jump on that. A lot of times we think, yeah, we coming into the truth and everything's gonna be this and that, but getting into the truth sometimes it pushes us further onto an island because guess what? Our family starts to reject us and label us as, oh, you guys are crazy. You're not coming to Thanksgiving no more. You're not doing this. You're not doing that. So that on top of you being a single mom, yeah. Well, like I said, we're close by. Uh, get with Sister Pretty, all the sisters up here, back chat them, and get your support system. Go ahead, Sister Pretty.
Oh, Conta water. My phone might die. Um, but just to the sister, I mean, you might have to, get a little bit of medicine if you're depressed. Just get a little bit of medicine so it can like balance out your mind a little bit. Like, you might have been in a lot of trauma, and stuff like that. And once you get to the point where it's depression all the time, you may have to, just sometimes maybe take some depression medicine for a little bit of time just to get your mind, back. And you definitely have to speak with like sisters or brothers that been in the truth a while. And my suggestion would be like always look in the Bible, like always look in the Bible, always look at our foremothers and what they went through and like how they dealt with certain situations, and trust me, you'll find your spirit connects with one of those sisters in the book. And always when you feel like you're to the point where like I can't take it no more, always like just either look outside or walk outside. Start looking at the Lord's creation, like the star, the moon, the grass, the birds, the animals, and it calms your spirit down. It kind of makes you look forward to the next day, and all you got to do is make it through that day. And like I said, like me, Guevara, there's a few sisters, Tia, um, even the sister Taya. Sometimes, like um, after Clubhouse, a lot of the times, like we'll go into like a private room and we'll just chat it up about everything we saw on Clubhouse, like certain little things we're going through. And you do need support when you come into the truth, and it gets better. Like when you first come in, it's a little scary. It's a little overwhelming because everybody's turning on you. People that you thought love you are turning on you. Your friends ain't your friends anymore, and it gets to the point where you do feel all alone. But I'm just gonna take it from me. Like I was the only one, like in Miami. Like I was in a camp and I was still all alone because everybody lived like hours and hours away. And now it's like it was me just alone for like 4 years, and then the Lord sent me a really really good husband. And now it's two of us. So now guess what? He met a brother that's coming into his camp, and he lives in Orlando, which is about 3 hours away from us. So now there's another one, and so you'll be surprised. Like just wear your fringes when you go outside. Try to wear your fringes as much. Try to have your hair wrapped up so when you do go into public, someone might come up to you and be like, sis, you're an Israelite? Me too. Where you live? Oh, I live right around the corner from you. Okay, next holy day, let's just cook together. And then you bring your kids, and then there's, guess what? Now there's 5 or 6 of y'all. So everybody's alone when they first start out. Like unless you live in a city where, like in New York or New Jersey or Philly or somewhere like that, there are other Israelites, but everybody starts off alone. And I just encourage brothers and sisters, if there's only one of y'all, you best believe you do right by the Lord, he's gonna send you either ahead, or he's gonna send you another sister or another brother where you can chop it up and do the high holy days with someone. Because it's cool being on the app. We're learning that you should use the app for like a little bit of congregating, but just to sit and learn from the brothers and stuff like that. But when you get off the app, you have support from, you can hit me up, you can hit any of the sisters on the stage. I don't care what you're going through. I'm not going to tell your business. I'm not going to judge you, but that's all I had to say.
Salakia, Salakia. And if I might add, sis, if you have any questions, you could always come into these rooms, this room particularly, and any of the rooms that the brothers that are in this room frequent, God First Gang, verses. You can come into any of these rooms and ask questions. Don't be afraid to ask your questions. And if you feel more comfortable asking a sister the question, then do so. But yeah, I mean, you just have to communicate a little bit. And yeah, like the sister said, it's always a little weird or scary in the beginning. But trust me, it gets better and it gets greater later, and it gets to the point where you begin to get your blessings because why? Because you begin to keep the law, statutes, and commandments better. See, when you first coming in, you're not necessarily keeping them to the best of your ability, or you're not really keeping them up to par as you should be. You're just trying and you're just starting. So the Most High God is He's seeing all of your efforts though. So you just have to keep going, keep going. But as the sister said, try to talk to the sisters a little bit, get into the back chats with them, And just be sure that when you're asking questions to people, don't just ask any random person on the street that say they're Israelite. You know what I'm saying? Don't just, tell any random person your business or whatever. Make sure that they're established. A lot of the brothers that you see on this platform that have green beans are established brothers that have proven themselves to be followers of the Most High and keeping these laws, statutes, and commandments. Not just these clowns that's on social media saying they're Israelite and they're fronting. They're fronting as if though they're really keeping the laws, but no, they're not. So you just have to be careful about that in the beginning. But once you find out a group of people that have the same spirit that you have, and you gravitate towards that, then at that point you're in business. Join those people, congregate with those people, those brothers and sisters, and it gets a lot greater later. That's the best thing I could tell you is that it'll get to the point where you have no worries. The things that are bothering you now, it'll be a figment of your imagination. So with that, I yield.
Thank you, Sister Pretty, and the brother that just spoke.
Your brother
Thank you a
Yeshaya.
lot. Yes. I mean, I want to say that it's it's pretty lonely, but it's not lonely like in my family, because I couldn't really, I could have never, like, in the past we were never close. I was always different. So I actually appreciate the fact that it's keeping me more apart from those I didn't even want to talk to begin with. So it's just, in the truth, that's where it got a bit hard for me. And I am like, I'm excited for the future, for when it gets better, and for my kids.
All
Con,
praises, sis.
all
All
praise.
praises. And I hit you in the back channel, so you'll be able to connect with us and join in the private rooms for supportship.
Yeah, make sure you
Thank you.
get some numbers and stuff, as well. You know what I mean? Um, and like I said, I'm right here. You got HOI New York and New Jersey right here. A lot of times we meet here at my house for Sabbath classes and certain feast days. Like I said, I'm right here in East Orange. We meet at another brother's house right there in um, West Caldwell. So we got a big feast day coming up. So yeah, the Most High definitely puts you in the right place, and that black sheep feeling. Trust me, the majority of the people you're going to run into are going to have that same story. The Most High kept us separate for whatever reason.
Precept, uh, Luke 14, and I'm gonna start at 28. For which of you, intending to build a tower, does not sit down first and count the cost, whether he has enough to finish it, lest after he has laid the foundation and is not able to finish it, all who mock him. Salaki, I ain't got a call. Let me drop down to 33. So likewise, whoever of you does not forsake all that he has cannot be my disciple. Um, just to touch on what sister was feeling, I felt the same way coming in, and a lot of people you meet on this app uh, that joined this walk, we had to give up those relationships that we had with our families, especially when we pulled away from, what I'm saying, eating pork and shrimp, lobster. Uh, when we walked away from the Christian church, stopped going to church on Sunday. Uh, when we stopped going to Christmas celebration, stopped doing Thanksgiving, stop participating in Easter. You know what I'm saying? You know, telling moms and grandma, nah, don't buy my kids no Easter baskets. I'm not giving them to them. You know what I'm saying? You know, you start to get a sense of loneliness because you feel like you're in this walk by yourself until you come into it and you meet other people that's on that same journey and you realize, you know what I'm saying, you've actually gained more than you actually lost.
Thank you.
Yeah, Con. I think we all have that story when the Most High opened up our eyes and um, we tried to bring this information to our family members, and then they look at you like you're crazy, and you feel like at some point that you're on an island. You know what I mean? By yourself, like you're feeling, and it's lonely. But guess what? You know, you got family out here. You got a lot of family. You know, the Most High is waking up your family. Um, so yeah, you know, He sent you here today. Um, I'll I'll exchange numbers with you if you like. Keep you abreast of everything that's going on here. Get the sisters' numbers and everything, and especially talk with them. But I'll keep you abreast of like when things are happening, and hey, sometimes you might just need a elder's perspective. But we here for you, sis. You are family.
I appreciate it a lot. Um, yeah, I really want to um, get with others with children because my kids feel very lonely, and I don't want that to lead up to depression because that's how it was for me. Even though I had um, siblings, I still felt lonely. So, but they're very close. Um, so I appreciate it.
All praises.
I got a precept to bring out.
Bring it out, King.
So, like, in 1 second. Precept is Mark 3, and I'm going to start at 31. All right? And it reads, There came then his brethren and his mother, and standing without, sent unto him, calling him. And the multitude sat about him. And they said unto him, Behold, thy mother and thy brethren without seek for thee. Verse 33. And he answered them, saying, and now this is Christ's words in red letter, Who is my mother or my brethren? Verse 34. And he looked round about on them which sat about him, and said, now here's Christ's words again in red letter, Behold, my mother and my brethren. Verse 35, all red letter. For whosoever shall do the will of God, the same is my mother, Salakia, is my brother, and my sister, and mother. So Christ, Yahweh Shai, is actually telling you, and this is in past tense, he actually told us that your mother, your brother, your sister, your new family are those who worship and do the will of God with you in spirit. This is your family. The brothers and sisters that actually keep the law, statutes, and commandments is your family. You know, the people that actually are in your bloodline, you know, that God, even Christ actually said that's not my mother, brother. This is my mother. This is my mother and my brother and my sister. Those who keep the commandments. So, you know what I'm saying? We have to keep that in mind that, you know, coming out of the world, and we may feel some type of way because everything's different now, and those people are not treating us the same now because they're not truly in spirit with you. They're not truly your brothers or your mother or your sisters. The people that keep the laws of God and do the will of God with you, those are your mother, those are your brothers, your sisters, and your family. And we have to come into that understanding and know that the Bible tells us this. Christ tells us these things. And we have to really understand it and really live by it. With that, I yield.
Con.
Yeah, all praises. Yep. Uh, there's nothing by chance. You know, there was a reason why you came in here today. You said your brother told you to come in here today?
Yes. His name is Lawan. I'm not sure how to pronounce his
So
name,
your
but he
brother's in the
left.
truth.
Yeah, he's been in the truth for like 4 years. He told me, but I never knew that, and um I never knew about any Black Hebrew Israelites. I never asked him. We never really were close um at all.
Hmm.
Like people wouldn't know we were even like siblings. So I just like all I knew was that, and I'm not the one to ask questions either, but all I knew was that he said something about there's more to it than just the Bible. And in my mind, I thought that I was thinking, well, if there's more to it than the Bible, why don't we know about it? That was my way of thinking.
Hmm.
But that was like 4 years ago, and I was just not even. I mean, we were in the Christian. Um, we were raised in the Christian religion thing, and
Uh-huh.
um, but the thing was, we're Levi's, so we didn't get
All praises.
indoctrinated. Yeah, we didn't get indoctrinated with much, and I didn't really understand. I grew up in America. My parents grew up in Haiti. Um,
Levi in the building.
yeah, I didn't understand the language, so while we were in church, we didn't understand. We were just like playing around as children. But it was in March of this year when I started seeking the Most High for myself, because I'm a single mom and I wanted the blessings that the pastors were talking about. So I decided to fast and do everything that I knew I could, the best way that I can, and I just felt like something wasn't right. So, and last year, May, that's when I actually started reading the Bible I wanted to read from the beginning to the end. I didn't understand how I could just read uh, a book in the Bible and understand it. I wanted to read it from the beginning to the end so I could get the context. So when I got to Kings and I read about Solomon and how the Most High blessed him when he asked what he asked for, that's when I did the same thing. And that's when the Most High started opening my mind to like the earth. To me, I was intrigued by like whether the earth was flat or not. That's what kind of opened my mind to like the lies. And then when my brother said something about Jews, that's when I started doing the research for myself. And then that's when I left the church. And yeah, this is where I'm at.
All praises. All praises. Can somebody get me John 15 and 16? If anybody can do that, Baba Kashaw. If not, I'll get it.
Khan, I got it. Okay.
The Water King.
John 10 and 16.
No, John 15, uh, verse 16.
Khan. This is the book of John, chapter 15, verse 16. Ye have not chosen me, but I have chosen you and ordained you, that ye should go and bring forth fruit, that your fruit should remain, that whatsoever ye shall ask of the Father in my name, he may give it you.
Khan. So that's what you were talking about when you asked him. But see, he chose you. You didn't choose him. Okay. So he chose you to the family. You were chosen. You know, many are called, chosen. All praises to the Most High. He brought you into this truth. Yeah, it's not gonna. It doesn't just come easy. You know what I'm saying? But once you come into this and you get to meet your family and everything, it definitely gets better. But all praise to the Most High says you were chosen.
Khan, I'm very grateful. And I knew that it wasn't me, because I don't really know much about anything. I was in smaller classes due to like a disability that I have, and I was always worried that I might be like a prey in this world. So I just knew that, you know, it wasn't me who was called. It was always, the Most High watching over me. And I'm very, very grateful for that.
All praises says. Does my heart good to hear that. Really. You know, it says the angels rejoice, man. All praises.
Shalakia King Makab.
Bring it out, sis.
One of the kings brought out Mark 3 and 31, and I had Brother Isaiah wanted to expound on the precept with 32 through 34. If one of the kings could read the scripture.
Khan with Khan. I'm sorry, what was it? I was occupied.
Mark, uh, Shalaki, I'm sorry, it was Mark 3:32 and 34 to
Mark
34.
32.
The
I
water.
am the bar. Oh shit. My phone died. He's still not done. Okay. He's waiting to. Okay, this is the book of Mark, chapter 3, starting at verse 32. And the multitude sat about him, and they said unto him, Behold, thy mother and thy brethren without seek for thee. And he answered them, saying, Who is my mother or my brethren? And he looked around about on them which sat about him, and said, Behold, my mother and my brethren. Let me see. For whosoever shall do the will of Yahweh, the same is my brother and my sister and my mother. So like the brother Yeshua was saying, the ones that do the will of our Father in heaven, those are our mothers and our primary. You know what I'm saying? Not, we still got our, our worldly mothers and brothers and sisters, but these the people, mainly the ones you see in these apps. You know what I'm saying? That's, a lot of us, because I know a lot of brothers on the stage. I done congregated with them, so these my brothers. Like, you know what I'm saying? The sisters, they're ribs. They're my sisters. The older women and the older brothers and the elders in the camp are my fathers and my mothers. So and just like Yahweh Shai said, those that do the will of the Father are my brothers and my sisters. So like Makai was saying, we your family, Vay. Like, you know what I'm saying? If you got any questions or anything you need, you know what I'm saying, you follow in the room, and you know what I'm saying, follow these brothers and these sisters on the stage, and you know what I'm saying, get contacts. And where you located at, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm in West Orange, New Jersey.
Okay. So yeah, the brother Macabre, that's where they're located at, and on the East Coast. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, and Macabre is a good brother. I know the brother. You know what I'm saying? You in good hands. So if you want to gather with the congregation and the body, I encourage you to gather with brother Macabre. And I'm with the HOI brothers. You know what I'm saying? But wherever your spirit resonate with. But yeah. We it's important that we gather ourselves together. The book of Zephaniah said, "Gather together, O nation not desired." That's one of the requirements of us as Israel to gather together as a nation with brothers and sisters that's like-minded, that's following these laws and statutes and commandments, is keeping the feast days. You know what I'm saying? That's wearing their fringes, and so excuse me, Salakia, yo, I have to take care of some business, but yes, sis, stay in touch with the brothers and sisters, follow the room, and Most High in Christ be with you.
The water. Shalom.
Great scripture. I love that scripture. I've used it often because, um, like I said, coming into this truth, it can be lonely, especially at first, and you may lose friends and everything, but guess what? They've all been replaced. I've got so many brothers now, I've got so many sisters now. Uh, Everything, man. It's just a wonderful thing, and especially to get with people of like mind and following these commandments and doing the work of the Most High, man. It's not perfect. We not perfect. We still, knuckleheads in and out of the truth. But the fact that we're trying, and, rehearsing the righteous acts and loving each other, with real brotherly and sisterly love. I've been a part of many things in my life coming up, but this truth, man, I've never experienced anything like this, and you will soon see, sisters. So all praises to the Most High.
The water. If I can get the information for the East
Con.
Orange location
Yeah,
or
yeah,
and the Cadwell.
yeah. I'm a back chat you, and then we could talk um, further. Absolutely. Because, like I said, we gather at my house a lot. Um, we do Shabbat classes, but we do them here at my house, unless we're going to be somewhere far. But we do that here. Then we go to camp, where you see a street preaching, usually on the Shabbat Saturday. We do feast days here at my house, a lot. Either here or another brother's house, but Hanukkah's coming up, and we're going to be actually renting a hall here in Jersey. It's about 20 minutes away from here. But yeah, we have the calls that you can get in on. They have the women all women's call on Sunday. Um, I believe it's at 1 o'clock. Um, then we have a call on Tuesday, which was yesterday, and we have the Thursday night call, which is for everybody. Yeah, so just we'll get you plugged in and get you started and welcome home.
The water.
Salakia, Elder McCobb, I might have to slide off for a minute. My phone about to die, so
Con.
y'all about Shem y'all Shabbat Shalom.
Yeah, about Shem Yahweh Shabrakadam.
Con,
Shalom.
con. Shalom to all the brothers and sisters, and Sister Vay, get up with the Elder Macabre. Stay in touch with the app and the brothers on the app, the sisters on the app, and all praises. Most High in Christ.
Shalom.
Shalom.
Shalom. All right, King Mahab, you got that kosher breakfast rolling on out till dinner, I see.
Con. Hey man, that conversation just got really good. And then look, we stayed open late for the sister. Look, most high, man.
All
We
praises.
All praises.
this room this room would have normally been shut long time ago, man, but we stayed open uh for this sister right here. You know, the most high don't make no mistakes. Sis, I hit your back chat. You should see what I
I see it. Thank you.
okay, no problem. And you can use that anytime. You know, any questions, anything, and I'll definitely make sure, like I said, you keep in touch with the sisters. Um, they're definitely going to help you along because, you know, we're all going through the same things in Israel. You know what I mean? And the sisters can bear witness to what they're going through. That's why when this conversation came up, you see the sisters was like, "Hey, I'm going through," but that's what we're supposed to do. You know, speak about it and get some type of support system and try to alleviate some of these pressures. Like the sister right here, she's been some type of program that she wants to do to help out the single mothers, you know, with some of the younger sisters, you know, start to help out some of the single moms and, you know, actually teach them certain skills, you know, for when they become wives and stuff. So there's a few things that we have in the mix. You just hang in there.
Con.
The water.
Well, we got anybody else want to come up and add to this conversation? Anybody can talk about anything, you know, but this seems to be the subject for the day. Um, if not, if nobody has anything else to say, I don't see any other rooms open, but y'all know I'm famous for my shalom and chill. So if anybody doesn't have, if nobody has anything else to say, I'm gonna go ahead and shut this room down. But I will start my shalom and chill room. Everybody can come up in there. And we can kind of just cool out.
Con.
Anybody else going once, going twice? The audience. Anybody else want to come up, say anything to this subject? Going once, going twice. All right then. Shalom. We'll see you in a few at my little chill out room.
Shalom, everyone. Thank you.
Shalom.
You're welcome to come over. Did you follow us, sis?
Yes, I did.
Okay, let me make sure I'm following you. All right, yeah, I'm following you. All right, so you'll see me post a room. It's going to be Shalom and Chill. Just come on in. It's just more of a laid back room where we just sit back and just enjoy each other's company, laugh, joke, whatever. You know, no subjects, but nothing's off. You know, you can bring up anything. It's just a cool out room. Anyway, I'm out. Shalom.